and the timelines for implementation of the said measures. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The question shall be replied before the Departmental Committee on Education. Next, the Honorable David Gakaria. Or Gikaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 164 of 2023. Could the Commission, that is the Teacher Service Commission, explain why some teachers in Lion Hills Primary, Hillcrest Secondary School, Nakuru Teachers Primary, and Natewa High School, among other schools within Nakuru Town East Sub-County, are yet to be paid enhanced house allowance? 2, to state when the said teachers will start receiving the enhanced house allowance and whether the payment will be backdated to the month when the affected teachers became eligible for enhanced house allowance. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Sir George Murugara, member for Tharaka Nithi. Oh, yes, sorry. Honorable Gikaria, your question shall be also replied before the Departmental Committee on Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to ask question number 165 of 2023 to the National Land Commission. Could the Commission explain, 1, why it has taken inordinately long to publish a report and its findings and recommendations on the Tunyai B adjudication section, which is also known as Gakurungu land petition, to the public, having visited the site on 8th September 2021 and undertaken a public hearing? Number 2, when will the report be released to the public? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next order. Yours will be replied to by the Departmental Committee on Lands. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, regulation of the betting industry. Question to be put.
Next order.
Order number 9, the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2022, second reading.
Honorable members, I think this will be a resumption of debate. Resumption of debate, and the balance of time was 1 hour, 28 minutes. I call upon the Honorable Member for Gatundu South, the Honorable Gabriel Kagombe. Okay, I call upon the Honorable Member for Mandera West, Honorable Adan Haji.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I stand to support this bill. The National Transport Safety Authority is a very important institution in this country. It is supposed to oversee and make sure that these road carnage, which are claiming thousands of lives every year in Kenya, is stopped. But unfortunately, every week we see, we hear, and we realize serious accidents, particularly involving the public service vehicles, the buses that is, and the regulation or the law of controlling speed is no longer adhered to. So I ask the National Transport Service Authority management to ensure that public service vehicles have controlled speed limits. If you travel to the Garissa-Nairobi road, you see buses overtaking V8 Land Cruisers, which is moving at over 100 kilometers per hour, and buses overtaking. And as you have realized, every month there is a very serious accident. The latest was last week, where 4 lives were lost. Therefore, regulating this sector is very, very important, because I think road carnages are killing more than diseases like so many other serious diseases in this country. If you compare with the number of people who are dying on the roads to the number of people who are dying of diseases, the ones who are dying of roads are higher. So in that case, amending this law so as to ensure that speed limits for Public Service Commission, so that there is some sort of control on our roads, and stopping drivers who are drunk on the roads. Also, on our roads, from statistics, there are so many drivers who have no license at all, but they have taught themselves how to drive, and they are on the roads. When they are stopped by police, you see them doing handshake with the police. Their driving licenses are handshake. Therefore, amending this bill to ensure that controls are put in place, and to ensure that lives are saved, and to reduce the carnage, the road carnages that are there, is of essence, and it is very timely. With that, I support the bill, the amendment. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Ndia, GK Kariuki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as the chair of the Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, I appreciate the opportunity to weigh in on this debate. Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks to amend the NTSA Act number 33 of 2012 to assign additional functions to the National Transport and Safety Authority. And Mr. Speaker, the proposed additional functions include establishment of systems and procedures for the regional registration and licensing of 2- and 3-wheeled public motor taxis, taxis, and regional registration and licensing of drivers of the same in consultation with the authority. Honorable Speaker, in compliance with the requirements of Article 118 of the Constitution and the Standing Orders 127.3, the committee placed an advertisement in the print media of 23rd February 2023 requesting for comments from the general public on the bill. In that regard, the committee received memoranda from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers and obtained the views and comments of the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Transport and the National Transport and Safety Authority during a meeting held on 9th March 2023. The committee considered all the submissions before making its recommendations. Honorable Speaker, as members would appreciate, the intentions of the bill is very clear, and it seeks to ensure regulation of border operators, noting the definition of motor vehicle as provided for in the Traffic Act Cap 403, to which the NTSA Act makes reference to mean a motor vehicle as any mechanically propelled vehicle, excluding any vehicle running on a specially propelled way such as a railway, or tramway, or any vehicle deriving its power from overhead electric power cables or such other vehicles as may from time to time by rules under this act be declared not to be motor vehicles for the purpose of this act. Honorable Speaker, the committee considered the bill and all the views expressed by the various stakeholders, and the committee made the following observations. One, the proposed amendments in the bill as formulated were already provided for in the National Transport and Safety Authority Act, number 33 of 2012. B, the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly, Bill number 43 of 2023 by the Honorable Member of this House emanated from issues of laxity in the implementation, compliance, and enforcement of the existing laws and regulations, and not really a lack of legal framework. C, the NTSA Operation of Motor Vehicles Amendment Regulation 2022 provide for the licensing of motorcycle taxis by the county governments. D, in March 2022, the government launched a national registration process of 2- and 3-wheeled public service vehicles, and the same is to be done in the NTSA portal. And E, there are in existence regulations formulated in 2015 that provide that the motorcycles should have a third-party PSV insurance, riders to have a valid driving license, and operators to be members of a registered body corporate. Honorable Speaker, in view of those observations, the committee notes that there is no need to legislate on this issue, considering that there is already an existing framework sufficient to address the issues apprehended by the sponsor of this bill. It behoves the relevant agencies, NTSA and the county governments, to implement and ensure compliance with the existing laws. Honorable Speaker, in this regard, the committee recommends the House to reject the NTSA's or National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill number 43 of 2022 in its entirety. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Support.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the committee. The Honorable Tom Kajwang, member for Ruaraka.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this bill. I speak as a member of Transport Committee, and members will then know that I speak with some amount of authority and understanding of the issues before us. The member who has just spoken is actually the chair of Transport and Committee. And so again, members, you may want to listen to what the speaker, the speaker before me has given to this House. There is also the vice chair of the committee, whom I'm sure will get an opportunity to speak. We say this so that members are guided properly when we make contributions, because we have had the benefit of listening to the stakeholders. We have explored the law on this matter. We have done a bit of research to be able to guide the members on the issues before us. Let me start by complimenting the member for Ruiru, my compatriot and my neighbor, Honorable Simon Kingara, whom we have served with in several committees for a very long time. He is an astute legislator. Last term, I remember him sponsoring more than 5 legislations in this assembly. And this term alone, he has had about 3 or 4 in the pipeline. So he's very interested in issues that goes through this House. And I think this is how it should go, that we are here to make law. This is the primary basis why we are here, to make law and assist in lawmaking. And I think the honorable member for Ruiru is really under his mandate, and I think I must compliment that. But when Mr. Kingara appeared before us, we then discovered, and we discovered with him too, that his bill was premised on a wrong misapprehension, that the border industry was not being regulated by law. When we searched the law, we then found that there is an existing legislation which sufficiently covers the border industry. But Honorable Kingara has a point which we need to listen to. His point is that, and all of us know, that the border is the most uncivilized or unregulated industry. You know, it resulting a lot of accidents. They are all over, one riding before you and another behind you. They are riding against you, and on your side, they have no respect for rules. And this is the point that Honorable Kingara is raising, that there is need to enforce those regulations. But we then found that the problem is not making law, it's not lack of law or legislation. The problem is enforcing of the legislation which is in force and the regulations that are there. And so we want to guide members, even as you will vote on this, to be persuaded that it is not the question that there is no law. It is the question that it is not being enforced. So when the chair is saying that we reject this piece of legislation, we are not negative. We are not saying that Honorable Simon has not done his bit. We are only saying that it was a misapprehension which can be cured, but the fact that there is law and regulations must come. We have already said that regulations must come so that this industry is properly regulated. I just wanted to make this fact known because when I entered, I found a member who was eloquently speaking, and of course, like me, feeling that the border industry has not been regulated, and he was supporting this bill because in his view, then this bill would help border industry. But perhaps he did not have a copy, and I urge members to take a copy of the report, which is at table 8 and has been circulated. In it, you will see very well that there is a legislation on this issue, and so we do not need to make another legislation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very
much. My chair supported. I do not know why he did. But I oppose for the reasons that I have stated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I would like... Chairman, would you like... because you have already spoken to this
Yes, Honorable Speaker,
motion.
thank you. I just want to correct my committee member that I did not support. I opposed.
So you are giving information to the Honorable Kajwang?
Yes, yes. We are on the same page, Honorable Kajwang. Thank you.
The information has been accepted. Honorable members, before I rise, I would like to confirm that the Honorable Kingara has indeed made a lot of effort in legislation, and he has also initiated another bill on registration of public land. So the Honorable Kajwang is right in giving him that compliment. Honorable members, in the public gallery, we have the PCEA Kanyakine Meru from South Imenti constituency in Meru County. You are most welcome to the National Assembly. They are seated in the public gallery. Honorable members, also, we would like to welcome students from various institutions who have been supported by an institution called Inspire Spaces Organization from Ruaraka, Nairobi County. You are most welcome to the National Assembly. Thank you very much. Honorable members, the next opportunity goes to the Honorable Mugambi, member for Buri constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think Honorable Kingala has always had very good intentions. Most likely what could have happened is lack of communication with the concern, the drafters of the bill, because I'm aware I served in the last parliament when the regulations on Boda Bonda came up. So I agree with the chairman that there's already registration. I think what the problem is implementation. Madam Speaker, it's true that this industry, Boda Bonda and all the three-legged vehicles are assuming a lot of traffic in our loans, and the discipline is highly required. Madam Speaker, what is missing is the implementation of the regulations, and I hope Mr. Kingala will make that amendment and make it that we are lacking the registration. So I really want to say he could have had good intentions, but he didn't have the information. So I think he needs to reconcile with the chairman so that they can come up with a way forward in implementation of the already given regulations. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable Member for Buri. The Honorable Didmas Baraza, member for Kimilili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to say from the very onset that I will take the position taken by the committee if the bill will continue to be the way it is. But as a member of parliament, I know that this was a very good idea, and I will have a discussion with the Honorable Kingara to see whether we can propose amendments to improve his idea. As you are aware, Madam Speaker, bills that found themselves on the floor of this House, it's an idea that gives each and every single member of parliament an opportunity to improve and better it. The sections which Honorable Kingara proposed that are already provided for in the NTSA Act, that is what we're able to find out as a committee. I will be able to sit with the Honorable Kingara and see whether we can find a way of proposing deletion and addition of other sections, because we all agree that we have a mess within the border industry in this country, even as we appreciate that it's a very good industry. You remember, Madam Speaker, that during the handshake government, it's only the border industry that was functioning. All other industries had collapsed. So we need to give a lot of support to this industry, and at that opportune time, during the committee of the whole House, the third reading, I will be able to ask Honorable Kingara, together with him, we will be able to propose amendments so that we don't just throw away this bill the way it is, so that we get value from the idea that Honorable Kingara conceptualized to come up with this bill. But in its current form, I will adopt the position of the committee that we reject.
Very much, majority. Thank you very much, Honorable Barasa. The Honorable James Nikal, member for Seme.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Madam Speaker, this was an extremely good bill, considering what we see, and perhaps not aware of what exists but not being implemented. The purpose, of course, was to regulate the border and the tuk-tuk taxi industry. Madam Speaker, those two services actually are the feet on which the economy of this country is running. The local economies the local businesses. What keeps them running is the border and the tuk-tuk industry. If you look at what a tuk-tuk vehicle can carry, sometimes I marvel at the capacity. They can literally move anything, and they are affordable, and their consumption of fuel is low. So a beautiful industry. If you look at border, you can reach anywhere in this country in a short time using border. So it is an industry that we cherish but must be regulated. The need for its regulation and now enforcement, because the law is there, is the numerous accidents, the health and the safety of the riders and the passengers. Madam Speaker, the injuries, particularly the riders have, are so numerous that in some hospitals you have specific wards for border people with injuries. I think this should not be allowed to be so, and so are the passengers. Madam Speaker, if you also look at the way they operate, they actually have been operating as if there is no law. Now we know there is. You look at even within this town, the borders will take that route, take that turn, and the police are literally standing there and watching. If they think they're being nice to them, they are wrong. They are endangering the lives of those people, both the rider and the passenger. And therefore, the need for enforcement is there. But it's good that you have looked at the NTSA Act and the Traffic Act and found that the law is adequate. And therefore, probably the need for this is not there. But there's a small element, Madam Speaker, that I'm not sure has been taken care of. What the bill was proposing is actually regional regulation at the county level. I know NTSA and the Traffic Act are actually at national level. So I think that is something we should look at, even if this bill does not go through, because there is a law for it. I think that the National Traffic and Safety Authority must look at regulations that will bring what was intended in this bill of county or regional regulation, so that we do not throw away everything that the bill came with, but look at what is not in law now, which is county or regional regulation, and take care of it with regulations, and then we can do away with the bill. So as it is, Madam Speaker, a very good thought, but I cannot support it because there is already law for it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyikal. The Honorable Owen Bayer, member for Kilifi North.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first I want to thank and congratulate the MP for Ruiru for his robust legislation. The Honorable Kingara has brought several pieces of legislation into this House. And I remember when we came in the 12th Parliament, one of the motions to be debated from a fresh member was Kingara's motion. And I want to thank him. But on this bill, I think we already have legislation that is sufficient, that covers the subject matter that this bill tries to introduce. And looking at the issues and reading the report from the Departmental Committee on Transport, my thinking is that probably the Honorable Kingara needs to relook at this legislation so that we do not double legislate. There is the issue of regional registration of motor vehicles. And I think that report, it has been highlighted by my able friend Nyikal. I think that also has been deliberated in the report, the issue of regional registration. And I think the Vice Chair, when he was presenting the report, made it very clear that it's a form of discrimination of some kind, that a registration of motor vehicles, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, need to be done at the national level and not at local level. And I think it was adequately covered in the report. And if you look at the issues raised, yes, we have a problem within the border sector, and that is a fact. It needs proper regulation. It needs discipline. It requires that it is properly regulated. That is a fact, and that must be done. Today, a lot of the hospitals that we have in this country have wards specifically for people who have been injured through border accidents. We are losing very many lives. We are spending colossal amounts of money in terms of health care because of accidents caused by the border. And these are facts. But where is the problem, even though we already have a law? The problem is in enforcement. That is where the problem is, enforcement. And I would like the Committee on Transport to take this matter, summon the people who are in charge with enforcing the law and ask them these questions: why aren't you enforcing the law? Why do we have many problems within the border sector? Because there's an Inspector General. There is the base commander. There are base commanders in every county who are supposed to enforce law. But if you go to some of these places, you find that the base commanders and the traffic units that we have are more interested in what the border rider gives them more than what the border rider is doing on the road. And that is where the problem is. So the spirit with which Kingara is bringing this law is correct, because he has seen a gap. But this gap is not caused because there's no law. The gap is caused because enforcers are not doing their job. So, Honorable GK and the Chief Justice here, you need actually, on your own motion, without necessarily having to have somebody present a petition here or request for a statement, on your own motion as a committee, you may need to summon the enforcers of this matter so that we reduce these accidents. These accidents are too many. We had a member of parliament the other day who lost his life because of a border. This we know, but how many other people? How many other people? Mama Mboga selling burger on the pavement of a road, and a border comes and runs over them and kills all of them. How many other people that 2 children going to school are carried by a border? 2 children. There's an incident in my constituency where 3 children of the same mother were being carried on one border. And those children never reached school. They died on the road. All of them, 3 of them. That's a tragedy for a family. Just because this border was not able to use his lights properly, you know? And he turned left before he had put on the lights to show that he's turning left. And this vehicle came and rammed over this border. 3 children from the same mother died on the same day. And if you ask, this guy had just passed a traffic station, you know, where the roadblock, he just passed a traffic roadblock. And this traffic police never bothered what this guy was doing on the road. He was just bothered about what this rider would give him. These are the issues that we are talking about in the border sector. How are they regulated? How are they licensed? Anybody these days who can ride a border just rides, whether he has a license or not, whether he knows traffic rules or not, whether he knows the road rules or not, he will just pick a border and ride and carry passengers. And yet, we have traffic enforcers on the road, and they don't look at this. I have never seen a situation where a border has been stopped at a roadblock and he's asked for a license. They never ask them for licenses. They never do that. They only ask, umenibebea ile kitu yangu. And that's what matters. That's what matters. Yes, and when they're given whatever they should have been carried for, they let the borders. A lot of the borders on the road, if the officers were actually enforcing the rules, every border would have gone to at least a driving school, gotten some a license, some basic knowledge on road use. People think that as long as you can ride a border, you know the road rules. And that is where the problem, Madam Speaker. So I would like to urge my friend, we served with him in the Lands Committee, a very effective legislator, Honorable Kingara, to, instead of allowing this bill to continue to a situation where it actually loses in this, why doesn't he withdraw it? Instead of allowing this bill to go to third reading and it is knocked down there and it has the indignity of one of those bills that was knocked off at the floor of the House. It's actually an indignity when your bill gets knocked off on the floor of the House. Why doesn't he withdraw it and sits with the committee and they look at the gaps, then reintroduce it to the House so that he can go on record as one of those persons that actually had a bill passed, as one of those members that had a bill passed and assented by the President from the 13th Parliament. That would be my advice. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member for Kilifi North. The Honorable Charles Ngusia Ngona, Member for Mwingi West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute what my colleagues have already said. I begin by appreciating my friend Simon for coming up with this bill, although it's already existing, Madam Speaker. We all appreciate this mode of transport, and we know it is one of the ways of providing affordable mobility of services that is otherwise not available in many parts of our country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will begin by appreciating this industry, which started a long time ago when President Kibaki was in power. And we all appreciate that it has employed many people, especially the youth, who have got no otherwise source of income, Madam Speaker. We appreciate the way the industry has really contributed in terms of transport and communication system in our country. Madam Speaker, I would like to alert the House that in my constituency, I have been training border operators, or rather drivers, through the NTSA and also the people who provide these services. And I've seen a lot of improvement. These people only actually violate the laws and regulations on the road safety when they lack information. But we know already we have the law in place. What we need is just for the enforcers to make sure implementation of the same is done. So Simon, my good friend, Honorable, was actually on the right course of doing this, and we'll be looking forward to collaborating with him to see what the bill is missing so that we can make those amendments and make it more practicable to all the road users in our country. With those few remarks, I say it's a good thing, and this system needs really regulations to restore sanity on the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Charles Ngusia. The Honorable Phyllis Barto, Member for Moiben.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also make my remarks on this debate on behalf of the people of Moiben constituency. Madam Speaker, I would like to appreciate the contribution our border brothers and sisters are doing in the economy. Their contribution to society cannot be underestimated because they offer a variety of services. In as much as the law exists, I think, Madam Speaker, what is very important is the regulation of this business. It is a source of livelihood to many people, and it has contributed in the alleviation of poverty in Kenya. In fact, it is the most progressive industry, almost overcoming the matatu business in Kenya. From my constituency, where I come from, the border community is a very vibrant one. What is only lacking, Madam Speaker, is the regulation. I think we need to enforce the regulations on this industry. We need to look at issues of having them getting insured. We need to look at their licensing, that any border rider gets to have a license and know the rules and regulations of transport. Madam Speaker, you will find that there are so many accidents attributed to the border riders. And as Deputy Majority Leaders has alluded that there are some hospitals where they have set aside award for those riders who have been involved in road accidents. And it is not exceptional in any parts of Kenya, it's all over. What I would suggest is that tough regulations be enforced so that the industry is structured and regulated in a way that it provides services in a better way. Madam Speaker, we need to ensure that before one takes to the streets, to the roads, to the Kenyan roads, to ride a motorbike, they should have training, they should have a license, and also they should go for refresher courses any other time after a certain period of riding, so that they are always, so that those licenses are renewed. We find that of late, anybody just who can be able to buy a motorbike just goes to the shops, and even we have providers, those who provide loans to these people, to the riders, to get motorbikes in a very easy way. It's a good way, but you just buy your motorbike and you are already on the road practicing and learning, and at the same time doing business. We even have students, Madam Speaker, who buy the motorbikes and they go to school, they do part-time business. They are in school and at the same time they are doing the motorbike business. So that needs a lot of regulation, and that needs a lot of enforcement, and also the age. You even find very young youth, people who are below 18 years, and they are participating in this industry, making a source of livelihood. Some are even paying their school fees, which is not a bad idea, but regulation is very important. And we stick to the age limit of where you must be, for you to be given the license, you must be having a national ID, so that the industry is run in a better way. Because if we don't support this industry, Madam Speaker, we will have so many of our young people idling. We are at a situation now where we are fighting cases of illicit brew, cases of drugs. That is where most of our youth spend most of their time. The border should is keeping most of them to be very busy. How I wish they could even be provided, or should be required to wear uniform, Madam Speaker, so that they can be recognized and have a very vibrant industry, have a big circle of border, and that way they will be able to run their businesses smoothly. Otherwise, I think the issue here is the regulation. In as much as we have the law, it is good to relook at it, to refurbish it, and put issues straight, so that we don't have a situation where we don't know what is happening in our roads. And not just the border business, even the Uber business, Madam Speaker. We have had so many cars, the Uber industry. And if you see the way they drive on our roads, Madam Speaker, it is a menace. It's such a menace. They don't follow any rules. They don't care about traffic. They are the people who create the traffic jams in our cities. So in as much as we look at the border, we should look at the rules and regulations all the way and implemented and enforced, and so that we avoid the accidents. We are realizing that the road accidents are coming back, Madam Speaker. This is something which we had at least relaxed, and the cases were diminishing, but it is coming back in a big way. Every day we are reporting so many people losing their lives because of road accidents. I think we should generally relook at the transport industry and the regulations so that we don't just pick on the border alone, but we relook at the rules in their entirety. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think that is what I wanted to contribute.
Thank you, Member for Moiben. The Honorable Gitonga Murungara, Member for Tharaka.
Tharaka. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this proposed amendment, and I have several reasons why I should do so, and I urge the House to also listen to this and reconsider its position. First and foremost, I've read the committee report, and what the committee is saying, there exists regulations, but there has been laxity in enforcing those regulations. I begin by informing the House that regulations are what is known as subsidiary legislation. Subsidiary means they are not to the level of the actual legislation. They are halfway between the laws. And therefore, what Honorable Simon Kingara is doing is to uplift those regulations so that they can become full laws in an act of parliament. It's important to inform the House that the hierarchy of laws in the country is as follows. The first one is actually the Constitution. It is followed by Acts of Parliament. Acts of Parliament are followed by subsidiary legislation, and then we go to precedents from the courts. So if there is a problem with enforcing regulations, the best way to tackle that laxity is to ensure that those regulations are moved upwards from subsidiary legislation to actual laws in an act of parliament. And this is what Honorable Simon Kingara is trying to do. Therefore, as we debate, may we please note that what Honorable Kingara is proposing to do is not inconsistent with our law-making process in the country. There is absolutely no problem whatsoever with taking regulations from the form they are in to be enforced by a regulatory making authority and moving that to an act of parliament which now behoves on the entire country for purposes of enforcement. So if you look at what Honorable Kingara is proposing to do, it is not in conflict with the existing act. It is also not in conflict with the existing regulations. Therefore, we should actually be lauding Honorable Kingara because while the committee has expressly admitted that there does exist subsidiary legislation which has problems in enforcing, and we do not know why there are those problems, they need to be explained. Then let us move this law upwards. Let's move it to the Act of Parliament, where even this House can actually question why the country is not enforcing certain provisions of an act of this Parliament. Regulations per se are passed through this House by a delegated legislation committee.
Honorable Gitonga.
Yes.
I have a point of order by the member for Ruaraka.
Thank you.
What is out of order, Honorable Tom Kajwang?
Mr. Speaker, ordinarily I wouldn't raise issues or orders against my brother. He's my senior in profession. He's also the chair of a committee I attend to very odiously, and his knowledge of law is impeccable. But I think I want to discuss with him if he may be misleading the honorable members present on a point of law. If you look at the bill of Honorable Kengara, he is seeking to establish a body that, a mandate which gives policy to the NTCA. I think that is the point. Now, it is that mandate which is the mandate of NTCA under the law as it exists. So it is not a question of regulations. It is a question of the law exists in the same manner and in the same way in which the amendment is proposing. The component of regulation is a subsidiary issue to this debate. The component of regulation came about because the committee noted that although there is law, but there is no sufficient subsidiary legislation or regulations that can accompany that law for enforcement. So, Madam Speaker, could the honorable member for Tharaka qualify his issues on fact and law and review his statement to the fact that we are here, Honorable Kengara is actually bringing up the issue of regulations rather than the law, so that members should not be misled to think that there is no law and we are talking about regulations. He is very persuasive, and because of the position he shares, his speech may sway the House. And then people will think that really we are just uplifting regulations to be law. Yet there is law, and with a lot of respect, we are only saying that the law has already given the mandate to NTCA, the policy of standardization, the policy of enforcement. So the question is how to enforce that with the regulations. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Very well. Member for Ruaraka. I am sure
Yes.
the honorable member for Tharaka has listened carefully.
I have listened
to
carefully.
the matter that has been raised by the member for Ruaraka.
I have listened carefully. Unfortunately, I'm not able to draw the distinction as he has put it, and I have tremendous respect for Honorable TJ, a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. What Honorable Kengara is proposing to do is to amend Section 4, subsection 2. And he's telling us, go immediately after subsection paragraph A and include the following subparagraphs. That's what he's telling us to do. Which means, for us to reject this particular proposal, it must be inconsistent with any of the provisions in Section 4. Unfortunately, I have gone through the entire Section 4. I don't see what is inconsistent. What we are being told, and I've read the report properly, is that in some regulations, including operation of motorcycles regulations, we have provisions similar to what Honorable Kengara is proposing. And what I'm saying is, there is nothing inconsistent with promoting a regulation from being a subsidiary legislation to being a part or a section of an act of parliament, because it gives it more force of law, and it is even better questioned by this House when it is actually a section of an act of parliament as opposed to when it is a regulation. And this is what I'm debating on, that per se, the proposed amendment is not inconsistent with the main act of parliament. It is...
Well, so that you may proceed with,
yes.
With the debate.
Yes.
There's nothing out of order. Good. So this being a house of debate, I would like to allow the member
Yes.
for Tharaka to proceed. Just proceed with your debate.
Everybody will have his or her opinion on this, but I'm trying to say, if you look at this proposed amendment, we are making the law on border borders and the tuk-tuks better than it is. Because nobody is explaining why do we have regulations on the same subject matter which regulations are not being enforced. Because they are a subsidiary legislation. Now, why don't we make substantive law? Once we make substantive law, this House has the power, and every other arm of the government has the power to ask, why is this law dead letter law? I do not believe, I'm not convinced that it would actually become dead letter law. We are doing a better job than we have. This is why I'm saying there is no conflict between what Honorable Kingara is doing and what the Committee on Delegated Legislation in maybe the last parliament did, because this House is actually buttressing the issue of registration, control, policies on border borders and tuk-tuks into our substantive law. It's a very important industry. It goes without gainsaying that this country, almost 30% of its GDP may be hinged on that sector. But having just recently lost a member of parliament through some border accident, we are worried whether what we have in those regulations that are being quoted, what we have in the main act is sufficient. So I invite the House to relook at the proposed amendment. If there is need to amend whatever Honorable Kingara has proposed, let's do it in the committee of the whole House. But let us not throw away the baby with bathwater. Let us not reject this proposed amendment, while if we sat in the committee of the whole House, we would actually make the proposed amendments better. By so saying then, I do find there is a place in the proposed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 amendments in subsection 2, paragraphs A of the National Transport and Safety Authority Act. I therefore urge the House to support, and I do personally support the proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Tharaka. The Honorable Adan Haji, member for Mandera West. He seems to have withdrawn from the chamber. Honorable members, the next opportunity then goes to the Honorable Anthony Kibagedi, member for Kitutu Churches South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise to first appreciate the member for Ruiru for coming up with these amendments. And really, if there are regulations that are in line with what is proposing, then it means they need to be enhanced. At the same time, while we appreciate the role that the industry has played in the economy, and isn't the transport sector, the transportation of people and goods, especially in the rural areas, we also need to appreciate that it is the same sector or industry that has brought about a lot of accidents. And when these particular operators cause accidents, they run from the accident scene. And other than that, when you're on the wrong, these people have a gang mentality. They gang and come harass, especially women motorists, and harass people, and in the process actually cause violence and even steal from motorists. So we need to have this industry regulated, and we need to have more enhanced regulations, so that we can have some what I can call sanity in the industry. We have people who are in the same industry, those who are doing courier business. You find that they are extremely disciplined, they are organized, they don't skip the lights, they are not involved in any form of mischief. And hence, I think I am in support of this particular amendment, and I know these particular amendments will aid other
segments of the economy, or it will have a ripple effect, especially in the insurance. We'll have more money in the pool. Even NHIF will be able to get something out of that pool. And even KRA will be able to get some revenue from a regularized industry of the border. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Adan Haji, Member for Mandera West, is out of the House. I'm very sorry because the screen shows that he is here. The Honorable Omboko Milemba, Member for Emuhaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance to weigh in on this bill by Honorable, which tries to mitigate the challenges that are in the border, not only border, but both two-wheeled and three-wheeled. Three-wheeled would refer to what we call the tuk-tuk motor vehicles on our roads. Honorable Speaker, in my opinion, there must have been a gap, and all the time we make laws to fill gaps that are existing. And the Honorable Member saw clearly that there was a gap in existence insofar as regulation of these two-wheeled and three-wheeled vehicles was concerned. And that is why he came up with this particular law. We have been told by the chair of the committee and the committee members that there's an existing law which has not been implemented. But when you look at the dire situation that the border and all that section of the three-wheel, two-wheel vehicles require and urgently need, then you realize that the Honorable Member had a serious reason and has done everything correct in order to see to it that this sector is regulated. In my own county, Honorable Speaker, and a constituency in Muhaya, there's a very well-organized border arrangement, and with their general chairman at the county level. But severally they have visited me. The last time they spoke to me, they were telling me that they have a policy that is lying within the assembly of the county government. And the county government is unable to do anything about that particular policy. But that policy would bring about self-regulation and order within the sector. Partly, Honorable Speaker, why this is happening is because the border regulation has never been implemented, if it is there. It's now for the first time after this Honorable Member has brought about this matter that now we are being told, and now we are aware, that there's a regulation which is not implemented. But Honorable Speaker, even the law that is governing this sector, by the time it was made, there were certain things that had not happened within this sector of border. For instance, the law that is existing and which has been talked about by the committee very clearly was made much earlier than the time when border became a passenger carrier. During that particular time, the piki or border were not carrying passengers. And at the same time, the tuk-tuk were not possibly carrying passengers and they were not in the country. Making of laws must be a dynamic process which is driven by need. And I think this is why the Honorable Member has brought this particular bill to this particular House, that things have changed since the time when you saw the piki not carrying passengers. Now they are carrying passengers. Look at this. That how is the licensing of a PSV motor vehicle driver done? There's a certain threshold of experience that this person must have in order to get a license. And this is because this particular person is going to carry human beings, and therefore they need to have some extraordinary assessment of his skills in driving. What about border? We don't have a threshold because we don't have policy, we don't have regulation, and regulation, if it's existing, like we have been told, is not implemented. So I think there's really need to consider this law on the floor of this House very, very fairly, without simply saying that there's duplication of the law. Honorable Speaker, if you go to Thailand, for instance, this border industry is not only a Kenyan situational problem or challenge. In Thailand, where the population is about 47 million people, there are over 30 million borders on the road. But there's no any disagreement or disorder in Thailand courtesy of bodabodas on the road. In Kenya, where we have 47 million Kenyans existing here, Honorable Speaker, and the House should listen to this, we only have 5 million bodabodas on the road. But we are already complaining that there's chaotic, every complaint, yet this is a sector that is driving the local economy back at home. In fact, in my own county, whenever I meet the bodabodas, I tell them that you have taken over the teachers. Formerly in the 1970s, 80s, there were teachers who controlled the local economy. Today, it is bodaboda that controls the local economy. So, to bring order within this particular sector, this law was not a bad law. When I rose on a point of order against senior counsel, Honorable Speaker, I did not want to interfere with senior counsel, but I wanted to ask senior counsel, who spoke just after me.
Senior counsel are you referring to? This House has many senior counsels.
The senior most who is here and who spoke on this matter, Honorable Speaker, as you have been told clearly, this is the senior most. I wanted him to bring out a clarity between the issue of duplication, because the only challenge to this law would be duplication. And I was hoping that you should be listening, senior counsel, that in the event that there's duplication of the law that is on the floor of the House, and that is in existence, then we would make a decision on that. But where it is not existing, this is a very good law. It should go to the third reading. And in that particular level, of course, as we usually do, the owner of this particular bill will sit with the committee and they will harmonize the amendments that will be there. And we can pick every good item in this particular law and incorporate in the existing law. This will help the sector, and it will be very good for this particular House and the particular sector of boda. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, the boda sector is in their need of good regulation because they are doing good work. And if they are regulated, like I've indicated, there are only 5 million of them. Properly regulated, we need even to have as many as 25 to 30 million bodabodas operating in this country, well regulated, earning an income and supporting the economy and everything working very, very, very good. And that's the way we shall grow our economy. With those few or many remarks, I submit and support this particular bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I can see several members raising their hands, but I would like to ask you to allow me to balance both sides of the House. So this opportunity goes to the member for Alego Usonga, the Honorable Samuel Atandi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, I want to support this bill. And in supporting this bill, I want to fault the committee, the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, for basically failing to do their work and using the submissions of the NTSA authority to conclude that this bill is bad. Madam Speaker, this bill is very important. And I want to agree with the Honorable Kingara for thinking through and coming up with this legislation. Madam Speaker, the question of regional licensing and registration of motorcycles is something which is timely. First of all, Madam Speaker, if you've been traveling across this country, you realize that there are some regions that do not need these motorcycles. Like if you come to Kisumu, you will find that there are tuk-tuks in Kisumu, but they are not in Siaya, because they are more relevant in Kisumu than in Siaya. If you go to regions like, Suba, you may not need tuk-tuk, you may simply need boda. So the question of regional licensing is something which you need to explore, so that each and every region will license this tuk-tuk and boda based on their needs. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I have, in my constituency, there are many cases where you find that boda disappear, they are stolen. Now, when a boda is stolen in Siaya, it is taken to Busia, it is taken to, you know, very far-flung counties. And when you try to trace it, you will never get it. Now, when we have a law that allows for regional licensing of this border, so if you operate in Siaya, you operate in Siaya. You can never have these cases where your border is stolen and is being used in other regions. So I think that failing to take notice of some of these, you know, realities on the ground is, I think, not practical, and I want to fault the committee. The committee simply waited for the submission of NTSA, and the way NTSA submitted that this law is bad, that is the way they adopted it. This is not right. I think this House needs to adopt this amendment and allow for seamless operations of borders and tuk-tuks in regions that need them. I know that, you know, you would argue that, you know, if we do regional licensing, then it would not be possible for a border license in Nairobi to go to Siaya and ETC. And let us be factual. You know, some of these things like border and tuk-tuk, they are not supposed to be used for long distance, you know, transport. Long distance transport should be reserved for other forms of motor vehicles. And this is the reason why we should restrict them, so that if you operate in Meru, for instance, please let us use them in Meru. You know, let us not allow a border from Meru to be driven all the way up to Nairobi. And this, I think, this is going to help us reorganize our transport sector. And issues that are happening like theft, disappearances, you know, use of border for criminal activities, we are going to tame them. And this can only happen if we enhance these regulations through what my colleague, Honorable Kungara, is proposing. So I want to persuade the House, just like the MP for the Chair of Justice has done. Members, let us support our colleague who has done everything possible to come up with a bill and a law, and let us not diminish all his efforts. And also, Madam Chair, this idea that members come up with very progressive legislation and committees decide to sit on them and oppose it and reject it is something that we need to refuse as a House. Because we are going to discourage members from coming up with ideas that are very good. This thing is very good, but I think NTSA cannot stop us from making a law simply because they think this law is going to take away some of their responsibilities, some of their mandate. So, Madam Speaker, I support this bill, and I want to persuade members to also support it and overturn the recommendation by the committee that this bill should be rejected. Madam Speaker, I submit. Thank you.
Much Honorable Atandi. The Honorable Joseph Kahangara, member for Lari.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And from the onset, I stand to support this amendment to the NTSA bill. Madam Speaker, I think we all agree the border industry is very, very important. It is an industry that has created employment. One of the problems that we have in this country is the issues of unemployment. It has created a lot of employment to youth coming from school and starting working in the border industry. It has also provided transport from very interior areas where we don't have public transport, matatus and others. This is the industry that has been able to bridge that particular gap. And I think from what members have been contributing here, we'll all agree that as much as the industry is that important, there is a problem. And the problem is that members have said if you go to hospitals, most of the people there injured is through the border industry. The committee and the members who have spoken here have said that indeed there are enough regulations to govern this particular industry, and probably the issue of enforcement is a problem. What I would want to ask the committee, is it enough to say that we have regulations, while on the other side we agree that indeed there is a problem? We need to be practical and come up with a solution to the problem that you're finding in the industry. And as the member for Roiro had proposed, as Mheshimiwa Tandi has said, is that he wanted the border to be regulated from the regions, meaning that we have seen situations where thieves are using borders coming from one area to the other, and then they disappear. If these borders are registered, for example, within Kiambu, then the border borders will not be stolen and being taken to other areas. The border borders will not be used by thieves and that kind of thing. So for me, what I think is that other than killing this particular amendment, and Madam Speaker, let me say that we have seen it, that whenever members come up with private member bills, they're either taken over by government or by committees, and they end up being killed. In this particular case, I would urge members that because we all agree that there's a problem within the border industry, let us sit, let us go to the third reading, let us do the amendments that are necessary, and if the issue of enforcement is a problem, then the committee should be able to summon the people who are supposed to be doing the enforcement. Either we are saying that either the police officers are ignorant of the law, let them be educated on what they're supposed to be doing on our roads. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I would want to stand and support the amendment by Mheshimiwa King'ara and urge members that let us go to the third stage and reject the report of the committee that wants to kill the private members' amendment bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. The Honorable John Waweru, member for Dagoretti South.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate this opportunity. I also want to appreciate the honorable member representing Roiro constituency, because I think the people of Roiro need to just take note of how hardworking this member is in this house. This is a member who already has 2 green papers in this 13th session of Parliament. This is the work a member of Parliament is elected to do, to legislate. He's doing a great job. Madam Speaker, anytime we put up any law, we are seeking to cure some mischief. We are seeking to fill in some gaps that exist within the law. And Madam Speaker, when I went through what Honorable King'ara has, especially when he was formulating it, because we were having conversations, I was extremely excited. I had seen an opportunity for this country to start regulating the subsector of these 2-wheeled and 3-wheeled motor vehicles on the road. Madam Speaker, the proposals that he was able to distill down to were giving me an opportunity to, even at the third stage of this bill, to be able to introduce more amendments, Madam Speaker, where we start regulating and sanitizing the space of border borders and tuk-tuks in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I did look at the report of the committee. I combed through it with a tooth comb. Madam Speaker, I see a point of argument, yes, but I do not see the reason why we should throw away these amendments. The reason, Madam Speaker, is the fact that if the law already exists, the regulations are already in place, then the chaos we are seeing in this sector, Madam Speaker, the mayhem, the maiming on the roads, and the disorder and corruption around this space would not be existing. Madam Speaker, I say that it is a point of argument because there are people who are saying that maybe it is because these laws are not being enforced. Madam Speaker, enforcement is happening every day, from the policemen who are on the road to the regulations that have been put by NTSA and everything else that is happening in the attempt to clean up this space. It tells you that the problem is not at a subsidiary level. It is at a substantive law level. And that is what the Honorable King'ara is seeking to do. See a gap in the laws, try and fill up that gap, and that is why I'm standing, Madam Speaker, to support this bill. If we start doing what he is asking us to do under Section 4 and subsection 2, Madam Speaker, we shall well be on our way to moving in the direction that we are seeing Rwanda moving in. Madam Speaker, if you go to Rwanda, you shall see order. You shall see border borders that can never carry 2 billion passengers on one border. You shall see border borders that stop at traffic lights together with all the other motorized traffic. Madam Speaker, that is not happening here today. Not because we are not enforcing, but because we do not have substantive laws that can move towards sanitizing this space. Madam Speaker, to my mind, the border, the tuk-tuk, should be the last mile of transport from a bus stop to a gate. Madam Speaker, if we start looking at the laws that Honorable King'ara is proposing, we shall be able to put the border in its place, so that today you shall not be seeing a border speeding across a super highway where other traffic Matatus, buses, trucks are moving at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, and a boda trying to deliver a parcel is trying to speed along the same highway in a place where you are stipulated to only overtake on the right side of the road. But the boda cannot be in the middle of a highway trying to overtake on the right side of the road, because they'll have to cross lanes, Madam Speaker. The danger that comes to it is that the boda is now forced to overtake from the left side of the law on a blind spot of a driver, and this is why we are occasioning so many accidents on highways because of these three-wheeled and two-wheeled motorized traffic. Madam Speaker, I would want to ask honorable members to just look at the recommendations that have come from the Transport Committee and see them as a point of argument that can be allowed. Yes?
You are moving very well with the debate, but in the interest of time, I request you to conclude.
Madam Speaker, I'm very well guided. I shall conclude by requesting the House to look at the recommendations made by the Committee of Transport and Infrastructure and look at the recommendations that the Honorable Kingara is proposing and see the gap that they are seeking to fill. And because whatever is coming from the committee, for me, is a point of argument, let us argue it at the third reading, where we shall look at what is good from what is coming from Honorable Kingara, what is being proposed by the Transport Committee. Where there is a convergence of ideas, we can converge those ideas. Where there is a gap, let the amendments fill this gap so that we have a substantive law that looks into how we regularize and sanitize and tidy up the space of two-wheeled and three-wheeled motorized traffic on our highways. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Member for Dagoretti. Honorable members, time allocated to this motion has come to the end, and I therefore call upon the mover to reply. The Honorable Kingara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to reply to the said amendment. Madam Speaker, may I start by thanking this Honorable House for allowing me several opportunities to stand on floor.
Kingara, if you intend to donate, because I see a lot of interest on this matter, you may please do so before you reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that good guide. Then I propose I donate 2 minutes to my sister here. Then I donate another 2 minutes to Dr. Nyakach, yeah. Karachonyo, a member for Karachonyo. Who else? I also donate another 2 minutes for member for KWANZA. Then another 2 minutes for member. I think those are enough. Member for Mombasa, 2 minutes. Okay. Then Kiri, another 2 minutes. I think those are 8 minutes, Madam Speaker. I propose that we follow the same order, Madam Speaker, as I have mentioned.
The Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank Mheshimiwa Kingara for allowing me to add my voice to this. I support the proposed amendment, and I will go very briefly, simply because it creates job for our young people, and it is also adding value in terms of economic empowerment, and then accessibility. When people want to rush somewhere, it also helps them. It also saves time. Those people who want to get somewhere very quickly, they use that, and I support because of all that. And it has helped many people to overcome some challenges like poverty, or as we all know, idle mind is devil's workshop, and it has helped our young people to overcome all the challenges that comes by this. Before I conclude, Madam Speaker, I want to say that we need to regulate
and make sure that all boda riders are registered and they are given their registration number, the hours of operations also given, and also encourage them to have their own circles. And Madam Speaker, also have special medical cover because of the many accidents that have occurred in the past, and maybe proper guidance and training be given. And as I finish, counseling center to be also started so that those who are going through challenges and trauma can receive counseling at the right time. Thank you, and I support.
Thank you. The member for Karachuonyo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, one thing I must say about our transport system as regards border is lack of discipline. Lack of discipline by the cyclists themselves. I support the amendments. I support what Mheshimiwa King'ara is doing, but at the same time, we must emphasize on discipline by the road users, whether a pedestrian or the rider himself. And then, where the problem exists most is with the police, the enforcers of the law. I think they have relaxed so much that sometimes you think there is no law. There is no law because any rider is doing anything he likes. These are the kind of things we also need to confirm. But I do congratulate the honorable member for bringing this issue up, and I'm sure we all need to do some panel beating on whatever law that may be existing as of now before we go to the actual amendment. Thanks so much.
Honorable Tim Wanyonyi, member for Westlands.
Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. And just want to say, Madam Speaker, it's very important to have a regulation in place that will control and bring sanity in this sector of transport. It's very critical in our economy. And Madam Speaker, also that even the people who design our roads, this is now a reality. They must have a specific lane reserved for people riding on motorcycles, even bicycles and others, even pedestrian walk, because this is where the problem is, that they are squeezing themselves on the road that, Madam Speaker, is only designed for vehicles. So we believe that when this is put in order, I think, Madam Speaker, there will be a lot of sanity in this industry. And young people who are riding motorbicycles, Madam Speaker, some of them have genuine, they are doing something for their own living. So we support this amendment, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Zamzam, member for Mombasa.
Asante sana, Madam Speaker. Niweze kupongeza mjadala huu wa leo ndugu yetu Mheshimiwa Kanyari. Na mimi naweza kuchangia nikisema kuwa bodaboda wameleta uchumi wa Kenya kuwa bora zaidi. Bodaboda wameokoa maisha ya watu wengi kwa kuwa na wepesi wa usafiri. Bodaboda ni katika vijana ambao ni wa Kenya ambao wanatafuta pia ajira zao. Na mimi niwapongeze bodaboda wa Mombasa kwa sababu ni katika wale ambao wamekuwa na nidhamu ya hali ya juu. Licha hayo yote, kuna umuhimu sana wa kuweza kupiga msasa sheria na kuhakikisha kuwa pia wanapata pia sheria ya kuweza kuwaweka katika njia ya sawa. Tuweze kuangalia pia katika wale ambao wako katika asasi ya barabara, waweze kuwekewa barabara zao kando ili wasiweze kupita mahali ambapo kuna magari ambao husababisha ajali sana. Tuangalie pia waweze kujiandikisha ili tuijulikane kuwa bodaboda ipi ambayo imeleta maafa ama ipi ambayo imeibiwa, tutaweza kujua kwa wepesi. Niweze kusupport sana mjadala huu nikisema Kenya inahitaji sheria za kila upande, na sheria ni msumeno kata mbele na nyuma. Kuna wale wanaoharibia bodaboda sifa, na hao ndio ambao tutataka kupiga msasa. Tuangalie kuwa sheria na masharti natumika. Asante sana, Madam Speaker.
Asante. Honorable members, the last one on the list of those that the Honorable Kingara donated to is the Honorable Carido.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I also participate in supporting this proposed amendment on the border sector. This is a sector that is very crucial to the economy of this country. These are the people who are reliable mostly whenever transport is needed within the villages. And it's good that we restructure them by having this amendment so that they can know what to do. To me, I believe the borders should be fully registered. They should have circles from the village level and circles like those of Matato, Madam Speaker, so that we know each border that operates a certain route. Wherever there is a mess, it will be easy to identify what are the causes and which is the border that is involved. Also, it will maintain discipline, whereby each border will know that there are circles and they are responsible for their deeds. Therefore, Madam Speaker, this is an institution that we should strengthen. This is a sector that we take care of. And also, we should encourage the insurance to take care of the borders and at least give them the least possible cover that will take care of their motorbikes. Because most of them are not insured because of the high cost of insurance cover. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support this amendment.
Thank you very much, Member for Igembe Central. The Honorable Kingara, you have 2 minutes to conclude your reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to reply that the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill, Bill number 43, which has been shared by members. Madam Speaker, may I also thank each and every member who have taken his or her time to contribute to this amendment bill, which is of a lot of essence in our economy. I know some did not support. I accommodate members' feelings and contribution. And my request, Madam Speaker, to this Honorable House is to allow the bill to proceed through amendments. Madam Speaker, may I also share on hazard that I'm not rigid to contribution. I have a bunch of contribution here, Madam Speaker, from members. It is for this House to arrange laws to serve our country. I gave examples, Madam Speaker, of how we started with this industry. I gave also examples how the industry is mushrooming and growing, and if there is no sanity, Madam Speaker, I see ourselves going astray. Rather than going astray, Madam Speaker, I wish that we use such legislation to arrange matters which can lead to sanity in this country. So I want to support the members who are with me. I want to support who are not with me, and I wish that they join me so that we make good law in this country. Thank you, Madam.
The reply.
I move to reply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, putting of the question is deferred. Next order.
Order number 10, the Health Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2022, second reading.
The Honorable Didmas Barasa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, this Health Amendment Bill, number 2 of 2022, seeks to amend the health laws of this country so that the Ministry of Health can develop policies that will guide the referral of a patient from one facility to the other. It also includes, that the minister concerned will, in liaison with the various stakeholders, they will be able to come up with a policy guideline with guiding principles that will ensure smooth transfer of patients from one hospital to the other, both locally and internationally. Madam Speaker, this is important because as we speak today, the referral of patients from one hospital to the other is done haphazardly. One doctor may decide to refer you to a different facility simply because he is moody, he is tired, he doesn't have the time. So we want the transfer of patients from one facility to the other to be guided by law. Madam Speaker, I want, before I begin to prosecute this bill, I want to bring to the attention of the House that I'm most thankful to the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly because a very experienced lawyer was assigned to me. We worked together in terms of combing through the existing laws, identifying the gaps. As you are all aware, that laws are made to solve a public problem. So I'm very, very thankful for the support that I got from the legal counsel that was seconded to my office and to me by the Clerk of the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, I have gone through the report by the Committee on Health. I've gone through their recommendations, their findings. I want to draw the attention of the House to a letter that was written to the Committee on Health by the PS of Health, Mr. Peter K. Toom, the Principal Secretary. The basis of this letter, Madam Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of the House that the committee lifted the contents of this letter and it formed their basis of rejecting my proposed amendments. I will go through them one by one. Madam Speaker, the ministry says that they developed a Kenya health sector referral strategy in 2014 to guide the whole of this process. They also say that they are in the process of developing a policy guideline on medical tourism, which they have already initiated. They say so in this letter. They also go ahead to say that they have established a committee comprising of medical experts to review and vet referrals for medical treatment abroad to ensure compliance to the rules. They also go ahead to say that the rules that provides a roadmap on how a patient is transferred from one hospital to the other are contained in the rules of dental or medical dental practitioners. It is on this basis that they advised the committee to persuade this House not to proceed with these amendments that are to give them time to implement and do what they are doing. Madam Speaker, this is not enough reason why a bill that seeks to solve a public problem can be shelved. Madam Speaker, the thing that they are talking about being rules that are being enforced by medical practitioners, those are subsidiary legislations. And they are also not specific to the problem that I seek to solve. I want the House to ignore the contents of this letter. I want the House to ignore the recommendations by the committee, and I want to thank the Speaker of the National Assembly by allowing this bill to proceed to this stage, even when the committee felt that it should not proceed. Madam Speaker, I have also gone through the other letters that other stakeholders sent to the committee. The Kenya Private Sector Alliance supported my amendments. They have also provided suggestions on how this bill can be improved further. And I want to assure them that I will put their suggestions, their proposals into enriching this bill. Madam Speaker, we also have another organization called Coalition of Blood for Africa. They have also supported my proposed amendments. They have also suggested the other ways on how we can improve this bill further, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we speak today, there is no substantive law that health facilities and practitioners will follow into ensuring the dignity of the patients that are being transferred from one facility to the other. We have some who have just devised their own methodology. We have some facilities that have come up with very good policies, but we want to ensure that we have a law that guides transfer of patients from one hospital to the other, including transfer of patients from this country to the rest of this country. Today, Madam Speaker, if you are a doctor and you have a clinic across the borders of this country, say of Uganda, you can decide to be driven by the appetite to make more money and refer that patient to your own clinic across the country. I am also aware, Madam Speaker, that there may exist some health practitioners in this country may be colluding with the other facilities across this, outside this country, in India, in China, that they usually act as conduits to refer patients, even when the reason why they are being referred to is not merited. This bill, Madam Speaker, seeks to ensure that even before a patient is referred, this is a very good bill. This is an idea that can be improved by this House. When a member of Parliament brings a bill or a motion on the floor, the essence is to tap into the intelligence of more than 300 members who have got different expertise, Madam Speaker. So I bring this idea in the name of a bill, Health Amendment Act of 2022, before this House, so that we can improve and ensure that no Kenyan will suffer because of a lack of following a procedure, or rather just being referred to another facility for the sake of the referring agency making some money. This bill, Madam Speaker, it seeks to compel the government of Kenya and the ministry through the referring institution that they will also, even as they are referring, they must also inform the Kenyan embassy or the Kenyan consular from where this patient is going, so that the government of Kenya can also continue to offer some bit of logistical support in terms of understanding that how many citizens of this country are being treated in which part of the world, in which hospital, so that it also becomes the responsibility of our ambassadors and high commissions, that wherever they also have an added responsibility of taking stock of the number of Kenyans who are undergoing treatment in their country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, The committee also felt like these regulations are enough to stop this bill from proceeding. Regulations are not superior to the laws. The hierarchy of laws in this country are made in a way that the Constitution comes number one. Number two is acts of parliament. Then the regulations comes third. Many health facilities and health practitioners, they don't take regulations as serious as when it's in the law. And there is nothing wrong. There is no harm. When I was coming up with this bill, I looked at the existing regulations. I looked at the existing strategy on referral from the ministry. And I found out that they were not specific. So I have decided to enrich them and anchor them in the law of this country, so that the health facilities and the health practitioners can continue to be guided by this law, Honorable Speaker. I want to ask the members of parliament, I want to ask the Kenyan people who have been suffering due to lack of referral policy, where a patient goes to seek medical attention from a facility, and because of the negligence, because of laziness of the person in charge of that facility, decides that I'm not going to attend to this patient and refers that patient to another facility. Maybe in some instances, Honorable Speaker, patients are referred to facilities that are run by the same people, not because they are unable to provide a solution to what ails a patient, but they are driven to make more money, because, you know, when you are referred, you are psychologically begin to think that this is a very serious problem, and they take it as an advantage to extort patients, to demand for more money, more expensively, on a matter that could easily be treated by that health facility. Honorable Speaker, I want to go further and ask members of parliament that our role is to make the life of the Kenyan people easy, not difficult. Our role is to take an audit of existing problems and provide a solution by amending the existing laws. It is on this basis, Honorable Speaker, that I decided, in consultation with the other members of parliament, in consultation with the office of the Clerk of the National Assembly, in consultation with the office of the Speaker of the National Assembly, in drafting this piece of legislation that seeks to repeal or amend the health laws of this country, so that we have a framework that will guide practitioners, that will guide doctors in this country, that will guide health facilities to follow in, or rather to be informed by them on when and how there would be need to transfer a patient from one facility to the other. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to belabor much, but I want to, with the utmost humility, call upon my sister, a very serious woman in this country, the Honorable Gathoni Wamshomba, the Member of Parliament for Githunguri constituency, and even as I ask her to second, I want to sincerely thank the people of Githunguri for bringing her to this house, for actually going ahead of us to identify her as a person who is driven by the desire to see the welfare of the people of Githunguri better and keep improving every day and every time. So I ask Honorable Wamchomba to second.
Very well. Honorable Wamchomba, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to take this opportunity first to congratulate and to thank my brother, the Honorable Didmus Baraza, the young, vibrant, energetic member of parliament serving on his second term, representing the great constituency of Kimilili, and taking the bold step to air and voice a concern through his parliamentary obligation to bring an amendment to amend Health Act so that he can consider the dire need of the people whom we represent. Honorable Speaker, I'm very humbled to be standing here to second this proposed amendment by the Honorable Baraza as a woman leader, as a mother, and as a representative of the people of Githunguri constituency. Honorable Speaker, it is sad because I have gone through all the letters and memorandum of understanding that has been submitted to the respective committee in favor of this proposed amendment. Honorable Speaker, I have read submissions from KEPSA. I have read submissions from Kenya Health Sector, submissions from Coalition for Blood for Africa, and in summary, all the submissions are in support of this proposed amendment. We can never do a better service for the people we represent in this House if we cannot be able to embrace this kind of proposal. A proposal that seeks to regularize through a policy the ways and styles in which our medical practitioners have been referring our patients. Remembering, Honorable Speaker, that all of us are victims and we can become patients, and we have been patients in the past. Honorable Speaker, I come from Githunguri, which is a rural constituency. We have just had the opportunity to have one upcoming referral hospital. And we look forward to the completion of that hospital, which is supposed to be a referral hospital. And we'll be very happy to have a policy which is going to guide on referral system, because we also want to make sure that the facility that is coming up in Githunguri benefit the people of Githunguri and the neighboring sub-counties of Gatundu North, Gatundu South, and Ruiru and Limuru constituencies. So a policy to guide on this referral system would be very much welcome. Honorable Speaker, during COVID, when we were not able to move around, we had a crisis that bestowed on patients who were previously referred to other countries like India, and COVID caught them in those foreign countries. I remember we were receiving a lot of distress calls, emails, and contacts for us to be able to rescue our own patients who were referred into those countries. They were locked during lockdown. They were not able to pay for their hotel bills, their hospitality bills, and even medication bills. Some of those referrals, Mr. Speaker, that are done to those countries, I do believe, and I have a conviction as a Kenyan, that we have hospitals here in Kenya who have all the equipment and qualities of practitioners that can be able to attend to those cases. But we are quick to refer them to such facilities because of this new paradigm shift in medication called medical tourism. This medical tourism comes with token. And there are some people who are motivated by those tokenism. And therefore, the many referrals they make to certain hospitals outside the country, they are paid commissions. This is done as a way of earning revenue for those practitioners, exploiting our patients and our voters. It is therefore viable for us as lawmakers to support this kind of amendment so that we can protect our patients and our voters from such exploitations. Mr. Speaker, it is always good for us to come up with a policy guideline that is going to guide us on who can afford what in referral. Because sometimes we find patients being referred to facilities that they cannot afford. And as members of parliament, I'm sure you can attest to that, we are constantly in Harambes, in fundraising ceremonies and functions, raising money to support such cases where people have to go to a certain facility for treatment, but they cannot afford. But because the chief doctor has referred, the patient has to attend. And therefore, we have become slaves, we have burdens to pay, and we cannot afford. So we need to have a system where, before a doctor or a practitioner refers a patient, due diligence on whether this patient can afford to pay for the services that are being referred to is very important. Sometimes we refer patients to facilities because we have interest in the referral, but we don't care whether the patient can afford. This is very important, and we need to come up with a clear referral system. Mr. Speaker, where I come from, we have had patients who are referred to Kenyatta National Hospital from Githunguri, but they cannot get or access a referral mobile device. I mean an ambulance that is well equipped. Sometimes we get calls as leaders that a patient has been referred to Kenyatta, but there is no oxygenated ambulance, or we don't have quality facilities that are needed for that referral on an emergency. So I wonder, when the doctor is referring, do they ask whether we have a standby ambulance that can be able to sort the situation? Because we have even lost lives on the roads as we try to refer patients, yet we can save that life by making sure that we provide the required intervention before we refer them. Some patients have died at the lounges of hospitals as they wait for the processing of the referral documents. Recently, Mr. Speaker, I had a case in Kiambu Hospital where a patient died at the lounge, at the waiting room, as they waited for the nurses and the health assistants and technicians to prepare a document for referral. Now, we need a clear guideline. What is supposed to be done step by step? I mean for both onbound and inbound patients. Mr. Speaker, as I finalize on seconding this wonderful amendment, allow me to register my disappointment with the response that the Committee of Health received from communication from the PS in charge of Health, Peter K. Toom, Principal Secretary, Health. The communication says, the ministry in 2014 developed a Kenya health sector referral strategy, and they have also been in the process of developing a policy guideline on medical tourism. This health sector sectoral referral strategy, Mr. Speaker, was started in 2014, and to date, they have not completed making a strategy. So are we going to wait for another 20 years for the strategy to be completed so that...
Please add Honorable Omichomba 1 minute.
Most humbled, thank you. Are we going to wait for another? Because from 2014 to date, 2023, how many years has the ministry taken to make this strategy? And are we going to allow them to take further more years to finish a strategy so that the honorable member who is elected by the people to be allowed to make this amendment? So we cannot stop making an amendment to help the people of Kenya because we are waiting for the ministry to come up with a strategy. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I second the amendment by the Honorable Baraza, and I am proud that this son of Kimilili has done us proud by bringing this wonderful amendment to save our people. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Health Amendment number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2022, be read a second time. First on the, to have a bite on this is Honorable Wanyonyi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity. I also want to thank Honorable Dismas Barasa, in a local language, I call him Kuka. It's my grandfather. I want to say that this is a very, very important amendment, Mr. Speaker, that Honorable Barasa has come up with, and I believe each one of us, as a member of parliament, we've had one case or the other in terms of a patient, either a relative or a neighbor or just somebody from your constituency that has been moved from one facility to the other facility. I have a case when I saw this amendment of my own brother who actually was transferred without my knowledge to another facility because the doctor at that time had an interest in that particular facility, and where he was, he had no interest. It's a private hospital. Mr. Speaker, I ended up losing my older brother on the same. We are not refusing, and the bill does not say you don't do the referral. It is true, but you see, for you to move a patient from one particular hospital to the other, be it private to the to another hospital which is according to facilities, first you must check whether it is true where he is gone to. The receptive in that particular hospital has all the facilities that this one doesn't have. We've had this one just being done haywire, and with nothing specifically, Mr. Speaker, to show cause. And of course, we have had a case where we preferred most of our patients to India. Currently, Mr. Speaker, again, with reference, I have a patient who is in India. I don't even know how the family ended up sending the patient to India because the particular hospital in India has an agent in Kenya. His is just to get the patients to be transferred to his particular hospital. Now I'm being requested to attend Harambee to send money to India because the family is not able to pay for that particular facilities. And therefore, I think let's have some bit of discipline. We are not medical doctors, but we regulate for this country. And it's only fair, therefore, that we also say enough is enough. It's also fair to say, okay, fine, given whatever we have experienced as members of public, because everything else refers to these members of parliament. Whatever it is, whether it's a funeral or whatever, you said, go and see your member of parliament, get so many phones going for Harambee, what have you, and you find that actually that patient died in a third hospital. So I want to say that much as we are saying what we are saying, but of course, again, there's a very important thing. Honorable Ditmas did not include the NHIF. Again, we need to have, as members of parliament, to insist that our people who have elected us here have what they call National Hospital Insurance Fund. That again helps. And they know the referral may not even go in for that. So long as they know that Ditmas will come and assist them in paying for the hospital bills, they are referred from Bungoma to Mombasa. You can imagine. And most of the time, patients actually die at the facilities, like the second of this motion was saying, that she had a case where somebody was just sitting there and, well, ended up having a problem. So let's have some sanity, Mr. Speaker, and I think this particular bill of amendment, I think it's just coming to give us sanity in whatever we do, so that we don't have cases where people anyhowly can be moved from one place to the other just because of the personal interest of the doctors. They are professionals. We respect the doctors for the professionals, but some of them actually outgo. They overstretch their professionalism by doing what I think is not the right thing to do. With those few remarks, I want to thank Honorable Dismas for coming up with this very simple, clear amendment that can be able to help our people, and therefore let's support this amendment so that our professionals, our colleagues who are actually doctors, I have a case where he just mentioned, I don't want to mention the name, where one of the doctors referred a patient to Uganda. You can't believe that. You can't believe that, but referred a patient to Uganda because he had some interest. Let's stop this kind of thing. And please, doctors, we are not criticizing you, but we are saying some of you are doing the wrong things. I support this amendment. Thank you.
The Honorable Adan Haji, Mandera West. Oh, very well. Then the Honorable Kiunjuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And from the onset, I start to support. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the most important amendments that we shall ever have in the health sector. And may I start by saying that the Member of Parliament is acting within his mandate. We are elected to make laws and amend them when it's necessary. If you look at the response given by the ministry, it is as if the Member of Parliament is seeking favor to bring about the amendment. May I say this amendment is in good faith. It is good for our people. It is good for this country. And by doing so, the Member of Parliament is only trying to help or assist the ministry in what they have not been able to do for the last 9 years. They are admitting, yes, this is a very important amendment that should come up, but since 2014, they have not been able to do so. My question is, for how long shall Kenyans suffer because of laxity or inefficiency, ineffectiveness of our civil servants? And therefore, it begs on us as members of Parliament to take our responsibilities seriously, because whichever way, our duty, why we are elected, is to come and do exactly that, to ensure that our people are not suffering. We should even be able not only to push on how our patients are referred, but even ask ourselves, how much can this government spend to ensure there is a workable referral hospital in every county in this country? Ensure that every county is properly facilitated so that this movement is even curtailed, that referrals are only made within the county, because all the 47 counties can have workable institutions that can be able to handle these emergencies. We are even going to push further by asking ourselves several questions. I heard Wamushoba say that in our county, a patient was to be referred, but they could not even move her because they even didn't have money or means of transporting them. In my own county, a week ago, a house was burned down, 4 members were victims, 3 died instantly, and 1 was to be referred to Kenyatta National Hospital. It took almost 8 hours to refer this patient. By the time he arrived in Nairobi, he was pronounced dead. 8 hours was enough to save the life of this gentleman. But because we have no means of ensuring that we handle emergencies, Kenyans are really suffering. And therefore, it will be important for us even to bring up amendments, ensure that emergencies are emergencies. Nobody knew that that house will be burned on that night. nobody ever can predict when they will have accident. And therefore, it is also important to ensure that we have either subsidized facilities or we can be able to have free transportation, free referral to emergency cases in this country. And those are some of the areas that we should be able to explore as members of parliament to ensure that the people, poor people in this country are not do not continue suffering because they are not well endowed and they are financially not stable. We should also be able to ensure that we gazette all the institutions that are qualified to handle emergency cases and referral cases. Because again, you can see what the member is asking for is that we ensure that adequate measures are taken to establish whether the health institutions to which patients are referred to within and outside the country possesses adequate health equipment and health personnel. These are issues that should be done early enough. Let us gazette all the private institutions, county, and national government facilities that can be able to handle referral cases to ensure that it's efficiency, that our patients are being referred not to favor a certain institution, not to favor a certain Dr. Fred or a certain doctor, but because these facilities qualifies to handle these cases. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, what you'll be asking is to carry a comprehensive reform in the health sector and also ensure that, again, the debate is once again introduced, either through a national conversation once again, and that is why we are talking of reforms in this country. That is why we are talking of even having a referendum in this country. Because there are some of these issues that now need to be discussed once again. There are counties that are willing to hand over their facilities to national government, but the mechanism to do so must be properly established. We have to ask ourselves, is it the high time to look at the issue in the Constitution on health issues that are affecting our people? If you look at the most important things that any government can do for its people, is first of all to ensure that they are properly fed, ensure that they have proper education, but above all, health care in any country is so important, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I have no reason that we should be able to support this amendment and ensure that any institution that is serious, they should not wait until members of parliament brings amendments to come and tell us that we are in the process of doing so. Let them come together. If they have a better way of doing so, let them bring the ideas, what they need to be done to the member who is capable, and we can be able to amend the law accordingly. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Let me acknowledge and seated in the public gallery the students of Titus Ngoyoni Memorial Primary of Laisamis constituency, Marsabit County. Is the honorable member for Laisamis in the house? Very well. Let's now have Honorable Catherine Omanyo, Busia County Women Rep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whenever I hear anything to do with health, I tag myself to every word, every comma, every full stop. First of all, every case that is taken to the hospital should be treated as an emergency. And every institution as a hospital should be well equipped. I support this motion. It's, I think, a bill. I support fully because in Kenya, most hospitals, when you go there and you have no shilling, you will die. In fact, they should add that anyone who goes to hospital, whether they have money or not, they should be treated first, because that is why the doctors and nurses are in that hospital, to save lives first, not to make money first. And it looks like in Kenya, if you do not have actually money, you cannot be looked into, you cannot be treated. And
this comes because of also the gap between the rich and the poor. So people are more drawn to rush to support or help somebody who appears to be moneyed. So this bill is good for all of us. You can never know where anything, an emergency can get you. Whether you are a president or a boda boda rider, Wanjiku Nafula, anything can happen to you. You can wake up in the morning with your 2 feet, your 2 arms, everything intact, and without precautions or whatever, an accident happens. And when an accident happens, if you were able, you become disabled if nobody actually takes a step first. So every institution, whether private or public, I think we should have a section where everybody, whatever is called as an emergency, unconscious, somebody who is immobile, when they are taken to their hospitals, they should serve or treat that person first before asking how they will pay. Thank you.
The Honorable Abdul Haro, Mandera South, is in the House, not being the House. Next is the Honorable John Kaguchia, is in the House. Then let's have the Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support this bill brought about by my friend, which seeks to insert a new section in the Act of 2027, number 21, that's section 79. I mean 2017, sorry, I correct, 2017. And that is section 79, where they are seeking to insert a section relating to the referral systems. I agree with the amendment, Mr. Speaker, within and outside the country, because as it is right now, Mr. Speaker, there is no clear system of referring a patient from either a local institution to another or even outside the country. Mr. Speaker, we have a very serious problem at the Ministry of Health. That is the ministry that is charged with the health sector of this country. But where you find the largest number of cartels and the misuse of public resources is the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, when I hear the Permanent Secretary saying that they need to be given time to deliver it on something that started in 2014, that's a joke. Health sector is a various sector in this country, Mr. Speaker. We need to be sensitive to our citizens. We need to be sensitive to the poor people, because those are the people who feel it. Mr. Speaker, I am of the opinion that we start now arguing the government and pushing the government to have a referral hospital in every sub-county. Mr. Speaker, I have had cases where a public health center is referring a patient to a private hospital, knowing that there is a public sub-county hospital. Mr. Speaker, we are having a serious problem. And some of these people, they are not only doctors, they are even clinical officers. We have a problem. You find a clinical officer making a referral. Why? Because the sector is not well programmed such that the doctors take full responsibility. Mr. Speaker, we have the NHIF. Part of what NHIF should be doing is to establish medical facilities in every constituency in support of the counties, so that now we have enhanced medical provisions, and therefore, when it comes to local transfers of patients, that one is taken care of, Mr. Speaker. We have a problem of transportation. Mr. Speaker, I grew up in the insurance sector, and there is what we call a ambulance system, or evacuation system. We have no evacuation system in our sub-counties or even the counties. I urge Mr. Decimus, please put in that bill that we must have a compulsory evacuation system, which is distributed equally to all parts of the county. It is very important, Mr. Speaker. And some of these evacuations, people have killed that sector because of interest in ambulance systems or private arrangement. Mr. Speaker, the other problem that I note is that the credibility of some of these hospitals where patients are referred to. And the worst is when they are referred to private hospitals which are lacking facilities, and we know there are hospitals in this country which have facilities. That needs to be looked at. Mr. Speaker, the overseas treatment. We have had so many patients evacuated from this country and taken for medical treatment overseas. There is no guidelines of taking citizens from this country to outside countries. There is no connectivity between the Kenya embassy in those countries, between the consulate in those countries. There is no information. People are making private arrangement. And when something happens like what happened during COVID, there were so many Kenyans who suffered outside, particularly in India. So we have to have a guideline. And when the minister says, or the PS says that we wait, we cannot wait until when the problem arises. Mr. Speaker, we need coordination. The Kenyan embassy outside there need to be informed of what is happening. When a Kenyan leaves this country, they need to be given a protocol experience. What we have noticed is that the Minister of Education and Minister of Health don't even care. They don't even take it into consideration. What normally happens is this private arrangement. Kenyans are pushed into the airplane. Some of them have died in the airplanes. Some of them are going to foreign countries where they are not, the weather is not very good, and they end up dying. It leaves then the family to have the He is occupying that office to sort out a problem, not to delay. In actual fact, the Committee of Health should be held accountable for the failures of the ministries, of the ministry. I should have expected Dr. Pokusa, the chairman of the Health Committee, to be here, but it seems he is not taking this matter very seriously. I have had a situation where a doctor has referred a Kenyan in West Kenya to Uganda. Really? Are we serious? And he's a medical practitioner. I wish I know him. I need to ask Dr. Pokusa to tell me the name of that doctor because he comes from Western Kenya. It's a very serious thing. Mr. Speaker, it's the high time that the national government start working hand in hand with the county government. The business of taking Kenyans lightly is long overdue. So I thank you, the potential governor of Bungoma, for bringing this motion, and we will support, we ensure that it passes, and it must be enacted. So, Mr. Speaker, I truly can share the sentiment of the proposer, and I really support this bill, and ask that within this bill, we need to put a section that the government, through NHIF, should accept to send cesarean section. We need to be mindful of our mothers. We need to be mindful of the life of that mother. That's not the end of giving birth. So you can imagine a mother given 3, 4, 5 cesareans every time they give birth. I know people from Mombasa, they give 4, 5 times birth, 4, 5 times. You can imagine what the ladies go through. So we should avoid those kind of issues happening. And it happens because we have no systems of referrals. And therefore, I urge you, all the members, we support this bill, we implement it so that now we can move forward to providing good health care for our citizens. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable John Bwire, and that will be his maiden. So therefore, no interference. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me first to appreciate my colleague, Honorable Didmas. We have always agreed on so many things, including this one, that it is high time that we regulate the process of referral of patients outside the country. I want to concur with my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, that the problem in the country is that we have literally commercialized everything, including our right to health. I say so because, Mr. Speaker, I come from a constituency that is in the border of Kenya and Tanzania. And in fact, my people always tell me that our sub-county hospital has been reduced to be a lodging. You only go there, eat, and sleep. There is no medication. There is no even simple diagnosis services like X-ray, MRI, and CT scan. And I think, Mr. Speaker, and especially when I speak for Taveta constituency, the problem has always been this issue of referral. We have cheaper services across the border in Tanzania, and if you were to go today in our hospital, Mr. Speaker, you will easily, even for a headache, you will be easily told, go to KCMC in Moshi, you will be treated there. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I say, I want to support the proposed amendment by my colleague, Mr. Didmas Barasa. But having looked at the law, Mr. Speaker, and having consulted my colleague, I understand the problem that he seeks, the mischief that he seeks to cure, as more of not a gap in the law, but merely an enforcement issue. And why do I say so, Mr. Speaker? I happened to this morning come across a legislation that is the Medical Practitioners and Dentists Act. Mr. Speaker, when you look at that legislation, section 23, it also gives power to the cabinet secretary to enact regulations to ensure that there is the proper administration of health services in Kenya. And pursuant to that provision, Mr. Speaker, there are some regulations, there's some rules that are called the Medical Practitioners Dentist into bracket referral of patients abroad rules 2017. Mr. Speaker, when you look at these rules, they clearly cover what Mr. Didmas wants to introduce. And that is why I mentioned to him, if the issue is about enforcement, if the issue is about failure by medical practitioner in compliance of the rules of 2017 merely because they are subsidiary legislation, then my proposal is, why don't we enact, why don't we pick whatever is good from these rules and put them as part of section 79A that he wants to introduce. For example, Mr. Speaker, if you look at rule number 3.1, the rules expressly indicate that before a referral is done abroad, 3 conditions must be met. Condition number 1, there is evidence that there is inadequate expertise or medical facility to handle the condition locally. That is condition number 1. Condition number 2, Mr. Speaker, is that there must be evidence that the referral will be most cost-effective option for the patient. And condition number 3, Mr. Speaker, is that the patient has opted to seek medical intervention or management abroad where public resources are not used. So, Mr. Speaker, my thinking is every issue that member has raised including the issue of irregularities presented during referrals of patients abroad, are clearly captured here. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I looked at these regulations. They actually also provide for penalty if a medical practitioner refers a patient abroad in contravention with these rules. So, Mr. Speaker, my proposal is, if the issue is about enforceability of these rules, why don't we pick them and put them in an act of parliament? Why do I say so, Mr. Speaker? Because the proposal that Mr. Didmas is saying, he proposed that the cabinet secretary prepares policy guidelines. The policy guidelines, in fact, in my view, in terms of hierarchy of ranking, in terms of law, they come lower than rules that have been passed by the cabinet secretary. So if the cabinet secretary has passed these rules and there is no implementation, then why don't we have them enacted in the act so that we amend section 79A to include the rules that are already there to ensure that those gaps in law are correctly dealt with, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those submissions, I've actually shared with my colleague section 23 of the Medical Practitioners and Dentists Act, and I've also shared with him the regulations, and I've requested, and I've actually told him that we can sit down with him, agree, and see how we are going to improve this amendment of section 79A of the Health Act. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Well spoken, and this came up also early in the morning during the early debates. And I think the cabinet secretaries are being called to order that they need to enforce and implement the regulations thereof that they have made or have not made. Where they have not made them, they need to make them, because the same argument did rise on the floor of this House early in the morning. Now let's have Honorable Rueda Obo, Lamu.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipatia nami nafasi nami nichangie katika hii sheria. Bwana Spika, mwanzo ningependa kumpongeza ndugu Mheshimiwa Baraza. Hii sheria naiunga mkono na ningeomba sheria hii iwe rahisi kutumika. Isiwe sheria ngumu kuwatatiza wagonjwa. Kitengeza sheria iwekwe kwa kamati, mujadiliane, wabunge wahusishwe, hata sisi tukitaka kuja huko tuje kama marafiki wa hii committee, manake haya ni mambo yanatuhusu na ni mambo yanatutatiza kila wakati. Bwana Spika, ningependa wagonjwa katika sheria hiyo ya rufaa iwe watapewa uhuru wa kwenda popote pale wataka kutibiwa, kwa sababu kumekuwa na mtindo kwamba mgonjwa anataka kwenda yeye mwenyewe, pengine anaweza kwenda au alienda matibabu India au anataka kurudi tena India, unazungushwa madaktari, unaambiwa nenda kwa our Kenya Medical Practitioner and Pharmacist Dentist Union usainiwe. Ukifika kule wanakuambia sisi hatuwezi kusaini, unaambiwa tafuta daktari akusainie. Daktari ukienda anakuzungusha, anasema hawezi kusaini, anasema kitu hiki inafanyika Kenya. Sasa kama kitu hiko inafanyika Kenya, mnamkataza mtu asiende kule anaamini kwamba atafanyiwa, na kule unafanywa kwa rahisi. Gharama za matibabu kule ni rahisi. Kwa nini hapa Kenya basi pia isiingilie matibabu yakawa rahisi? Kitu kama ni procedure hapa inafanyiwa, unaona hapa pengine ukienda hiyo procedure inakugharimu 300,000. Ukienda India pamoja na tikiti kwenda na kurudi haifiki hiyo 300,000. Na ukienda kule unaangaliwa mwili mzima, unaangalia kila kitu kwa gharama hizo hizo. Kwa hivyo isiwe katika sheria inawasaidia madaktari wawe wenye kuwafungia wale wanataka wenyewe kwenda au wanaamini kule atapata matibabu vizuri zaidi. Iwe kule wale wanawaruhusu, na wale wanataka kufanyiwa hapa Kenya pia iwapatie mbinu rahisi ya ambao mtu ajua tu procedure ni hii, nikienda kama ni referral inaenda hivi. Bwana Spika, ningeomba pia Mheshimiwa Baraza ikija huko kwa kamati, muhakikishe kila region kuwe na kamati ya kusema kwamba wanaangalia madaktari. Huyo amesema mama aende akafanyiwa operation ya mtoto, kutolewa mtoto, ichunguzwe ni kweli kabla hata ifanyike au baada pia kufanyika. Waone kulikuwa na dharura ya kweli huyu mama kwenda kufanyia operation, ikuwe ya region, kwa sababu mengine yatakana mambo ya haraka. Pia ikiwe na ya national ya kuchunguza, ndio daktari pia achunguzwe, aonekane kwamba mbona amefanya operation nyingi kwake tu, inakuwa kila mzazi akienda ni operation. Tujue kama sehemu zingine, nchi zingine zinafanya hivyo. Pili, kwa hiyo itabidi sisi tujipange hapa kama bunge na pia ministry ijipange, kuwe na hospitali za rufaa za kila region. Manake hapa Kenya kuna hospitali 6 kubwa, zile level 6. Lakini ukiangalia hizo level 6 ziko region moja. Ukiangalia cost nzima hakuna level 6 hata moja. Kisha bado watu huku wanazungumza one man one shilling one vote. Na ambapo hizo hospitali za faa ziwe hapo. Mtu akitoka Lamu kuja Kenyatta Hospital kama level 6 ya karibu yetu ni hii hapa. Mtu atoke Kiunga anatoka vipi paka kufika huku? Gharama ngapi? Watu wanaishia kumalizikia King Fahad pale, hawana uwezo wa kufika paka huku. Au referral yetu kubwa ni Coast General. So katika hii sheria ihakikishe pia izungumzie mambo ya hiyo level 6. Kila region at least kuwe na level 6 moja. Pia kuna rufaa ingine ile ya lazima, ile ya kufa, msisahau pia hiyo. Hiyo ni matatizo, manake hiyo rufaa hiyo sengine tunasikitika na kulitolewa executive order ya kusema mgonjwa, lakini mgonjwa akifariki hospitali maiti sishikwe. Lakini utaona tunaitwa wabunge, procedure ndefu, sijui paka ukatafute title, utafute nini, ambapo huo mgonjwa amefariki ashapata rufaa ya lazima. Hakuna haja kuweka maiti pale. Tena hospitali ni ya public. Kisha unashikilia huyo maiti paka alipe, watu wafanye harambe, watu wafanye michango. Katika hiyo sheria pia mweke hiyo rufaa ya lazima. Bwana Spika, yako mengi ya kuzungumza, lakini naona wenzangu pia wana hamu ya kuzungumza. Acha niachie hapo, asante.
Asante sana kwa kupeana nafasi kwa wenzako. The next to speak on this is the Honorable Tandaza. You are next.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this very important and urgent matters on health. Honorable Speaker, matters on health are in our Constitution, Article 43, which clearly states that every Kenyan has a right to the highest attainable standard of health. He does not only have a right for health, but the highest standard of health. That is what the Constitution says, the supreme law of this land. Honorable Speaker, for any country to develop amongst the 12 pillars of competitiveness for any nation, health is number 4. So we cannot downplay the importance of health when it comes to the nation, especially our country, Kenya. But how is health handled in this country? As the previous speakers have said, there has been marginalization in terms of health facilities in this country. Point home is my county, Kwale. We do not have a referral hospital. Not only a referral hospital, but even a level 5 hospital. Not even a level 4 hospital. And this is a whole county. So you can imagine, when it comes to actualizing the Constitution in the right of every Kenyan, having the highest standard of health, and you have somebody from Kwale County where within the whole of that county, there isn't even a referral hospital, not even a level 5 hospital. So we end up now with these expensive referrals that, thanks to Honorable Didmas Baraza, who has brought it to the attention of this House, that we need a clear policy. We need not only guidelines, but policies as an act of parliament, which can be taken more seriously, unlike what the PS was referring to. In fact, it saddens me that a PS would object to a motion which will make his work easier. It will streamline his department. It will streamline his operations to make it easier, which to me, he should have been the first one to say, this is something that should have come like yesterday. So, Honorable Speaker, this motion must be supported, not only as a motion, but actually be made into a bill so that it can be enacted as an act of parliament and follow to the letter and operationalized. Honorable Speaker, our doctors, unfortunately, just like many other professionals, I'm not just singling doctors, but we know our professionals do not adhere to the highest standards when it comes to their ethics. We've had cases in this country, Honorable Speaker, where when tycoon, in most cases corruption, one is taken to court for corruption cases, he'll only collude with some doctors to actually refer him to a hospital abroad, and he goes to abroad, therefore evading the due process of law, and he stays there indefinitely. After all, he has all the money that he had obtained from the taxpayer through corrupt means. You know, this is not money that he's worked for. So he ends up enjoying that money in that country. As the mover of this bill has said, there are no clear guidelines that if he is to move to Mauritius, for, let's say, the consulate or the embassy in that country, there is no regulation, there are no rules. It's not law that he has to report, that the commissioner has to be informed or the ambassador has to be informed. So he literally, instead of moving to a hospital, he only checks in on the first day and moves into a resort and enjoys his money there. So this bill is so critical, even on matters fighting corruption in this country. It's not only about health, but it even cross-cuts the other areas. And we know corruption has been a big issue in this country. So since our doctors are not exempt, and we know we have corrupted doctors, they could be few, but for those few, they really do a lot of damage when it comes to matters referral. Honorable Speaker, when we are referring a patient from Kwale to Kenyatta National Hospital, has that doctor considered the cost, the time, that whole process of moving that patient, or is simply saying, now just go out and die? Remember, the moment that patient is referred, the nurses say this one now should have gone to Kenyatta National Hospital. We are no longer attending to this patient. That family does not have the means. There isn't even adequate equipment to transfer that patient. So literally, the referrals that are being done currently, it's like it is the end time. Now, we cannot do anything here. You have just to wait for your time and die. And yet, we know with the current government, with the government that we have, it is high time we actually made sure that we have the necessary equipment, we have the necessary expertise. Wouldn't it be cheaper to move a specialist from Kenyatta National Hospital to Coast General Hospital with some equipment, attend to so many patients at a go, and like referring all those patients to Kenyatta National Hospital, when we know, even when they reach there, there is no space, the queue is so long, and one literally dies along the corridors waiting for the treatment. So, Honorable Speaker, I congratulate my brother Didmas Baraza for bringing this timely bill just to help the poor, to help the hustlers out there who cannot afford, who are misused, who are mistreated, who are exploited by unscrupulous doctors out there. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I support.
The Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to add my voice in support of this proposed amendment to the Health Act. Mr. Speaker, my understanding of why referrals take place is either because a facility is not suitable or there are no competent professionals to attend to a patient, or where the specialization required elsewhere. But I also think that this referral system is mainly for patients who appear to be on, who rely on publicly funded medical facilities, and not those who are able financially to access private medical facilities. Consequently, I think it is a very important amendment, and a lot of thought should go into it, so that whatever referral system is proposed is inexpensive, is timely, and is easily accessible and transparent to the most vulnerable members of society. I think there's a problem with self-regulation of medical practice in this country, where standards are not quite held and people are not called to account on many issues. On this particular matter, I think public regulation is the correct way, as been proposed by the Honorable Member, Didimas Baraza. I think the referral system should be not be left to the Medical Practitioners and Dentists Board to administer the referral system, but it should be left to public regulation by the Minister in public interest. I also think that it is time, as the Honorable Member Kiunjuri said, that we relooked at the idea of devolution of medical services in this country. It is quite disheartening that doctors are unemployed in the Republic of Kenya. If you look at our medical indicators, be it child mortality, be it the prevalence of the various diseases that we have, one would not understand why our doctors are unemployed. But I think it is because of devolution. And I think it is time that we relooked at this issue very deeply. I also think that it is time to relook at the devolved system of medical services, other than the fact that the doctors are unemployed, but the disparity and the iniquities that it has caused. More and more people in certain parts of the country are not having the right kind of medical service that they deserve, while others within urban areas or within the major cities tend to be favored. I think it is time...
Order, Honorable Karoli Omondi, you will have a balance of 8 minutes to speak on this during next time. Honorable members, and the time being 1 p.m., this House stands adjourned until today, Wednesday, 26 April 2023 at 2:30 p.m.
This time we want to have a conversation with a politician and an author and an advocate of the High Court, Saitaba Ole Kanchori. Good morning.
Good morning, Eric. Good morning, listeners and viewers.
Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Asante sana.
Welcome to the hot seat.
Thank you.
Before we move into our conversation, this sort of e-filing of court systems, you're an advocate, you're an officer of the court.
Yes, I am.
Can you talk about what that has done actually in terms of improving efficiency and working conditions for all? You are now an author, a published author.
Absolutely.
And your book is Why Baba is Not the Fifth. You're here so we can discuss that.
Yeah.
To welcome us into this hour, CT, give us the day's proverb.
Well, welcome very briefly the delegation from the County Assembly of Mandera, and I will also allow the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Enoch Wambua, to give brief welcoming remarks to welcome the delegation from Malawi. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity on behalf of the Senate of Mandera and on my own behalf, and behalf of the Senate also, to welcome the delegation from Mandera. I think this is actually a rare opportunity that Mandera people found their way to this Senate. We have been seeing many members coming from different parts of the country, but however, in the part of the northern Kenya, this is the first time I'm now seeing since I came to this Senate. And therefore I want to tell them that I think you have the right opportunity, and I'm sure there are a lot of things we'll be able to learn from here. And I think I want to take this opportunity to welcome you on behalf of your colleague. My colleague Ali Robert is not there now. I think he will be there, but this morning he was there. And therefore, I know Mandera has a lot of issues. I know now there's a lot of floods going on. And I know the country now is having, you're having a lot of issues to attend to. But of course, the time you have taken, we want to appreciate for you coming here, because I was worried, Mr. Speaker, that the assemblies from Wajir, Mandera, and Garissa have not been having opportunity to come to the Senate to learn much. I think there's a lot of things that you can be able to learn. And with those few remarks, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you again. And thank you for coming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to welcome the visiting delegation from Malawi. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my colleague senators from both sides of the House, I want to take this opportunity to ask the visiting delegation to feel most welcome and thank them for choosing to visit the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. They would have chosen to visit other senates in other jurisdictions, but they chose to visit the Senate of the Republic of Kenya for a reason. This is the upper house in our bicameral parliament, where we have the National Assembly and the Senate. The Speaker, I hope and pray that their visit in the Senate and in the public, in the Parliament, will be fruitful and successful. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of this Senate today, the 26th of April, 2023. Being one, Mr. Speaker, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Laikipia County Business Stimulus Fund for the year ended 30th of June, 2021. 2, submission of the Judicial Service Commission annual report for the annual year 2021-2022. 3, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Isiolo Water and Sewerage Company Limited for the year ended 30th of June 2022. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Kirinyaga Water and Sanitation Company Limited for the year ended 30th of June 2022. A report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Rukanga Water and Sanitation Company Limited for the year ended 30th of June 2022. A report of the Auditor General on the financial statement on receiver of the Revenue County Government of Nyandarua for the year ended 30th of June 2022. 7, Mr. Speaker, report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Nyandarua Water and Sanitation Company Limited for the year ended 30th of June, the year 2022. 8, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Laikipia County Leasing Fund for the year ended 30th of June 2022. A report of the Auditor General on the financial statement on receiver of Revenue County Government of Laikipia for the year ended 30th of June 2022. And Mr. Speaker, sir, 10 being the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Laikipia County Business Stimulus Fund for the year ended 30th of June 2022. 11, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Nyahururu Water and Sanitation Company Limited for the year ended 30th of June 2022. 12, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Samburu County Youth and Women Enterprise Development Fund for the year 2022 ending 30th of June. Mr. Speaker, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the receiver of revenue statements and county government Samburu for the year ended 30th of June 2022. And finally, Mr. Speaker, but not least, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Samburu Company Bursary Fund for the year ended 30th of June 2022. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do lay the papers.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Senators, before we move to statements, allow me to make the following communication. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon a visiting delegation from Titus Nguyoni Memorial Primary School, Marsabit County. The delegation comprises 7 teachers and 60 students who are in the Senate for a one-day study visit. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon Honorable Chimera to say very brief welcoming remarks.
Okay. Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa fursa hii. Nipende tu nichukue dakika chache kidogo kuwakaribisha wanafunzi wa shule ya Titus Nguyoni Primary School kutoka kaunti ya Marsabit, na nieleze kwamba hapa bungeni mmekuja kushuhudia kazi ya wabunge wenu, na kwamba wengine wetu tumesoma katika shule kama hizo, tumepitia miundo misingi kama hiyo. Wale walimu wenu na walimu wetu walikuwa sawa, mtaala ni ule ule. Kwa hivyo basi niwaambie tu kwamba zile ndoto zenu mko nazo mnaweza kuzitimiza kupitia masomo yenu. Vile vile pia nitaki kutambua kwamba Titus Nguyoni alikuwa DC eneo bunge la eneo Kwale County nikiwa mdogo. Alifanya kazi na baba yangu, na niweza kusema kwamba jina lake limetambulika Kenya mzima, na nyinyi kama wanafunzi wa shule ile basi hamna budi ila kuiga mtindo wa Mheshimiwa Titus Nguyoni. Karibuni sana Senate, na nafikiri ni matumaini yangu kwamba leo mtaweza kujifunza mengi. Mkirudi Marsabit mtie bidii, mfanye bidii zaidi katika masomo yenu. Katika siku zijazo tuweze kuwaona wengi wenu nyinyi mkiwa hapa kama mawakili, mkiwa hapa kama wabunge. Karibuni sana, Mungu awabariki. Shukran, Bwana Spika.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, the Honorable Senator Godfrey Osotsi. That statement is deferred. The Honorable Senator Raphael Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding the status of authorization of the medical insurance cover for officers in the Kenya Police Service. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should, number one, state whether officers of the Kenya Police Service have access to a medical insurance cover, providing details of the service provider who was awarded the tender, the sum assured and benefits offered under the cover. And secondly, the committee should probe allegations of inauthorization of the said medical scheme for the officers, tabling evidence of payments made for the scheme for the financial years 2021, 2022, and 2022-2023. I also have a second statement as well. With your kind permission, I can be allowed to table the same, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the ongoing boundary dispute between Kwale County and Taita Taveta County. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should, number one, disclose the status of resolution of the boundary dispute between Kwale County and Taita Taveta County. Number two, provide a report on the causes of the ongoing boundary disputes between Kwale County and Taita Taveta County. Number three, outline targeted interventions required at both levels of government and different government agencies towards the effective resolution of the boundary dispute between the two counties. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, recommend long-term redress mechanisms to resolve the boundary disputes, addressing claims of double taxation of traders in the disputed boundary areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Maanzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recently the senator for Taita Taveta presented a similar petition, and that affected 3 counties, including Makueni. And I believe we are going to tender evidence in the matter of border disputes. But more important, there is a law which was proposed by the former senator of Makueni, Mutula Kilonzo Jr., on the issue of boundaries of all counties, and which comes under the IBC. And I believe we'll be proceeding in all these matters so that we can sort out the border disputes once and for all. On the matter of police officers and insurance cover, Mr. Speaker, we are all served by police officers. They are at duty, and their nature of duty is mainly to protect lives and to bring order. But unfortunately, when these officers die on line of duty, and some of them come from our counties, there is a very difficult moment for the family. And then what follows thereafter in terms of compensation or insurance or even treatment, if one of them is injured or suffers permanent injury, Mr. Speaker. And I had recent a case from Machakos, Mr. Speaker. And this particular officer, when he got shot on the line of duty, later on the story changed that he was not on duty that particular day, he was on leave. But the truth of the matter is he had come back, you know, to the force and was actually saving us other officers who had been attacked. And unfortunately, he lost his life. So the story changed about his insurance. His bills in hospital were close to 12 million. And thereafter, you know, the story really became very sad. And he has left children. And Mr. Speaker, really we must get to the bottom of this matter so that we protect people who die on the line of duty or people who suffer for the nation, and their children and their families should not be impoverished simply because we don't have proper systems. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I'm a bit late. I want to
join you to welcome students from Ngoyoni School in Loyangalani.
Senator Chute, I hope in so doing you are contributing.
Yes, I am also contributing to Senator Chemera's boundary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm contributing to Honorable Chemera's boundary statement, but in extension, I would want to welcome students from Loyangalani and the teachers also. Mr. Speaker, in Marsabit County, we have issues that relates to boundaries. This boundary issue I'm having with a friend of mine, Senator Abbas. We are neighbors seated here, but he has encroached on Marsabit County from parts of Wajir. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, we have people from Wajir who are in Marsabit County. They have chiefs in Marsabit County. They have villages in Marsabit County. And they have administrators, county administrators in Marsabit County. Those boundaries are our boundaries, Mr. Speaker. And this is boundaries which has been there for from 1960s, Mr. Speaker. And in support of Senator Chemera's statement, I would want the committee to look into Marsabit issues also, so that I don't end up fighting with my friend, my very close friend, Senator Abbas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to laud my brother, Senator Chimera, for bringing up this statement that might highlight the plight of our brothers in the police service. Many might be surprised to learn that although I am a regular consumer of the services of the police through their tear gas and beatings and arrests, these people are actually not our enemies. We consider them our friends, our brothers and sisters in service. We know that they have to do what they have to do. But they must understand that as a legislator, as somebody who's been elected here to defend the rights, I will defend the rights of even those who beat me and tear gas me, because I know it's the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we have a date with them next week. And I would like that by the time we are meeting on the streets, they know that Sifuna is fighting for their rights here in the Senate, because, Mr. Speaker, I am aware that ever since the transition from NHIF, which was providing cover for the police service for the past 8 years, to this new consortium of insurers led by CIC, Old Mutual, and Britam, there have been complaints, Mr. Speaker, from members of the service that, in fact, there hasn't been proper sensitization amongst members of the force. Many of them are not aware, even of this change, that they don't know which hospitals, especially the private hospitals, that are actually covered by this scheme, because you know every insurer has their own set of hospitals that they work with. They don't know the limits of the covers that they have, outpatient, inpatient, and maternity limits, Mr. Speaker, and that it is very difficult to get these services under the new scheme. We have had senior officers in the police force saying that they are working on this, that they are going to sensitize their officers more, but we believe that this is something that should have been done at inception. Immediately the changeover from NHIF happened in December. I think there should have been this sensitization so that the officers do not face a single gap in service delivery when it comes to their health care. I would want that the committee makes these things clear, that in fact they summon the relevant organization, the relevant minister or cabinet secretary, for him or her to shed light on this particular shift from NHIF. And also, Mr. Speaker, it is quite worrying, because we know that NHIF is our public insurer. Why is NHIF losing business to private companies like this in the provision of services to government agencies? If there was ever an argument for a government-to-government deal, the ones we hear these days in the whole sector, I think this one would have been one of them, that in fact, NHIF being a public insurer is supported in terms of offering these services to public servants and institutions such as the police, so that the revenue is kept within government agencies and it doesn't benefit these private insurers like CIC, Old Mutual and Britam. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chiranke.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to commend Senator Chimera. I think he's growing in both stature and wisdom in learning the ropes of the House, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want at this point, Mr. Speaker, to say a few issues. The reason that I need to be told is why the police service insurance was being moved from NHIF to private individual led by MKL, that is led by CIC. What was the reasons as to why? Because we need to build our NHIF, Mr. Speaker. We need to build a trust in our institutions. If we are telling the police service that they need to move from a public insurer to private, then it is very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, there should be a proper engagement to know the hospitals that provide, Mr. Speaker. There was a sad case, Mr. Speaker, there was a sad case where a police officer had taken the child for specialized treatment in India. At some point, the insurance expired, the family is stranded in India, Mr. Speaker. So how far does this insurance go to that level, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, there is also another aspect of this insurance should provide risk insurance, Mr. Speaker, to our police officers. Especially, Mr. Speaker, we need to protect them at the end of order, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua.
Thank you, the Speaker. The Speaker is the Senator for Nandi in order to create the wrong impression that, yes, we need to develop national institutions like NHIF.
Under what is standing order?
Responsibility for facts adduced on the floor 105. The Speaker, Senator Cherage is a consumer of insurance service from a private insurance firm. Why is it okay for him to consume that service, and it's not okay for the police officers to move from NHIF and consume private insurance? I think, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I find that out of place because the people who choose my private insurer Parliamentary Service Commission, which I don't have power. There is no day that PSC has given me power to choose my insurer. I would have chosen NHIF. Mr. Speaker, in my wallet, which I carry, I have an NHIF card, which I pay for it. So I believe in the provision of NHIF cover, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so I don't have power, Mr. Speaker, on how my insurance is given.
Senator Kinyo wishes to inform you.
No, Mr. Speaker, I am sufficiently aware of my position, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it is not in good faith when Senator Wambua makes a statement that I am a believer in public institutions. Even Parliament is a public institution. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think, Mr. Speaker, the Senator for Nyamira and Senator for Kitui should know that my employer is a voter in Nandi, so I don't have any other employer. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is that our police officers must be well protected. You remember the issue of uniforms. Mr. Speaker, we should protect our police force and provide insurance cover. Even as Senator Sifuna has said, next week they might be on the streets, Mr. Speaker. We might even be forced to introduce other insurance covers, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, finally, we need to stop this hypocrisy led by Senator Sifuna, Mr. Speaker, in all honesty and fairness. Because, Mr. Speaker, you cannot claim on the floor of the House that you are the champion of police officers, Mr. Speaker. Yet, Mr. Speaker,
Senator Sifuna. No, Senator Mugeni, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, you know Senator Chiragei is my good friend and is a member, a distinguished member of the legal profession. And Mr. Speaker, courtesy of me when I served as chairman, I nurtured through and ensured that he's admitted as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya after a very long struggle. And Mr. Speaker, part of the course that we took him through was professional ethics. So Mr. Speaker, is it in order to call a distinguished colleague, Senator of Nairobi, a hypocrite? That out of hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, that's unparliamentary language, which we don't expect to come from a member of the noble legal profession. Mr. Speaker, is it in order to refer to another senator as an hypocrite?
Senator Chirange, indeed the use of hypocrisy referring to an honorable senator is indeed unparliamentary. Your face expression speaks to the fact that you may not be aware that you spoke that word. Indeed, you spoke that word. So kindly proceed to withdraw and apologize to Honorable Sifuna.
Mr. Speaker, I said we should stop the hypocrisy. I don't say it is an hypocrite. I say we should stop hypocrisy.
Senator Chirange, you used that word in reference to Senator Sifuna.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw and apologize and substitute with the following words. Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, what Senator Okongo Mugeni is not telling the House, that I was the chair of JLAC before him. So I'm the one actually who mentored him to be who he is. And in fact, it is out of my blessings, Mr. Speaker, that he was be able to be appointed as Commissioner of Parliamentary Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, we should stop misleading the public, Mr. Speaker, as leaders. When I hear my brother Omwami, Senator Sifuna, saying they are championing for the rights of the police, they are misleading the public, Mr. Speaker, because they are the ones taking the police to ICC as we talk. In fact, the office of the prosecutor of ICC has received the names. Yet Senator Sifuna, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, is claiming before the House that he is fighting for the rights of the police. Mr. Speaker, let us match our actions and words as the Bible says. Because the Bible says words without action is barren, Mr. Speaker, sir. So even as we handle the issues of insurance, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal that let us look into deeply the insurance provider. And the police should be given opportunity to choose whoever they want to be provided with insurance, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I'm willing to sit and listen to the committee. Mr. Speaker, I've seen it has been referred to the labor. I thought it should be a cross-cutting issue between the labor committee and the health committee so that we can be able to raise much more issues more than this, Mr. Speaker. With those very many remarks, I thank you, Speaker, sir.
Senator Muma. Senator Muma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement by Senator Chimera. First, on the issue of boundaries, I wish to inform the House that the Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations has actually put a bill on boundaries before the House. I request that everybody takes an interest because the issue of disputes on boundaries is not just in Taita and Kwale, but it is in many locations in this country. We need to collectively look at it and see how, as a House, we can guide on that. I wish to repeat, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of NHIF for the police, that the Houses of Parliament in Kenya need to seriously consider how we can come up with policies that can support the health system in this country and the education system in this country to support all of us. Mr. Speaker, honorable members here are beneficiaries of a very good insurance policy, but Mr. Speaker, the NHIF supports a lot of the public servants in private facilities. I have once said here that if we were all to go to public hospitals, Mr. Speaker, then we would be able to channel the funds that treat senior civil servants. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chimera is not even listening. He's heckling with somebody. I wonder why he even came up with that statement. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, it is something we need to seriously think about. If the President of Kenya, Honorable Samoei Ruto...
What is your point of order, Senator Chirange? And mind you, raising unnecessary points of order is disorderly. So proceed.
Mr. Speaker, standing order number 105, and of course number 98, Mr. Speaker, I thought we agreed that there should not be use of words which are unparliamentary in the floor of the House. So when you say heckling, it's unparliamentary, Mr. Speaker. The good senator should apologize and withdraw. Because you cannot be using such words, Mr. Speaker, as you are directed.
Senator Muma.
Mr. Speaker, I will save us the shenanigans and withdraw the word heckling. But it would help if you would listen, especially the mover of that statement.
Proceed and conclude, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was making the point that if the President of Kenya and his family and the senators, National Assembly members, senior civil servants, CSs, were to be treated in Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenyatta National Hospital would have enough funds to look good and to be able to carry along it the people in what we call the lower cadres of public service. We need to get serious as a house to design our national insurance policies in a way that we are able to support in a genuine manner, instead of living in a bubble where we know we can be treated in the best facilities, but we don't care about people like the policemen. Mr. Speaker, it is a matter of human rights. Policemen are equal Kenyans. Policemen's children have equal rights to our children, and we need to take this issue seriously. I've raised it before, and it's a matter that should be addressed both by the Social Committee and the Committee on Health. We need to find a way in which NHIF and its board can run NHIF in a manner that it can sustain what is there. And we need to be bold enough to come up with a policy that says if a senator or if the Speaker of the Senate needs to go to hospital and be paid for by the taxpayer, then he should go to a public facility. We need to be brave enough to say that, and we will have more monies going to our public facilities, and our public facilities will be designed in a better manner to carry all of us. Mr. Speaker, none of us knows when you'll collapse in a village in Tana River or in a village in Busia, and the next facility that will have to take care of you will be the very next facility in that vicinity. So when we pretend that we will always be able to go to Aga Khan or Nairobi Hospital, we should know that when sickness hits, it will hit you anywhere. And if we had put the monies in the public facilities, it would have helped to save you the day that you collapse when you are in a very rural area and the facility next to you is able to take care of you. So I would want to ask on a serious note that we as leaders start pushing for investing public funds in public facilities. And the best way to show it is to ensure that all of us resolve to take our insurance, to have the first stop as the public facilities. I support Mr. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Senators, we have utilized more than 30 minutes, allowable understanding order 53.3 for those two statements by Honorable Chimera, and therefore we shall move to the next statement. Senator James Murango. Senator James Murango has 3 statements. Those 3 statements are deferred. Senator Stewart Mazayo. Senator, proceed. You engage the chair, not your colleagues. Just proceed.
Unfortunately, my brother is talking to me faintly. I can't hear him. Asante, Bwana Speaker. Bwana Speaker, nimesimama kuambatana na kifungu cha ama kipengele cha 53 cha kanuni za kudumu za Seneti kuzungumzia swala la dharura ambalo ni mauaji juu ya ndani ya msitu wa Shakahola katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Mheshimiwa Spika, hivi majuzi tunaona kwamba kiongozi wa dhehebu hilo Paul Mackenzie ambaye anaongoza kanisa la Good News International amegonga vichwa habari hapa nchini na dunia nzima na kueleza wafuasi wake wafunge hadi kufa, ishara ya imani potofu. Na idara ya polisi kufikia hivi sasa imeweza kufukua makaburi ya watu wanaofika sio chini ya 100 waliokuwa wamezikwa katika msitu wa Shakahola. Idadi ya watu waliokufa inazidi kuongezeka kila uchao. Msitu huu wa Shakahola una vijiji vitatu vikiwemo Jerusalem anayeishi mchungaji Paul Mackenzie mwenyewe, Bethlehem na Sedon. Vijiji hivi vyote vinafaa kuchunguzwa kwa undani. Bwana Spika, mauaji haya yanaendelea kinyume na katiba yetu inayopea kila mwananchi kuwa na uhuru wa kuabudu. Pastor Mackenzie amechanganya hisia za waumini na wafuasi katika kanisa lake na kusisitiza itikadi kali za maadili zinazoenda kinyume na utamaduni wetu na jinsia ya kanisa inavyostahili kuendeshwa. Hili ni jambo la kushangaza kwamba vitengo vyetu vya usalama kuanzia idara ya ujasusi na DCI wake, kamati ya ulinzi ya kaunti inayoongozwa na county commissioner, mkuu wa polisi wa jimbo la Kilifi na naibu wake, machifu na naibu wa machifu, wakubwa wa nyumba 10 wameshindwa kudhibiti ushawishi huu wake na umma, na hawakuwa na ufahamu wowote yaliyokuwa yakiendelea ama yakijiri katika eneo la Shakahola. Uzembe huu, Bwana Spika, wakazi ni lazima ukemewe vilivyo na hata hatua kali ichukuliwe na rais. Ni kusema tu kwamba Paul Mackenzie ni gaidi, lakini jawabu kubwa linalofuatia ni kuwafuta kazi wale waliohusika, kuanza wakubwa wote wa serikali ya kaunti ya Kilifi. Vile vile uchunguzi uongezwe kwa kutumia ndege zisizo na rubani, zile ndogo, zile drones, ili kusaidia katika uchunguzi wa angani, aerial survey, kwa sababu eneo hilo ni kubwa, liko katika area ekari 800. Mheshimiwa Spika, hili swala la dharura na natuma ombi kuambatana na kifungu hichi cha 53(1) cha kanuni za kudumu katika Seneti, kuomba taarifa kutoka kwa kamati ya kudumu ya usalama wa taifa, ulinzi na uhusiano wa kimataifa kuhusu mauaji ndani ya msitu wa Shakahola, kaunti ya Kilifi. Katika taarifa hiyo, kamati hii iangazie bayana yafuatayo. Kwanza, je, idara ya ujasusi ilikuwa na ufahamu wowote wa kanisa hili la Paul Mackenzie na vile vitendo vyake vyote vilivyokuwa vinafanyika katika msitu huu wa Shakahola? Na ikiwa jibu ni ndio, hii ripoti ya intelijensia walipeleka ama waliwasilisha kwa nani? Swali la pili, utafiti rasmi ufanyike tujue bayana iwapo Pastor Paul Mackenzie ana hati milki ya ardhi ya ekari 800 ya msitu wa Shakahola, na iwapo yeye si mwenye shamba, ni nani anaye milki hilo shamba la Shakahola? Swali la tatu, serikali yetu kuanzia kwa mzee wa mtaa na nyumba 10 walikuwa wapi wakati mauaji haya yalipokuwa yanatendeka? Na ni kwa nini hakuna ripoti yoyote imeandikishwa katika vituo vyetu vya polisi kuhusiana na mauaji haya? Swali la 4, je, kulikuwa na njama yoyote ya kuyanyamazisha visa hivi vya mauaji ya Shakahola? Na iwapo jawabu ni ndio, ni nani huyu aliyepanga hiyo njama? Swali la mwisho, Bwana Spika, ni idadi ya watu waliokufa ikizidi kuongezeka kila uchao. Swali kuu ni nini kilichowaua waliofukuliwa kutoka kwa msitu wa Shakahola? Kumekuwa na madai kuwa chanzo cha vifo vya waliofukuliwa ni kunyongwa, na kuna ukweli na ama je, kuna ukweli wowote kwa haya madai?
Senator Stewart Mazao, just
ya mwisho, Bwana Spika,
just yield. What is your point of order, Senator Cherengei? I thought this is a no more request for a statement.
I raise pursuant to standing order number 53, which Senator Madzayo. I agree that this matter is very weighty. As Mr. Speaker, understanding order number 98, point of order is a substantive right for any senator. Mr. Speaker, when you look at understanding order 53 and the tradition of the House, I have seen minority leader is saying to unnamed committee to do the following prayers. Mr. Speaker, when you read standing order 53.3, where a statement has been requested from committee pursuant to paragraph 53.1, the Speaker may allow comments in relation to the statement for more than 15 minutes. My concern, Mr. Speaker, under this standing order, I have read through understanding order 53, it does not become mandatory to commit to any committee. So when the minority leader makes a request to unspecified committee, where does it go? Because it does not provide in the standing order, Mr. Speaker. So I thought it should be it should have sought understanding order 52, Mr. Speaker, so that it becomes more direct. Because you have not even committed to any committee, Mr. Speaker, and yet he is making prayers. So I need guidance, Mr. Speaker, on the same.
Senator Cherengei, I'm afraid to say that indeed that a point of order is frivolous and vexatious, to say the least. Immediately the senator is done making his request, I will commit this particular statement to the relevant committee. It may be one committee, it may be more than one committee. He can make his prayers, but the final ruling rests with the Speaker. Senator Mazayo, kindly proceed to conclude.
Asante Bwana Spika, nataka nimalize tu kusema kwamba nataka niombe kwa heshima na taadhima ya kwamba kamati hii ishirikiane na kamati pia ikiwa inawezekana, Bwana Spika, na kamati ya sheria tulio nao hapa ndani ya bunge la Senate, ili kamati hizi mbili ziweze kuenda kwa haraka inavyowezekana, pengine hata isipite pengine katika wiki hii ama wiki ijayo, ili kamati hizi zote mbili zikienda kule ziregee hapa ndani ya Senate na maono yao ama na ripoti yao yale ambao watakuwa wamekwenda kuona kule yaliyojiri na yanayoendelea kujiri. Asante Bwana Spika.
Nderitu.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia kwa taarifa iliyoletwa na kiongozi wa wachache. Bwana Spika, ni jambo la kuvunja moyo sana, hata wakati huu tunaendelea kumuita yule gaidi, tunaendelea kumuita pasta, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu mtu ambaye amefanya kitendo kama hicho, Bwana Spika, watu wakafa zaidi ya watu 100, Bwana Spika, ni jambo ambalo linavunja moyo sana. Lakini Bwana Spika, maswali ambayo nimekuwa hata mimi nikijiuliza, jambo la kwanza, chifu wa sehemu hile alikuwa wapi Bwana Spika? Wazee wa mtaani walikuwa wapi? Idara ya ujasusi ambao kila wakati wanasema ya kwamba wanapata ripoti mwafaka. Lakini Bwana Spika, kwa sababu nilimsikiza waziri wa usalama alipozuru sehemu hiyo, alipeana pole zake na kusema ndio ni kidogo kulikuwa na ulegevu Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, watu zaidi ya 100, kanisa yenyewe watu wanatembelea. Sijui ni mafunzo aina gani yanayofunzwa katika kanisa kama zile Bwana Spika. Mimi kile ambacho Bwana Spika ningependa kamati ambayo itakayochukua lile jukumu waangalie, kwa sababu pengine si sehemu hiyo pekee, kwa sababu tumeambiwa kuna sehemu inaitwa Jerusalem, kuna Macedonia na mahali kwingine ambazo ni sehemu ambazo zinatajwa katika Biblia. Bwana Spika, waangalie hayo mambo kwa kindani na waangalie kanisa zile ambazo zinafunza misimamo hii mikali ambayo inadhuru watu wetu Bwana Spika. Kwa sababu sengine kisiasa Bwana Spika, kwa sababu ya umaarufu wa mapasta Bwana Spika na maaskofu, na Wambua ataniunga mkono, unasikia kwamba wengi wanafanya mambo ambayo si kisheria Bwana Spika, na kwa sababu ya umaarufu wao watu hataki kuongea. Bwana Spika, hatua inapaswa ichukuliwe, hatua kali zidi ya gaidi huyu Bwana Spika ambaye anaitwa Paul Mackenzie. Bwana Spika, inasemekana ya kwamba nilimsikiza mtu aliyekuwa kiongozi wa film something Bwana Spika akisema ya kwamba tayari walikuwa wamemkataza kueneza filamu alikuwa akieneza Bwana Spika, pamoja na Bwana Spika kumshika.
What is the point of order, Senator Matthew?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would not have wished to stop my neighbor midway, but I'm standing in regards to Standing Order 101, 101.6. A senator shall refer to another senator by the title senator. I have heard him refer to somebody as Wambua, and I am feeling that he's completely out of order. He should be able to, especially if he cannot respect leadership, I imagine he would call us worse of names.
Indeed, Senator Kenya, to that extent, you're out of order.
Kweli Bwana Spika, naomba msamaha, ni seneta mheshimiwa mstahiki Wambua Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, wengine majina ananiambia siyajui zile amepewa Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo vile ambavyo ningetaka kusema ni ya kwamba kamati ambayo itapewa hilo jukumu isiangazie tu hili kanisa la Good News Bwana Spika, tuangalie mpaka wale wengine ambao wanaweza kuwa na mienendo kama ile Bwana Spika. Na Bwana Spika, ni vizuri kiongozi wa wachache ikiwezekana uandamane na hii kamati mpaka huko Shakahola, kwa sababu nasikia ni msitu mkubwa, wasije wenzetu wakapotelea huko Bwana Spika, kwa sababu anaweza kuhubiliwa na huyo mungwana alafu wakajipata katika hali hatari na wakaja Nairobi wakakosa kula. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Sifuna.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this. Indeed, when the adjournment motion was moved yesterday, some colleagues had opportunity to speak to the matter, but I didn't. Mr. Speaker, let me start by taking a different route from those who are asking where the police were or where the security agencies were. Mr. Speaker, in my view, there are very serious acts of commission and omission that we must investigate as a country to find the answer to the problem in Shakahola. Mr. Speaker, it has been said that this pastor, so-called pastor, had been arrested 4 times prior to this current arrest, and that even this current arrest would not have happened, and we would not have unearthed what has happened in Shakahola were it not for a gentleman going to report his missing wife. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, this man was arrested with 35 students who were not in school, 2017. Again in 2017, police rescued 93 students or children from that church and arrested him. In 2019, he was also arrested for incitement against the Huduma number program that was going on in that particular time. And in March 2023, he was arrested after 2 boys died in his church and was released on cash bail of 10,000 shillings. This history, this chronology of events shows you, Mr. Speaker, that in fact, the authorities were aware of this gentleman, they were aware of his activities, and that there must be sins of omission and commission, and that he was enabled by some people in the security forces, and we need to find out who these persons were. Mr. Speaker, we were told that this so-called cult had invited or attracted people from as far away as Nigeria, from Tanzania, people as far away from Western Kenya. And if these people can get to know about this church, it is impossible, Mr. Speaker, in my view, that the security apparatus in this country did not know about this so-called cult. Mr. Speaker, also it is my very strong belief, and this is my own personal opinion, that these characters have been enabled and encouraged by the rise of culticism and religious fundamentalism in very high offices. And that is my view. Mr. Speaker, if you have ever promised rain without the backing of science, you are an enabler of Shakahola. If you have ever promised prosperity without work, you are one of the people who have encouraged the growth of people like Shakahola massacre. Mr. Speaker, I want to go very quickly to solutions that we can propose.
What is your point of order, Senator Osotsi?
I didn't want to interrupt my good friend, Senator Sifuna, but he mentioned about rain. Mr. Speaker, where I come from, there are people who make rain, and indeed they make rain. So I just wanted to inform him that.
Mr. Speaker, let me explain what I said. I said, if you have ever promised rain without the backing of science, and what he's referring to is traditional science, of which I am aware of. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak to some of the solutions that I think that we can propose as a House. Yesterday, the Senator for Nandi, Senator Cherargei, called for an audit of all the registered religious entities, which is something that I actually ascribe to, Mr. Speaker, so that we can weed out this early indoctrination and we don't have to arrest these things at the stage at which Shakahola has been arrested. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I am aware that there is information, and this is just information that is in the public domain, that some of the bodies that have been unearthed in Shakahola are not victims necessarily of starvation. There's also a danger, Mr. Speaker, that other crimes might be hidden within this particular criminal cult, and then all these bodies are loaded and blamed on this gentleman called Mackenzie. And it was possible that other people might take advantage of this, this situation, because we are aware of the problem of extrajudicial killings in this country. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this call for legislative framework for basic background checks. In the US, there's a big debate about basic background checks before somebody is able to purchase a firearm. I believe that the time has come. We don't need to politicize this thing because it has happened in the past. When people call for basic background checks for people establishing religious institutions, some people say, oh, you are attacking the church. Mr. Speaker, I want to find refuge and hide myself in Scripture, because in 1 Timothy chapter 3, verses 2 to 13, Mr. Speaker, there is criteria that is set by the New Testament, by the Bible itself, on leadership even in church. It says you must be somebody with one wife, which knocks out a majority of the members, especially on the majority side. Mr. Speaker, you must be respectable, not drink excessively, which is a problem again in this house, or love money, Mr. Speaker. So some of these people you see on TV stations claiming to be preachers, but all they do is shout their M-Pesa pay bill numbers throughout the service. Mr. Speaker, is a red flag. Also, Mr. Speaker, you must not be a recent convert. This is Timothy. So if you are doubting Mheshimiwa Khalwale, this is 1 Timothy. Mr. Speaker, finally, you must be first tested. This is 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 10. So we must test these people so that, Mr. Speaker, we don't allow the public, the gullible public, to fall into the hands of such cults. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on this question of the cult, I, like the Honorable Sifuna, didn't get an opportunity yesterday. But indeed, Mr. Speaker, it's a very serious matter. And it's not the first time it has happened in this country, in this world. Mr. Speaker, to put it in context, in 1978, Mr. Speaker, in Guyana, 909 people committed suicide.
Ida Betty Odinga spoke against and spoke for the regularization of some of these churches. But what did we do? We politicized it, and everybody made noise. But I'm happy today, even the head of state is calling for the same. The CS for security is calling for the same. But, Honorable Speaker, when you look at that large parcel of land, and you see the small part that has been combed and the many bodies that have been retrieved, then we don't know what awaits Kenyans going forward. I was even thinking, Honorable Speaker, that for one to even acquire those large chunks of land, our security must look into what those people want to do with those large chunks of land, because why would somebody get 800 acres and then go inside in the forest to do nasty things like this, Honorable Speaker? But as I wind up, Honorable Speaker, let us look at the other callers that we are.
Time is up, Senator Tabitha Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to support the statement by the minority leader in regards to this massacre that we've been able to see in this country. And I want to categorically urge us as Kenyans to stop with immediate effect addressing this man called Mackenzie as a pastor, because we've been referring him as a Pastor Mackenzie, and refer to him as a Kenyan called Paul Mackenzie. He does not deserve that name called pastor, because with what we've been able to see, his degree, his level of radicalization is on a level that is very sad for this country. So as we address and as we discuss this issue, he's Paul Mackenzie. Number two, Mr. Speaker, from where I sit, I have really observed through the social media that the first gender that is being manipulated in these churches is the female gender. I want to urge women. We've seen that most deaths, most of the situations we are seeing in these churches, women are in the front being manipulated in these churches, hence bringing their children, hence bringing their families. And I want to discourage and urge them to kindly choose the right religion for their families, because they've really been manipulated, Mr. Speaker. I also want to urge the Communications Authority on authorizing the funny TV stations that are being licensed to broadcast this kind of preachings in these churches that are against our religion, Mr. Speaker. It is through this that this information has been passed. We've seen very educated people, very learned people, because in this, at this point, it's not about illiterate people. Like I've heard, information has gone that people are illiterate and hence they are pulled to these churches. No. We've seen a very hardworking young lady working in the airways, being subjected to dispose all her properties to be able to get into this church, and then she takes her own kid into this. So it's not about because people are illiterate. And so these stations that are broadcasting these kind of things should be actually very much scrutinized. Mr. Speaker, the authorities, as the statement clearly indicated, that the question marks into the Nyumba Kumi, the chiefs, the police stations around there, up to this time, they have not made comments. And I would urge the committee that you will allocate to deal with this matter to be given a priority.
Your time is up. Senator Mogeni.
Mheshimiwa Spika, leo naomba ruhusa unipe nizungumze kwa Kiswahili ili nizungumze na watu. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwanza Mheshimiwa Spika, nachukua nafasi hii nikiwa na huzuni na majonzi kuzungumza na wakazi wa jimbo la Kilifi, kutoa pole zangu kwa familia ya wale ambao wapenda wao wamekufa kutokana na kitendo cha huyu mhubiri bandia. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni huzuni sana kwamba mimi ni mkazi wa taifa ambao inaitwa Kenya, tukiwa tupo na serikali, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo inamruhusu mhubiri kama huyu Paul Mackenzie kuchukua maisha ya Wakenya 100 bila serikali kuwa na njia ya kujua kwamba yote yanatekelezwa. Ni huzuni kubwa sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba kwamba huyu pastor bandia, mhubiri bandia na wengine ambao wanahusika katika vitendo hivi, tunaomba Mheshimiwa Spika, serikali iweze kuweka mikakati ya kuangalia vitendo vya wahubiri kama hao. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, hatutaki tuzungumze mambo haya leo alafu kesho tena tusikie mengine yamefanyika, labda katika jimbo la Nandi, jimbo la Nyamira, ama hata kule Kakamega. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ukifuatilia kwa ndani, huyu mhubiri amefanya vitendo ambao ni vya kiunyama. Mimi nikizungumza hapa nazungumza kama Mkristo, lakini huyu mhubiri bandia ametuharibia jina kama sisi wa Kristo kabisa. Mheshimiwa, mimi nikizungumza hata Jumamosi hii nilikuwa kule Nyamira naomba katika kanisa langu la SDA. Jumapili pia nikaenda katika kanisa la Kikatoliki. Kwa hivyo najifunia dini yangu ya Kristo. Lakini dini yangu haikubali kuwa na wahubiri kama hawa wenye itikadi za kupotosha wa Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ni jambo la huzuni sana.
Your time is up. Senators, learn to speak within 3 minutes. That's what we have. Senator Obura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is not a laughing matter. This is a very serious matter. And Mr. Speaker, this is not something which started yesterday. This is something which has been going on for years and years within the Christian fraternity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we recall in my own village there used to be a cult which was perverting people's minds. You know, this thing is hypnotizing people to believe and do things which are unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you would find them hypnotizing people that you can sleep, women and men, in the same mat, and that nothing happens between you and them, and women can come out of that place pregnant. Mr. Speaker, I also know of some cults who hypnotize people to believe that you sell all your property, you give it to the pastors, and once you have given it, you are going to be very rich. You are going to be much richer than you were. And you end up as a miser. And Mr. Speaker, this is happening in our country even today. So the question of this man being just punished, we need to think seriously how we are going to regulate our registration of religion. In Rwanda, I understand before you register a company, a religion, you have even to have a degree in theology, so that they know that you know what you are doing. Mr. Speaker, I hope that in our country,
the government is going to take this matter seriously, because there's no way this man could have acquired 800 acres of land, Mr. Speaker, if he was not actually stealing from people, actually hypnotizing them.
What is your
and
point
they
of order,
surrender.
Senator Beatrice? Senator Buru has 47 seconds remaining.
47 seconds, Madam. you want to eat all of it?
Mr. Speaker, I just, it's a point of may I know. Senator Buru has talked about men and women. Once they would sleep in some mat. I wanted.
What is
he
the standing order upon which you are
He has
grounding
said women would come pregnant. What would men come out with? That is what I'm.
Senator Akinyi, that point of order is frivolous, and overrule it. Proceed to finish your 47 seconds.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I was saying that this is something which is continuing to happen in our country, and we must take it very seriously, Mr. Speaker, and make sure that the government takes action to regulate not only to deal with Mackenzie, but to deal with all these others who are also hypnotizing people and making them do things which are untoward and are anti-Christian, and yet they believe that they are prophesying the Christianity, Mr. Speaker.
Time is up.
Oh, thank you.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my condolences to the families in Kilifi, and if the country may know, this is not a Kilifi problem. Back home in Kakamega, Maureen Millicent Ajay, the wife of John Moholo of Eshihaka village in Kakamega, went to this pilgrimage. Then she was killed, and the children cannot be seen, Mr. Speaker. There, she went with 3 children, aged 3 to 12. So the story is bigger than what we are saying. I want to beg this House, let us move away from this statement. Let us move away from the urge to say that the matter has been referred to a committee or to several committees. It doesn't work. In the practice of Parliament, in the UK and in this country, an issue like this is normally solved, Mr. Speaker, by a parliamentary select committee. When Josiah Mwangi Kariuki was killed, this committee was formed in this House. When Robert Ouko was killed, a parliamentary committee was formed in this House. Why do we need to form a parliamentary committee? Because without a select committee, you ask the police to investigate itself. What has happened in Kilifi is an indictment of the entire security system. So they'll use the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, as a cover-up. We need a committee that will unlock the mystery in Kilifi, but go further, make recommendation on how we should deal with the church. Having been, Mr. Speaker, in Bomas of Kenya, when we were making the current constitution, there were too many concessions. For example, the concession, I think on Article 32, was mainly because the fear was, if we tighten it, the clergy will fight the constitution will not go through. So now we have that fear behind us. Let this select committee, Mr. Speaker, come with recommendations that will completely make it impossible for criminals like the ones in Kilifi to have an opportunity of ever setting up a church. The common thread in it, Mr. Speaker, is as follows. A guy goes to a market in Robai, starts preaching to 3 people, 4 people, they give him sadaka, he buys a public address system, he continues, Mr. Speaker, he comes to Nairobi, registers some church. Once he registers, he collects money from people. When he finishes, he
Your time is up, Senator. Your time is up, Senator Boni. Senator Boni, if indeed you're convinced, Senator Chirange, you're not in some crusade. Order senators. Senator Boni, if indeed you're convinced that the best way to approach this matter is through a parliamentary select committee, then you need to move a motion. Once you do that, then of course it will be debated, and if it's found fit, once adopted, then we can have a parliamentary select committee to carry out an inquiry. So kindly, you know what to do, proceed in that manner. Senator Eddie Okech.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me opportunity to actually contribute on this matter. Mr. Speaker, there is an African proverb that says that if a doctor invokes a storm upon his own people, then he cannot protect his own house from being destroyed. And Mr. Speaker, when I looked at this matter, and I was just imagining that if today somebody was to just faint in a church without us here knowing, it will be known by BBC, it will be known by anybody in this world. How then comes that this kind of massacre happened in this country under the watch of all our leaders, under the watch of all security that we have in this country, under the watch of all intelligence that we have in this country, without anybody ever knowing about this? I know in this House, Mr. Speaker, that passionate senators have talked about not politicizing this issue. But I want to say that not politicizing this issue does not equal to not holding leaders of this country accountable. Because there is no way such a massacre can happen to great people of this republic when they are leaders right from the grassroots to the national level. This is an issue of accountability and transparency on the issues of religion in this country, Mr. Speaker. And we are becoming a country whereby, because of that lack of responsibility and lack of accountability that is held on religious leaders, because religious leaders are selling to political class some hope, are selling to political class a congregate to talk to all the time, because it is this political class that is sitting in this Senate here. It is the political class that is sitting in National Assembly. It is the political class that is sitting in our county assemblies. It is the political class that is sitting in State House, Mr. Speaker. It is the political class that is sitting in the cabinet of this country that is building these churches, that is excusing these churches, and that is grooming these churches, Mr. Speaker, to have this kind of atrocities. It is high time, Mr. Speaker, we call a spade a spade. You cannot have a tree that its root is rotten, and then you expect that it will not spread death to the branches of that tree, Mr. Speaker. This problem, we have seen people in State House supporting these churches. Pastor Ezekiel, who trained this pastor, Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order, Senator Chirange?
Mr. Speaker, understanding 105 or statement of fact, I know Senator Eddy wants to capture the imagination of the nation by attacking the president or the State House. Mr. Speaker, is it in order for Senator Eddy to allude that State House is funding cult-like following of like Pastor Mackenzie? Yet the picture Mr. Speaker is doing rounds is the picture that has been photoshopped by AZIMIO One Kenya Alliance. Mr. Speaker, is it in order? We should withdraw and apologize.
Senator Edu. Senator Edu. Honorable Senator Chirengei, you have raised your point of order. Let the chair. I'm here to rule on that particular point of order, Senator Eddy, so just hold your horses. Senator Eddy, indeed, if you give any statement, you should be able to, one, take responsibility of that statement, And secondly, you should be able to substantiate some of these allegations. Failure to which, you know what to do. Withdraw and proceed to conclude your statement. And I'll give you, you have 26 seconds. That is what you had. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The same way we have got alleged advocate Senator Cherargei is the same way I've said that these are alleged issues that I can be able, if given time, I can bring to this House a number of politicians here and a number of politicians in State House and a number of leaders in other places that have been in these churches, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I'm saying we must hold them to account, Mr. Speaker.
Order, senators. If Senator Cherargei, can the chair do his work? Senator Eddy, if you don't have the answers now, then you have to withdraw. Next time, carry those facts with you so that as you state the issue, you can be able to subject. So proceed to withdraw.
Mr.
At
Speaker.
the time you'll be ready with those statements, you can be able to come and...
Mr.
Senator
Speaker.
Methu and Senator Cheptumo. Senator Cheptumo, you're out of order. Kindly proceed.
They're eating into my time, Mr.
Senator
Speaker.
Eddy.
Yes.
Now that you don't have the facts with you,
Mr. Speaker,
kindly
I am
proceed.
allowed in this House
Kindly
that
proceed. Order, Senator Eddy. Kindly proceed to withdraw that particular statement.
Mr. Speaker, I am allowed and I have a right in this House that if you want me to bring evidence of politicians and leaders who have been in these churches,
Senator
I can
Eddy.
bring that evidence, Mr.
Senator
Speaker.
Eddy.
That's not what our standing orders allow, Mr. Speaker. We have been in a place where members here have been allowed to bring
Senator
their evidence
Eddy,
at the
when
given
I'm
time.
talking, you keep quiet. Senator Eddy, order senators. Order senators. Senator Eddy, I have made a ruling on this particular matter. Okay? You cannot state a fact and then seek to come and substantiate on it. Not on this particular matter. So kindly proceed to withdraw that particular.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, may I indulge
Before
you?
you make any statement, proceed to
Mr.
withdraw
Speaker,
that particular.
I respect your ruling, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they are making noise. Can you
proceed,
May you
Senator
protect
Eddy,
Mr.
please?
Speaker?
Proceed. Proceed, Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, you know how much I respect the chair. In the same standing order that Senator Cherargei has talked about 105, it is our own rules in the House. 105.2 says, if a senator has insufficient reason to convince the Speaker that the Senate is unable to substantiate the allegations instantly, the Speaker shall require that such senator substantiates the allegation not later than the next sitting day, failure to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 21. So I'm just begging, Mr. Speaker, you are indulged that I can be able to substantiate these things the next sitting day.
Senator Eddy, I believe you understand English, and that's why you've read that.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
In English. You see, I need to be convinced. I want you to read that particular standing order. Just read it again.
If a senator has sufficient reason to convince the Speaker that the senator is unable to substantiate the allegations instantly, the Speaker shall require that such senator substantiates the allegations not later than the next sitting day.
Senator Eddy, I have made a ruling in this particular matter. You are unable to substantiate. Kindly proceed to withdraw and conclude your remarks and take the chair. Take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, I respect your ruling. even as I withdraw because I respect you, Mr. Speaker, I feel like you're gagging me. Because you are saying I'm unable to substantiate, when actually I am requesting for time to substantiate what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker. This is democratic country, Mr. Speaker, and we need to be
Proceed
fair.
to conclude. Now that you've withdrawn, proceed to conclude your remarks. You have 20 seconds. I'm informed your time is up, Senator, so kindly proceed to take your seat. Senator Chimera. Senator Mogeni.
Asante.
Senator Mogeni, and I hope you're not taking us back to that matter.
Mr. Speaker, sir, you know we defer to you a lot. And we are here because we have been elected from our respective counties to come and discuss. Mr. Speaker, to come and discuss issues that are of national importance without fear or favor. And Mr. Speaker, these standing orders carry the force of the Constitution. They flow from the Constitution.
Senator Mogeni, if I get you correctly, you are standing on a point of order, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But if you look at Standing Order 98, this is what it provides. That any senator may raise a point of order at any time during the speech of another senator. There is no senator making a speech. Yes, but I'm saying there is no senator making a speech. And therefore, I'm afraid, Senator Mogeni, I may not allow you to proceed with that point of order. Senator Chimera.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa fursa hii ambayo umenipa nizungumzie swala hili la Shakahola. Vile vile nataka kuungana na maseneta wenzangu kumkashifu na kumshtumu kwa vikali sana pastor huyu, Pastor Paul Mackenzie, kwa itikadi yake hii. Kumradhi. Bwana Paul Mackenzie kwa kueneza itikadi hii. Vile vile kwa niaba yangu kibinafsi na niaba ya wananchi wa kaunti tukufu ya Kwale, niweze kupeana rambirambi zangu kwa familia ambazo zimepoteza wapendwa wao katika swala hili lote la Shakahola. Bwana Spika, nilisikiza kwa umakini sana kiongozi wa wachache walio bungeni, Mheshimiwa Senator Mazayo, jana na leo kuhusu swala hili lote. Na yeye alielezea kwa kina sana kwamba lazima wale afisa wa serikali wakiongozwa na county commissioner, county commander wachukuliwe hatua kali sana. Mimi ningependa tu nimwambie rafiki yangu, kaka yangu kwamba mgala muue na haki pia umpe. County commissioner wa Kilifi County, rafiki yangu Josephat Biot, alipawa kazi hivi majuzi tu, nafikiri mwezi mmoja au miezi miwili iliyopita. County commander vile vile, mkuu wa NIS vile vile. Hawa maafisa wa serikali walikuwa county ya Kilifi hapo awali walitolewa. Na pia mimi nataka niwaombe marafiki zangu maseneta katika pande ya Azimio, tafadhali tusifanye siasa na maisha ya Mkenya. Tumepoteza Wakenya wengi pale. Kama hauna imani wewe kama seneta, kama kiongozi, basi hufai kuwa katika jumba hili. Yale ni maisha ya Mkenya. Mimi nawaomba jamani, viongozi wenzangu, tuache kufanya siasa na maisha ya Mkenya. Wamepoteza maisha yao pale. Vile vile tupatiane fursa bunge hili. Kuna kamati ya usalama hapa, kuna kamati ya sheria, haki na usawa. Walivalia njuga swala hili, wakafanya uchunguzi wao kule, watuletee report hapa. Lakini kuja hapa kila siku mbele ya jumba hili ambalo ni la heshima na taadhima kuu, kurushiana maneno ya kisiasa, kuweka kejeli pande hii na pande ile nyingine, sio sawa jamani. Wakenya wanatuangalia jamani, mimi nawaomba tu, na waombeeni kwa heshima kuu kama seneta mchanga zaidi hapa ndani. Mtupatie fursa kama viongozi tufanye hii kazi. Tuache siasa jamani, turuhusu asasi za serikali zifanye kazi yake. Vile vile nikimalizia, nimeona katika mtandao Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba, na hii ni kejeli, kwamba mawakili wa yule Paul Mackenzie.
Senator Mazayo, Senator Chimera, kindly yield. Senator Mazayo, what is your point of order?
Bwana Spika, singependelea kumwingilia ndugu yangu, lakini ninayotaka kusema ni kwamba amesema swala la siasa. Swala lilo katika bunge letu hivi sasa linalojadiliwa si swala la siasa, bali swala la mauaji, na ndio limeletwa mbele ya hili bunge.
Under what standing order, Senator Mazayo, are you bringing your point of order?
Clarity, 105.
Aware of the contents of 105, yeah?
Yeah.
You're aware of the provisions of 105? Responsibility for statements of fact. Is that
Yes.
where your point of order springs from?
Yes.
All right, proceed.
So kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, hakuna mtu ambaye anaongea mambo ya siasa hapa. Saa hizi ni kwamba tunaongea juu ya vifo na ni hatua gani na ni kamati gani itakayohusika, na kama ndugu yangu mdogo ameona kwamba hilo ni swala la siasa, kusema kama watu wamezembea kazi wafutwe kazi, basi mimi nataka kumwambia hilo si swala la siasa. Hilo ni swala liko ndani ya nyumba na linajadiliwa na wenzake, na silichukulie kama ni swala.
What is your point of order?
Kwa hiyo je, kusema kwamba hili ni swala la siasa, swala la vifo vya watu vilivyotokea visipopungua zaidi ya 100 ni swala la siasa hilo?
Senator Chimera, conclude your...
Asante Bwana Spika, shukran pia ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Senator Mazayo, lakini nafikiri huku nielewa wewe unaninukuu kimakosa. Nimesema tu kama viongozi tuache kufanya siasa na maisha ya Mkenya. Sijasema kwamba swala hili katika flow ya nyumba hii liko la kisiasa. Hapo naona hujanielewa. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikimaliza.
Your time is up, and honorable senators, we had agreed that we shall terminate debate at 4 o'clock. It's now 10 minutes past 4. So we shall rest this particular matter there and proceed to do the final statement by the Honorable Senator Geoffrey Osotsi. Now that Senator Osotsi is not ready to proceed with it. All right, proceed.
I'm very ready, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I apologize for coming in late. I wish to make a statement on the deal between the governments of Kenya and Saudi Arabia on the importation of cheaper fuel. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Energy regarding the deal between the governments of Kenya and Saudi Arabia on the importation of cheaper fuel into the country. In the statement, the committee should, 1, apprise the Senate on the terms of the deal between Kenya and Saudi Arabia, clearly stating which oil companies have been nominated to import fuel for local and transit market. 2, give details in full disclosure of the bilateral agreement of the cost-benefit analysis and how this will be applied to reduce the cost of fuel in the country, taking into account the taxes and levies that will be applied. 3, state whether this deal was a loan arrangement, and in the case that it was, provide details on why Parliament was excluded in the approval process of the deal. And 4, spell out measures, if any, to ensure that this oil deal will not be used to benefit actors in the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 8, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2023, second reading.
Honorable Senators, we will proceed debate. That was interrupted yesterday, Tuesday, 25th April 2023. Now, I can see my dashboard is jammed. hopefully is for purposes of contributing to this particular motion. I'll therefore proceed to call Senator Manzo.
Not on this one.
If you spoke on this particular motion,
I did not. I actually queued.
Proceed,
I actually
Senator
queued.
I'm informed you did not.
Equalization fund, yes, I've not shared on this. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution talks of things which should be in equalization
What is
fund.
your point of order, Senator Cheptumo?
Mr. Speaker, in view of the time remaining, will I be in order, Mr. Speaker, to request that we reduce the time for a member, because I believe most members would want to speak to this motion. That's my...
Honorable Senators, according to our standing orders, each senator is allowed not more than 20 minutes to speak. However, we can limit debate. Senator Cheptumo rose on a point of order, whether correctly or otherwise, seeking that we limit debate to less than the allowable not more than 20 minutes. Honorable Senators, do we proceed to allow each senator to speak as per the time allocated to each senator in the standing order? All right, we shall proceed. Each senator will speak for the allowable time as given in the standing orders. So, Senator Manzo, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this matter of equalization, and the Senator for Barigo, who was with me in National Assembly, knows, is a very heavy matter in this country. Mr. Speaker, since the new constitution came into being, the equalization fund has never been dispensed to any of the counties it was meant to serve. And Mr. Speaker, what has happened over the years, and even it is more absurd in the current bill to deal with the equalization fund, although we are dealing with the devolution units, Mr. Speaker, there is very little participation of the Senate or the counties in the dispensation of these monies. Mr. Speaker, what is even more absurd, that CRA is supposed to have done the apportionment in consultation with the Senate and in consultation with quite a number of interested parties, and unfortunately that did not happen. Mr. Speaker, despite serious presentations that Makueni gets equalization fund, Machakos did and Kitui did. The reason given that Makueni did not get equalization fund was that the railway passes through there, and especially now the new railway. Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that the railway and even the highway, which goes through Makueni for almost 200 kilometers, does not benefit the locals at all. If anything, upon the coming of the new railway station, the railway gauge, most towns in Makueni on Mombasa Road were shut down and business went down, and the locals suffered a lot more than it would have benefited. It is only recently, Mr. Speaker, when the trucks came back, some of the towns started coming back to life, and therefore that cannot be a reason advanced by CRA to deny Makueni. The other reason advanced by CRA to deny Makueni, even a little apportionment of these monies, was that in Makueni, we have a lot of educated people, a lot of people in Makueni have gone through education, they are graduates, and therefore they must be working and taking monies back home. Far from it, Mr. Speaker, although we have many educated people, most of them are jobless, have not had an opportunity to work in an organization or even start their own businesses. And therefore, the numbers of the many educated people of Makueni, many young people who are graduates, does not equate into any money is coming to the county of Makueni. And this argument has been used by CRA to deny us even the allocation for the counties, and not even under equalization fund. And this, under the Constitution, was supposed to deal with water, was supposed to deal with electricity, was supposed to deal with roads, and was supposed to deal with health. As far as roads are concerned, our biggest problem are bridges. And some of the roads which are maintained by Kera or Kenha in Makueni County have very poor bridges. And this weekend, Mr. Speaker, we suffered quite a number of people being washed by rivers when it rained heavily. And Mr. Speaker, I almost became a victim, you know, of one of those low bridges where the water it blocked people so that when you are traveling, you are unable to go back, nor are you able to go front. And quite a number of lorries, you know, transporting food, against the misconception that, you know, when a vehicle is heavy, will go through a river. Far from it, Mr. Speaker. So long as the water of a river or a bridge is above half of the tire, the vehicle has every chance of being ferried away by that river, for it becomes, you know, very light because you see the tires are pressured. Mr. Speaker, that has been a very big problem in Makueni. The bridges, the rivers, and the roads. And again also, electricity has not gone into every place in Makueni. And similarly, although we are doing Thwake Dam, which has delayed as to when you know, would have been functional by now, we'll be having the dam now. But by now, there has been delays in payments of contractor. There has been delays in terms of implementation. And the dam, which should be beginning to serve the people of Makueni, Kitui, and Machakos, and Kajiado, and KWANZA City, has not yet been, you know, implemented. It is slowed, eventually to be completed. And I'm working very hard as a senator, and started this when I was a member of Parliament of Makueni, to make sure the Thwake Dam is actualized. But still, that's not enough to deny the people of Makueni equalization fund. Mr. Speaker, in terms of health, we still have a lot of dispensaries which have not been brought to a level whereby mothers can deliver there, because that's the biggest need. Children's life, when a child has an emergency, there are those little emergencies of a child. You know, when a mother rushes to a nearby dispensary, when a child cannot breathe, and a lot of time they lock up, there is a technology used. And although the government of Makueni the county government of Makueni is making every effort to do with the health funds have never fully been devolved from Nairobi. The agriculture funds have never fully been devolved from Nairobi. So again, when the CRA goes on to deny Makueni simply because the railway gauge passes through there, honestly, Mr. Speaker, and Madam Speaker, there is a very big problem there. And despite the many presentations the leadership of Makueni, including myself, have made to CRA, and the CRA have even visited Makueni, having just emerged from a drought, and whereby Makuenians have suffered a great deal, and having not been equalized, this equalization fund has now become something which does not depict the meaning of equalization. The whole idea of equalization under the Constitution was to make sure that counties or regions or constituencies which have been disadvantaged over the years since we got independence and some services have not reached there, this fund should be available to make sure that this fund should be available to make sure that that particular area is equalization has taken place. And I had said on electricity, water, health, and roads. And therefore, that particular case has not been accepted by CRA. And I want to state that also, since this equalization fund started, it has never been taken into any count. It has never been implemented. And for the first time, we have come up with a bill which is planning to implement this. But unfortunately, and I want to state it very clearly as a lawyer of many years of experience, this bill ends up being discriminative and therefore unconstitutional as it stands. We are debating an illegal bill. We are dealing with a bill which, even in its allocation of the funds, some of the allocations which have been done to some of other counties are just ridiculous. You give a whole county 43 million shillings. Even CDF gives better money than that. What will you do? You claim now you have equalized a county by just giving it 43 million shillings. It's ridiculous. It could have, probably if it was 43 billion to a county, which is disadvantaged, it would make sense. But when you send just 43 million, will it do a health center? If so, how many health centers will it do? Will it do electricity? If so, how much of it, to how many villages? Will it do a bridge? I don't think so. In a river which keeps on sweeping people, bridges, an average bridge of an average river costs close to 400 million if you really want to save lives or you want to get serious as a country. So I don't think CRA was serious at all. And I don't think the government is serious at all. We are bringing this bill, which is for the budget of 2022-2023. This is how ridiculous it is. And this is how counties have suffered under the governments since devolution started. You pass the money or bring the money to a county the last month of a financial year. What development can this bill do? So we have before us a ridiculous bill, a bill the government is not serious about, a bill which is not implementable, and a bill which is mocking some of the counties, and a bill also which has discriminated Makueni County as a county. And I really want to tell CRA, this is not the end of the Makueni people represented by myself on this floor. I am proceeding to the High Court to make sure that this bill is described as unconstitutional and therefore fails and cannot take place and cannot be implemented in this nation when Makueni people who are suffering most and are top in suffering as far as the water is concerned, electricity is concerned, roads are concerned, and health are concerned, more than any other county in this country, and probably only follows, the arid counties. It's a seriously arid county. We have seen counties which are not arid included here. In fact, we should rethink the whole idea of equalization fund. Probably equalization should take place in every county, but then proportionate according to the problems of that county. Because even if you come to Nairobi, there are people living in the slums. They have no health, they have no water, so they need to be equalized to those who live where there are such things. Go to a county, any other county you pick, which has been denied these monies, you will still find there are disadvantaged people. So the whole idea of our constitution on equalization fund has not been met. And not only am I going to fight this bill in this house, it is an illegal bill. Even if you use your numbers and pass it, I'm still going to challenge that decision in court. Now that recently we already created precedents that whatever court order comes from court, then this house must obey. And I believe now I must do this because you have created precedents. Go to court, stop this bill. In fact, I'm instructing my lawyers this afternoon. I'm going to give them a copy of this bill so that we fail it and so that CRA can learn to do their jobs properly, to consult the senators. Which senator, if any, was ever consulted when this bill was being implemented? None of it. If you look at the team on the ground which sits to deal with this, the senator is not one of them. They have representatives of CDF. They have, somebody from the provincial administration, a county commissioner or an assistant county commissioner. They are the people who sit there. Which representative of senator sat there? Then you bring the bill to Senate to pass it when you never consulted the Senate. That fails on the part of public participation. I can assure you there was no public participation, proper public participation or legal public participation on this bill. What happened was just some people pretending that they are consulting on this bill, did not consult sufficiently, did not consult Treasury, did not consult the senators, did not consult the people who deal with this, did not consult the committee, or even the Attorney General, who should be giving a proper interpretation on what this means. And if you look at the total amount of money which has been sent for equalization to help counties or regions or villages who are disadvantaged, you realize that they did not follow the law at all. So then how do you come up, and if you look at the budget, it's so small. It does not fall under the category of equalization fund, although it was supposed to be increased with the time and to make to take part of this. If you check what the senator for Turkana contributed yesterday, that he himself has to cross rivers physically. He has to abandon his car, cross a river, and the mothers and children are expected to cross that river to go to a dispensary. And there's no bridge. And then you give him monies in Turkana, which cannot even make one bridge. It means there's something very wrong with the way we administer this fund, the way we have understood it under the meaning of the Constitution, the way this fund is supposed to be dealt with, and it means there is a big problem without public participation. Then there are very many disadvantaged wards because this was supposed to go directly to the wards. There is also loss of, the original idea, which the framers of our Constitution, what they wanted, what they meant, what they wanted done with the equalization fund has already been lost in this particular bill. Then when you talk about other basic needs, things like education, really, the CRA, although that's not included in the Constitution, talking about his basic needs, have they covered all of them? During this time of drought, was it not better to have equalization fund to make sure that people who went without food or through schools could be taken care of? Then what has it dealt with? The item, the timelines, really, the budgetary timelines. Why is it be brought to us to pass? And then when it goes to President for assent, and then Treasury doesn't have the funds, and then the financial year is closed, and then no monies can be dispensed. Again, the projects have not been identified. Again, procurement has not. In 2 months, Madam Speaker, is indeed this not ridiculous? Has it not been repeated over the years? And is indeed not Senator Governor Robert thinks of this? He's gone through this experience. He has gone through this experience as a governor and a very other good governor, Mandago. Yes, if you can inform me, I will appreciate, because he has been through this. When monies arrive, Mr. Speaker, the very last day of dispensation or of the financial year, I wish to be informed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wish to inform my colleague, Senator Mwanzo, that once this fund is appropriated, that the fund will not lapse at the end of the financial year, but will remain in the equalization fund kitty once appropriated. And as such, the counties that are beneficiaries of this fund do not stand to lose at the end of the financial year. Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, that has been the story since 2010. And none of this money actually can be traced. It is a very good story told, but has it left? Where is it saved, and for when, and for what counties? And that's why I'm saying, for me, I oppose it, and I am going to go to court to stop it. For whatever bill has been presented here is unconstitutional, is discriminative, has discriminated the people of Makueni among other counties, and therefore cannot stand. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose.
Senator William Kisang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Senator Manzo called you Mr. Speaker, so I think he forgot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this bill reluctantly because, Madam Speaker, when this fund was set up, it was supposed to help counties that are marginalized to achieve basic services. It's unfortunate that Elgeyo-Marakwet County is one of the counties that is benefiting but very low. As Honorable Mansa said, Makueni is getting about 40-something million. Elgeyo-Marakwet County that is marginalized is only getting 87 million out of the 13 billion. Madam Speaker, the biggest problem with CRA, when they visit our counties, they only go to county headquarters. Elgeyo-Marakwet County has a long stretch of Kerio Valley, all the way from Soy North up to Endo Ward, where we have also suffered because of insecurity that we've had for over 50 years. So, Madam Speaker, we want CRA to tell us, where do they get data to allocate these resources? Because there are some counties that are neighboring Elgeyo Marakwet County getting close to $1 billion, and Elgeyo Marakwet County is just getting 87 million. This is unfortunate, and we'll petition, as my colleague has said, maybe instead of stopping the resources going to the counties, we plan for the next financial year, 2023-24, so that they can do affirmative action. Those counties that are disadvantaged in this particular bill are compensated during 2023-24 financial year, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the last several years, Elgeyo Marakwet County, we more than 4, 5, 6 wards, they have suffered because of insecurity, and we thought this equalization fund will be allocated to the county so that, Madam Speaker, we can get basics like health centers, dispensaries, we do boreholes, because water is a basic need. Health is a basic need. Education. There are some schools that have closed because of insecurity, and this would have assisted the Elgeyo Marakwet County at least to be equalized, to come up. Madam Speaker, even that formula, the allocation, the CRA formula to allocate share of revenue, Elgeyo Marakwet County is still one of the counties that is bottom 3 in terms of allocation. So I believe when the formula comes for review next year, we'll be championing and lobbying so that, this marginalization is not allowed to continue. Madam Speaker, I've checked Tiatich constituency that as there are several bandits that have been, we have been terrorizing people across the region, the North Rift region have gotten 481 million. This 481 million, I hope, Madam Speaker, that particular constituency, they'll use the resources to put up schools so that the children of Tiatich constituency who are not going to school may go to school so that people can have peace. In fact, I was saying Minister of Interior and Minister of Education, they need to liaise so that those children who are below 15 years and below are forced to go to school, because that particular area also has been marginalized since independence. Tiatich constituency is 1.5 the size of Elgeyo Marakwet County with only 60 primary schools, when Elgeyo Marakwet County is having close to 600 primary schools. Secondary schools, less than 10. Where then you expect the bandits to end? It will not, because they are not going to school. If they don't go to school, they know what to do best and ensure they terrorize everybody around there. So we should allocate Tiatich actually more than this 400 million, maybe even 2 billion, as we give Elgeyo Marakwet County close to another billion. So, Madam Speaker, I know people are not happy with the allocation, but we should not kill the bill because of that. We should look forward to the next financial year, and we sit down with CRA. They give us the formula. How did they arrive at these figures? Because it is not equal. It's not equitable, Madam Speaker. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, mine is just to say I will fight so that Elgeyo Marakwet County gets additional resources so that we can have good hospitals, we can have water for our people, we can do better roads, because Gerivala is really marginalized. When people go to Iten, you go to Kapsoar, you think Elgeyo Marakwet County is not arid. It's an arid county. In fact, we are pushing to ensure Elgeyo Marakwet County is made an ASAL county. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support the bill and ask Honorable Senator Manzo, please don't go to court. These resources will help, even that 43 million that is going to Makueni, it's going to help. It will help, or it's zero. Then let us start lobbying so that you don't let somebody who is in Tiatich, who is suffering, a child who has not gone to school, to delay going to school because you are going to court. I support, Madam Speaker.
Senator Edwin Sifuna Watenya.
Madam Speaker, allow me to start by saying yesterday I had a copy of the equalization bill as published by the Kenya Gazette. Today I have a copy. And the reason I bring that up is because, Madam Speaker, when we were being oriented as new senators, we were told that one of the ways to distinguish a Senate bill from the National Assembly bill is a color. The one I had yesterday was color blue. The one we were debating on division of revenue was color green. And the point I wanted to make here, because there were some people who were alleging that they have added 15 billion shillings to the counties. That green bill, the 15 billion additional money from 370 to 385 was given by the National Assembly. We in this House have our own opportunity in this equalization bill to add some money under the equalization fund, and this is the only money we can tell counties we have given them, Madam Speaker. Let me proceed to the provision of the Constitution, Article 204, Madam Speaker, that in fact this fund is ring-fenced in what it's supposed to be used for. And it says under 204.2 that the national government shall use the equalization fund only to provide basic services, including water, roads, health facilities, and electricity to marginalized areas to the extent necessary to bring the quality of those services in those areas to the level generally enjoyed by the rest of the nation as far as possible. Madam Speaker, I stand here to support this bill, knowing full well that as a senator of Nairobi, my county is not in the schedule here. My county is not eligible to receive these monies. And contrary to some of the submissions that were made yesterday by some of the colleagues, especially my brother, Senator Kajwang from Homa Bay, he admitted that he was supporting the bill for selfish reasons because his county is one of the ones that are benefiting. I stand here knowing full well, Madam Speaker, that Nairobi County is not on this schedule. But I know for a fact that I took an oath on the first day in this Senate to protect devolution, and that is exactly why I'm standing to support this bill. We say here in Nairobi that what your brother has eaten is not lost. So I stand up to support this knowing full well, Madam Speaker, that we are not on this schedule as Nairobi. But it's not as if Nairobi does not have areas where the services, basic services like water, roads, health facilities, and electricity are missing. Madam Speaker, I know that many of you live in this city because we host the Senate. You are invited to visit some of these areas. A large proportion of the residents of Nairobi are actually what you can describe as the urban poor, and they go every day without these services. Examples were given here of Kuinda in Karen, which is an informal settlement, Madam Speaker, Githogoro in Westlands, Kwanjenga, Kwaruben. Madam Speaker, in all these areas I'm mentioning, just to mention but a few, basic services like water, roads, health facilities, and electricity are missing. In fact, as a member of the Energy Committee, and I am happy that, Madam Chair, you are in the Energy Committee when the people of Mukuru petitioned us here that they are unable to access affordable, regular, and stable electricity in Mukuru. So it would have been nice for us to argue that Nairobi should fit in this particular schedule. But this is why, as their senator, I was fighting so hard in case anybody misunderstood me, Madam Speaker, when it came to the division of revenue. Because that is the only opportunity that we have as residents of Nairobi to actually increase our share of the resources that we need for us to be able to provide these services to our people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is also very telling, and I don't want this to appear like it is an attack on any colleague or in fact on the Senate itself. But my heart was broken last week, and I have to speak to it every time that I get an opportunity. Of the 34 counties, Madam Speaker, that are listed as beneficiaries of this equalization fund, 23 out of those 34, Madam Speaker, their senators in this House voted to defeat the, the finance bill, the report of the Finance Committee that had proposed that we increase these resources by 22 more billion shillings. In fact, I have said that each of those 22 senators cost us as devolution 1 billion shillings each. Madam Speaker, it leaves me at a very difficult position. When I sit here, I listen to my brother from Turkana, or in fact, My brother from Elgeyo Marakwet, who has just spoken now. Because here in Nairobi, we believe money is money. Money is money. And you should never leave money on the table when there's an opportunity for you to grab money for yourself and your people. There is no difference between money allocated through division of revenue and this bill that we are currently debating, Madam Speaker. It's not as if I wanted to build a health center in Mukuru Kwanjenga, that if I want to pay the contractor, he will ask me, is this money from the division of revenue or from the equalization fund? No, money is money, Madam Speaker. So I am looking at my colleagues with some, I am amazed, I am just befuddled, because, Madam Speaker, you are arguing, my brother from Nandi, 457 million shillings from the equalization fund, when you actually gave away 1 billion shillings as a senator. Turkana, he's arguing for 1.5 billion shillings. I am sure he would have gotten more, because every single year, Turkana is always second to Nairobi in terms of the quantity of money that is allocated under the division of revenue, Madam Speaker. So I want, first of all those issues that my brother, Senator for Turkana, was speaking to yesterday, Madam Speaker, you must always go back to the beginning of this journey of devolution and how we ended up in the place that we are. If you read the final report of the CKRC of 2005, Madam Speaker, the things that Senator Lomenen was saying yesterday were said by the residents of Kenya in 2004, in 2005 during the Bomas process. They said that they wanted to see a division of resources between and benefits between national government and communities where those resources are found. This is what we are talking about. There was wide support for local government, for devolution, what we were sworn to protect. There was a widespread feeling amongst Kenyans of alienation from the central government and power. Madam Speaker, there was a feeling of marginalization, neglect, and victimization for political affiliation. These are the problems that were identified, that were the reason why Kenyans decided that we needed to have these two levels of government and they needed to be funded equally, Madam Speaker. They wanted that the local governments, the local authorities, be the ones to deal with local infrastructure such as roads, hospitals, and schools. These are the direct views of Kenyans that ended up under Article 204(2), Madam Speaker, and also the reason why we have devolved units. So, Madam Speaker, I look at these figures here, and I say we have had opportunity to be able to increase our load, but we gave up that opportunity. If you look at the allocations of the equalization fund, it is specific to certain wards, Madam Speaker. That means that it is not the entire, even if your county is here, it is not the entire county that is going to benefit from the equalization fund. Specific wards within specific constituencies have been highlighted as those that require this support the most. Madam Speaker, I will cry and cry and cry again, because I believe we lost a very big opportunity as the Senate to push for greater allocation for all our counties. And yet, when you look at this allocation, it only deals with specific wards. Madam Speaker, let me leave it there so that my colleagues can contribute as well. But I support that, in fact, in a country such as ours, we cannot continue to live the way we are living. Because if indeed we are all equal under the law and as Kenyans, there is no reason why I should enjoy paved roads, enjoy water, flowing water every day, enjoy stable electricity. When I am unwell, I am able to access medical cover, and yet I have my countrymen in any particular corner, whether of this city or in fact the entire country, who are unable to access them at the very basic level. The Senator for Turkana also reminded us that it was not until 5 years ago that they actually saw a tarmac road. It cannot make sense. I am sure we should even have these exchanges between counties. I would like Senator Methu to also visit Homa Bay to see how the people there are living, so that you compare, are the roads as good or as bad as those in Nyandarua? Are the people there able to access health facilities as easily or as difficult or as hard as the people of Nyandarua? It is critical, Madam Speaker, so that when we see these things, I think we will be guided by the greater picture of how the nation looks like, and we will be able to act in concert so that we help to save devolution and to help our people. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Methu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for I think the last 2 days I've tried to get an opportunity to speak and I've not been lucky. And as I rise, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, to support this bill, just like my colleague who spoke before me, Senator Sifuna, I would want to first say that as I support this bill, Nyandarua does not appear in the schedule, and I think I share in the thoughts and wisdom that when my brother has eaten, the next plate of food shall obviously be mine, because they cannot be in the line twice. Madam Speaker, any money that is going to our counties, regardless of whichever county the money is going to, we are here to support, and that is why, Madam Speaker, last week I voted amongst another, I think, 23 or 24 or 25 senators to add 15 billion to our counties, which is a positive step towards strengthening devolution. Madam Speaker, as I give the facts as to why I also think that even though I support the bill, there is something that I looked into, that the classification of the wards that deserve this money, and actually devolving the money to the ward level, Madam Speaker, and should even be devolved even further to our villages, because misconceptions are there, Madam Speaker. Even as we say that a comparative study has been done, misconceptions are there. Madam Speaker, as I represent the county of Nyandarua, everybody who has never visited the county of Nyandarua will always imagine that the whole of that county is agricultural. The fact that we are the leading producer of potatoes in the whole republic may make anybody imagine that the potatoes are grown in the entire county, Madam Speaker. As it is now, in the last year, Nyandarua County produced 0.5 million metric tons of potatoes, which was the highest. We did 33% international contribution, which is the highest in the whole republic. Madam Speaker, in the statistics availed by the Ministry of Agriculture, Nyandarua County is the second leading producer of milk in the whole republic. Madam Speaker, Nyandarua County again is the leading producer of French beans in the whole republic. Madam Speaker, Nyandarua County is the leading producer of cabbages in the whole republic. Madam Speaker, Nyandarua County again is still the leading producer of carrots in the whole republic. But not every part of Nyandarua is productive, Madam Speaker. That is why I feel that taking this money to the ward would try and sort out some of the problems that we face, Madam Speaker. A sub-county in Nyandarua, Madam Speaker, called Daragwa, shares to a very big extent the climate of Laikipia. And for Laikipia, wards that are adjacent to Nyandarua in Laikipia to qualify, and whenever we get relief food, it is for Daragwa and Laikipia, we feel, Madam Speaker, that as we go on, this injustice should and must be sorted against the people of Nyandarua. Madam Speaker, the senator from Nairobi just spoke here, and just yesterday we were looking at a petition in a committee that I sit in, Madam Speaker, and some of the historical injustices that must be addressed include what is contained in this bill, Madam Speaker. The facts are as follows, Madam Speaker. Nairobi County, that is represented by my colleague, the senator who spoke before me, takes 15.6 million liters of water from Nyandarua every day. Every running day, we supply 12% of all the water that is used in Nairobi. That water, Madam Speaker, comes from a dam that is called Sasumwa Dam. Sasumwa Dam is located in a ward called Jambini. Sasumwa Dam was dug and built in 1959, long before Senator Sifuna and I were born. In the agreement that was signed by the colonial government at that time, an intake cannot be built above the Sasumwa Dam. As it is now, Madam Speaker, there is no framework as to how the county government of Nyandarua can provide water to the residents of Jambini, Award, to the residents of Githafai, Award, to the residents of Nyakio, Award. Those good creatures who give 12.6 million liters of water to Nairobi every day do not have access to clean drinking water. Whereas the Senator of Nairobi and his people are using the same money for drinking, washing their clothes, and washing their vehicles. Madam Speaker, how much of an injustice can that be, Madam Speaker? We are the people that take care of that resource. And because that matter will come separately, it was just a demonstration as to how we, as the people of Nyandarua, and indeed many other counties that are not in this schedule, feel that even as we go on, some of these issues must be sorted out. Madam Speaker, in the former Central Kenya, which is popularly referred to as the Mount Kenya region, Nyandarua County that I represent in this Senate is the biggest in terms of land size. In terms of electricity conductivity, Madam Speaker, Nyandarua County is the lowest. In all the 10 Mount Kenya counties, we are barely at 40% in terms of conductivity, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it would be sad to note in this era and time, Madam Speaker, that a ward in Nyandarua is not even 20% connected to electricity, Madam Speaker. If then we are speaking about money that is supposed to settle some of these issues, Madam Speaker, then if those injustices cannot be addressed as we go on, Madam Speaker, then we would, even as we support that the other people get this money, we will slowly wear out and we will get tired. These are issues that should and must be addressed. The second thing, Madam Speaker, Sasumwa was just one instance. Abadeas, that borders Nyandarua, is one of the 5 major water towers in the Republic. A dam in Nyandarua called Konoike Dam serves all its water to Nakuru. Another dam that is being done now by the current administration, Madam Speaker, called Malewa, all the waters will be used by the residents of Naivasha. Madam Speaker, we don't have a problem in giving our brothers, the people of Nairobi, the people of Nakuru, the people of many other places water, Madam Speaker. But surely, Madam Speaker, are we then children of a lesser God? That ours, in the community that I come from, they always say that a pot, the work of a pot is only to cook. The work of a pot is not to eat. So, Madam Speaker, we want to distinguish ourselves. We shall no longer be pots. We shall serve food after tasting the food. Madam Speaker, every time there are wildfires in the Abadeas, the people of Nairobi, who are the majority in this republic, they never bother. They only read it in the news, they only see it in the Twitter, they never bother. The fires are never close to them. There's no way they can be able to even access the Abadeas. But our young men from Nyandarua, every time there is a wildfire, they sleep out until we are able to put out that fire. If we are putting out that fire so that we protect the catchment, then how wrong are we then to ask that we get something small? Not everything. I wish. And it is this ridiculous, Madam Speaker, that when the MD, we captured the MD, because they got a revenue of 4.7 billion in the financial year 2020, how much they gave back to the catchment. And the MD said that in the 5 years that he has been around, the only thing that they have done to the people of Nyandarua is give them back 15 tanks, 15 10,000-liter tanks, just 15. Barely a million bob, Madam Speaker. Barely a million bob, Madam Speaker. Having taken a resource from our county worth 20-something billion. Are we then really children of a lesser God? That is a matter that I'll pursue some other time, Madam Speaker, because we shall come. Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Sifuna? propose his minutes.
Yes, I don't want to, interfere with the presentation, but my brother, the senator for Nyandarua, should not create the impression that we get the water from Nyandarua for free. In fact, the people of Nairobi pay for that water, Madam Speaker. And also that when there was a recent fire, Madam Speaker, it was a national effort to put out that fire, including agencies such as KWS. It's not just the young people of Nyandarua who did it. So please, I know we have that dispute and it is before a committee, but I just let him not mislead the House as to the nature of the relationship of the people of Nyandarua and Nairobi. And finally, Madam Speaker, also that there are many residents of Nairobi, including the good senator, who come from Nyandarua, and they enjoy that same water that they take care of upstream. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, in fact, that point of order was very necessary because it builds onto the case that they charge and they pay for the water, but the people of Nyandarua get nothing out of it. It is a very good admission from the senator that when we are giving them water, they tell us that it's a natural resource from God. But when they are giving it to the people of Nairobi, they sell it and they get revenue out of it. That is the bond of contention, and because it is before a committee, that will be dealt with. And maybe to just remind him, the wildfires that he says that was a concerted effort, where I agree, a story is told, Madam Speaker, of an elephant that carried a fly on the back. And when they were crossing a river, the bridge was squeaking. So when they got to the other side, the fly told the elephant, you saw we almost broke the bridge. So it is the same thing. Out of like 2,000 young men, and there are 5 people from KWS, so they want to say that they helped us put out the fire, and we were 2,000 of us. And we shall be happy to take care of that resource. We love the people of Nairobi. Madam Speaker, again, the equalization fund, part of the work and functions that they are supposed to undertake, the services that they are supposed to be offered are health services. Madam Speaker, Nyandarua County, one of the counties that is not in this schedule, Madam Speaker, is one whose health status must be addressed aptly, and more resources must be sent to our counties, Madam Speaker. As it is now, Madam Speaker, Nyandarua County does not have a referral hospital. Nyandarua County, among us all the other counties, does not have a referral hospital. We depend on the goodwill of the people of Nairobi again, on the goodwill of the people of Kiambu, on the goodwill of the people of Nakuru. Madam Speaker, even if we do not get a referral health facility out of this bill, Madam Speaker, then we could get sufficient personnel in our local health centers and dispensaries, and sufficient medicine in our local health facilities and dispensaries, so that, Madam Speaker, we then reduce pressure. If you look at the statistics of the NHIF of the people of Nyandarua, we advantage the counties of Nakuru and Nairobi more than we advantage the health facilities from our own county, Madam Speaker. Because our people are coming for referral services in Nairobi, our people are coming for referral hospital services in Nakuru. And Madam Speaker, issues to do with health, if you are cascading these matters downwards, you will find, Madam Speaker, wards in Nyandarua who either do not have a dispensary, and even those ones that have dispensaries are in very deplorable conditions. Madam Speaker, my own dispensary where I come from is carving from a settler house. You can imagine when settlers were here, how old that building can be to this minute. We are talking about the effects of the hazardous effects of asbestos, and a hospital in my local village is still an asbestos-done building that was being used by the colonialists. Madam Speaker, when we speak about the road network, as I have prosecuted my case, Madam Speaker, Nyandarua is the food basket of the country. This is where, if we are speaking about food security and we do not speak about Nyandarua, then the country can never be food secure. if you are the leading producer in all those produces that I told you about, Madam Speaker, and we do not then impact on the infrastructural development of our county, then ultimately, as it is, Madam Speaker, just today, Madam Speaker, I read a journal that Nyandarua farmers suffer 40% post-harvest losses in the production of potatoes. Reasons why we get post-harvest losses, Madam Speaker, is because it's very difficult for the farmers of Nyandarua to access markets. Reason being, the road networks in Nyandarua are very poor. You will be very, very surprised, Madam Speaker, that a constituency called Ndaragwa got its first tarmac less than 2 years ago, Madam Speaker. All our pending projects as it is, Madam Speaker, are all stalled. They are not going on. We actually feel, and we have been petitioning the current administration with the local leadership, our members of parliament, and all of us, that we must open that caveat that has been put that no new projects will be started, because if then that case stands, Nyandarua starts to lose so much, Madam Speaker, because in the last administration, not much was done in terms of road network. So, Madam Speaker, that's a matter that should and must be addressed in terms of road network. Maybe finally, or just before I finish, because I want to allow my colleagues to also comment on and give their contribution, Madam Speaker. Nyandarua County, that I represent in this Senate, Madam Speaker, has only one gazetted municipality. Just one gazetted municipality. Just one gazetted municipality. Initially, we would have two, but as it is, when the limitation of boundaries happened, one of our major sources of revenue, local revenue, was Nyahururu town, which was carved to go to Laikipia. We do not need and we do not intend to keep fighting about Laikipia. We want to grow and build our own county, Madam Speaker. We have towns that are that have potential of growing to become. We have local centers that have the potential of growing to become big towns. The town of Jambini, the town of Engineer, the town of Mairoinya, the town of Ndaragwa, the town of Boiman, all those towns, Madam Speaker, they have the potential of growing to become towns and big as municipalities. But if then we do not take services to those shopping centers so that they can be able to grow, Madam Speaker, how then do we intend to get new municipalities in Nyandarua where we are not deliberate in providing and giving resources to the effect of providing crucial services in the said towns, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this era and time, in a very, very, very sad state of affairs, Madam Speaker, children of a place called Wangui in Ndaragwa Central Ward are still using a log as a bridge to cross to go to school. In this era, Madam Speaker, a town called Turasha, for a child to go to a school called Turasha, they have to go through a log that is being used as a bridge called Gashuha Bridge, and you can see, Madam Speaker, the kind of risks, especially with the heavy rains that we have. We have lost countless number of pupils, Madam Speaker. How much more then can our people suffer? If then we do not address these matters now, when then will these matters be addressed? If 60 years after independence, pupils are still crossing rivers using logs, Madam Speaker, they do not have any other way of accessing. Madam Speaker, if Madam Speaker, if I think my flow of thought was interrupted by the light because I thought I have spoken for 3 minutes. If, Madam Speaker, 60 years after devolution, the people of Kaimbaga, the people of Uruko, the people of Sumbego, the people of Surugoi, the people of Wangoi cannot get modern infrastructure, if we cannot address it now, then when will it be addressed? My final comment, Madam Speaker, and I would have commented this maybe in the earlier statement that we were speaking about. Madam Speaker, I speak here as an elder of the church. I have been raised and born and brought up in a very strong Christian family. I have been baptized in the AIC church. I am a very staunch member of the AIC church. And Madam Speaker, these matters, religion and spirituality, we then have to agree that we have to get a standard of how we shall address all these matters. Madam Speaker, how is it that right now we are speaking about this bill, we are referring and referencing to the Constitution, and we are able to speak in the same flow of thought. But another set of people reading the same Bible are getting different teachings from the same Bible. Madam Speaker, I don't know how many minutes I have. Maybe 2. My time is running out. It's not over. As I sign off, Madam Speaker, I would want to say this. I am persuaded by the sentiments of Senator Edwin Sifuna that we must get a standard of how we shall be interpreting religion and spirituality, so that we do not get ourselves into the same, the problem that we have found ourselves in the case of Kilifi and Shakahola and the bandit called Mackenzie. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Senator Oburu Odinga.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, speaking about equalization fund, it is important that we discuss the origins of it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the origins of equalization fund was a result of a very, very protracted marginalization of certain regions of this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I recall that at independence in 1965, there was a paper which was introduced in this parliament called Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965. Madam Speaker, in that paper, which was read to this parliament by the late Tom Boyer, it stated that the country will grow, the stress of growth was stressed, or the economic growth was stressed as the main economic policy for the country. And Madam Speaker, in that paper, investments were to be directed to those parts of the country which could produce efficiently and effectively in the investment. That is, if you invested a shilling, the return would be high. Madam Speaker, that is what informed the growth. The investments in this country, all the investments were directed towards high-yielding or high-productivity areas of the country. And this excluded the more than 3/4 of the country, which is described as arid and semi-arid lands, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these regions were marginalized, and it was deliberate in the economic policies of the government of those days. And after the first government, the second government, even the third, marginalization continued. And Madam Speaker, during the drafting of the new constitution, it was thought, and wisely so, that there should be an equalization fund, which was an affirmative fund, Madam Speaker, which was not to last forever. Madam Speaker, this fund, which is called Equalization Fund, is not supposed to be permanent. It is supposed to effect equalization of those areas which were marginalized over a long period of time. Madam Speaker, since the promulgation of this new constitution in 2010, Madam Speaker, we have now covered more than about 13 years, Madam Speaker. 13 years, and this fund was supposed to last for 20 years, only renewable if Parliament so wished. But, Madam Speaker, only 7 years remain of this period of 20 years. Madam Speaker, there is almost nothing. There's almost nothing, Madam Speaker, which has been done to effect this equalization, which was meant to be an affirmative action to bring up those regions which were marginalized to the same level with the other areas of the country where hitherto development investments were directed. Madam Speaker, it is a shame that we are actually, in my own view, overstretching. We are overstretching because this was directed towards certain constituencies which were mainly in the arid and semi-arid lands. But, Madam Speaker, when you now talk of 34 counties, of course, mine is also included. Madam Speaker, I think we are not being effective. We are being political. I think this fund has become more political than being directed towards equalization of those regions which were marginalized, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you spread little money, because we don't have money. Now, if we don't have the money, and you overspread the little money,
would you wish,
what it will...
Senator Oburu, would you wish to be informed by Senator Halwale?
Okay, is my colleague.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue raised by the Senator of Siaya invites me to inform you, and maybe the House, that maybe this is the reason why the Americans said that the Senate in America must be for senior citizens. What the Senator of Siaya is saying is correct according to the Constitution. But this bill is a conspiracy against Article 204, against the people from the arid and semi-arid areas. I want to inform you, colleague, that in this bill, Bungoma does not deserve the money. Two, Mr. Speaker, Kericho does not deserve. Kisumu does not deserve. Madam Speaker, in this list, Machakos does not deserve. Madam Speaker, Meru does not deserve. Muranga does not deserve. Nakuru does not deserve. Nandi does not deserve. Madam Speaker, Siaya does not deserve. It is because the CRA has been was held captive by the last Senate, who forced them to include counties of members of the then Finance Committee. If the senator of Machakos, who is crying Machakos, Machakos, if you go to Turkana, you cannot believe that anybody in Machakos here in Athi River can fight for water with Turkana. We should rise to nationalism. We just want 20 years, we bring up these areas as the Senator of Siaya is saying. Mr. Speaker, I inform.
Senator Boni, are you debating the bill?
I was informing the Senator, and I'm so proud because Siaya is one of them and he has refused. He's a great man.
Okay. Sit down, Senator.
Honorable Halwale, I have not refused my county to get money because I cannot refuse money which is going to my people. But Madam Speaker, I'm speaking the truth. That if we want to equalize, if we want to use this fund for equalization of development, overspreading it, CIA is getting 48 million shillings, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what are we going to do with 48 million? Even a county, even a constituency, getting 48 million shillings. I don't know what will happen to it. I used to get that money when I was a member of Bondo constituency. Madam Speaker, and it is a very, very small amount of money. This is just overspreading, and it is not going to make any difference. It is not going to make any difference in these constituencies where the fund is being given, Madam Speaker. So this bill, Madam Speaker, even though it is, giving money to quite a number, 34 out of 47 is quite big, Madam Speaker. I must say that it is not answering the original purpose for which equalization fund was set. And Madam Speaker, there is only 7 years which are remaining. And if it has not been disbursed, Madam Speaker, I think we are just playing politics by passing this, this bill, even though I support it because my constituency is getting something small. Madam Speaker, the other issue I want to talk about is my area. Madam Speaker, it is, it could be right that this equalization fund perhaps is not being directed properly. But Madam Speaker, these regions, the arid and semi-arid lands, get a lot of rain for a very short time in the year. And when they get this rain, Madam Speaker, the only economically viable activity which should happen is water harvesting. They should be having huge dams which store this water, which they can use. Madam Speaker, it was a very pathetic situation where you saw cattle dying, you saw camels dying, you saw goats dying, and you saw people who are almost dying because of lack of water, and they are killing each other also because of looking for these resources, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very serious situation in our country. Sometimes it annoys me when I go back home and I find some people are distributing maize to my own area, playing politics with food, when there are areas which really deserve that food, and people are almost dying because of that food, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hope, and that's one of the issues which you brought here, and I really respect you for it, Madam. When you talked of certain activities which should be done to create economic, to spur economic activities in areas which are marginalized, like those ones, like, for instance, instead of letting those animals die, there should be, people should be educated to dispose of them by making hides and skin. Madam Speaker, there's a time when I was Assistant Minister of Finance, I was Chairman of Finance Committee of this Parliament, and I went with the Minister of Trade to Turkey. And while we were in Turkey, Madam Speaker, we went to see the leather industry in there. And Madam Speaker, we were told, we saw the way they are organized. They are so well organized. And it is employing thousands and thousands of people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this thing called leather industry can employ thousands and thousands of Kenyans. It can create employment for our people. Madam Speaker, when we ask them why they are not buying skin from Kenya, why they are not buying hides and skin from Kenya, they informed us that they cannot do it because the way we slaughter our animals. The way we slaughter our animals is so primitive that we use just knives, and those knives spoil the skins. So our skins are not quality skins, which can be used for making the shoes. Madam Speaker, it was a big shame that we, in our own regions where we let these animals die, we cannot establish abattoirs, the big slaughterhouses, where can this skin, hides and skin can be properly slaughtered and treated so that we can access international market. We went to India, it was the same story. They cannot buy our skin, so we cannot access market just because we are not investing in areas which can create employment for our people and which can also, Madam Speaker, help to raise the marginalized counties to be equal to the areas where investment had been concentrated before. Madam Speaker, talking of the area where I come from, Madam Speaker, I want to inform the House that our area is endowed with a huge water resources, which is Lake Victoria. Madam Speaker, Lake Victoria is a natural dam, which is given by God. It is not built by any human being. It was given, we just found it there. Madam Speaker, for many years, the area was not allowed to use that water for irrigation and for production of, therefore, of food. But Madam Speaker, that area, that agreement which was signed by the colonial regime in 1929 was abrogated during the Kibaki regime. Now it is not there. But we need, because we are a water shadow, the water is evaporated, but it goes to the Nandi Hills and also to the other hills, and then it rains up there, but there is very little of it raining down around the lake. So, Madam Speaker, we should invest if we want to do proper investment. It is not 48 million. It is not. The government should be serious and invest in big dams, which we should use to irrigate our area, and that our area, Madam Speaker, can become a food basket for this country of ours, Kenya. Madam Speaker, I hope that whoever is in charge of this will listen and will take this seriously so that our country can stop, giving tokens. Madam Speaker, these tokens are political, and I don't support tokenism for pleasing my people to tell them that they are going to get money, which is 48 million shillings for the remainder of the year. Madam Speaker, I'm a seasoned civil servant, and I also know very well that within the short period remaining 2 months, there is no way the government, national government is going to use that money for any project in our country. Even the designing of the project itself, even the process of tendering, processing the tenders up to the time of award and starting implementation, it is impossible. So whatever we are passing here, Madam Speaker, it is, we are making a political statement, but Madam Speaker, the government should be serious in implementing this project, which is called equalization, which is an affirmative action. It should be so that the people of Kenya who were marginalized for all those years, Madam Speaker, can start benefiting so that they can catch up with the rest of the country. Madam Speaker, I don't want to exhaust all my time. I want to thank you for the opportunity and thank everybody for listening. Thank you.
Senator Oburu Odinga, Senator Mungatana.
Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank you and also thank the chair today for giving a chance to senators, honorable senators, to debate their full 20 minutes. I have benefited a lot, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, from wisdom of previous speaker today, previous speakers and previous senators who have spent 20 minutes, Madam Speaker, giving a lot of wisdom, and I agree with a lot of what they have said. Madam Speaker, I will start by saying that the basis of this equalization fund is that sessional paper number 10 of 1965 that was moved by T.J. Mboya. Madam Speaker, which deliberately created a policy of marginalization of areas such as Tana River County. And it created unequal development. In an independent country, Madam Speaker, we were practicing apartheid by black Africans who had taken over this country, Madam Speaker. There was no change. The Muzungu went, the black man came to practice apartheid against counties such as Tana River. Madam Speaker, I stand here to say that 20 years that were given under the Constitution, Article 204, there is a provision under Sabbatical 7 that says that this term of 20 years can be extended. Madam Speaker, it is my prayer that before these 7 years are over, we will move a bill that will have bipartisan support that will enable us to move those 20 years to be increased. Why? Because, Madam Speaker, this apartheid against the areas that were considered unproductive has gone on since independence. We are now 54 years since independence, Madam Speaker. And we cannot say 20 years will bring the marginalized areas into the same level as those other areas that had gone before us into a lot of development. So, Madam Speaker, I will start by saying, although I support this bill, we must have hindsight within these 7 years remaining to make sure that we make changes in this bill. Madam Speaker, counties like Tana River, Madam Speaker, when this bill talks and the Constitution talks of areas such as water and roads, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the road network in Tana River County, in fact, let me start by saying, Hola, which is the county headquarters, it only saw a tarmac road, Madam Speaker, after the first governor of devolution who came in. Before that, there was no tarmac road. There is only one tarmac road that is a national government tarmac road that passes across the county, and it connects our county with other counties. Beyond that, there is no other tarmac road. Madam Speaker, administration after administration have lied to us because inside them, they are still carrying out the policy of apartheid against Tana River County and the northern area. So that administration after administration, when you go and tell them, put a tarmac road, Madam Speaker, you don't get it. You get empty promises. Yet you see neighboring counties here, right here, Madam Speaker, they have roads to their toilets, to their bedroom, to their everywhere. But for us, Madam Speaker, you don't see those roads. It is a shame that this country has continued like this for so many years. Water, Madam Speaker, we are passing in our county, Tana River, the River Tana passes right across the county. And Madam Speaker, you don't have piped water. Even after the establishment of these water bodies, they don't have, because they don't have the money to support the infrastructure for setting up water as is required under this law. So, Madam Speaker, we are speaking real marginalization. When Senator from Turkana was speaking, Madam Speaker, I was touched. And then I hear another senator, Madam Speaker, whom I don't agree with because I passed through Makueni County, Madam Speaker. It is not the same like Tana River. And it is sad that my colleague is saying that even after we pass this law, he'll go to court. I want to tell him that this country will not agree to selfishness of that nature, Madam Speaker. He is my chairman in the Christian Union of this parliament. But I'm surprised, Madam Speaker, that he would talk like that. He has not visited these counties to see what apartheid in black Africa after independence has done to the rest of us, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, this forms now the basis of my submissions on the technical aspects of this bill. Madam Speaker, most of us have dwelt on only the political aspects of this bill. But Madam Speaker, I want to bring to attention of this House that some of the technical aspects of this bill are not helping the cause at all. Madam Speaker, there is an advisory board that has been set up under this bill. Madam Speaker, we need to amend this advisory board and its membership. If you look, Madam Speaker, the chairperson is to be appointed by the cabinet secretary. So we take that's a national government position. Another member of this advisory board is the principal secretary responsible for matters relating to finance. That's a national government position. The principal secretary responsible for matters of devolution. That's a national government position. You come down, the chairperson of the Commission of Revenue on revenue allocation or is represented, that's a national government position. Controller of budget. Madam Speaker, it is heavily laden by the national government. If you look at this advisory board, it is the same government that is talking to itself. Who are we inside here? It is given to us, one person from a pastoralist community, nominated by the National Assembly. One person nominated by the Senate. One person nominated by the Council of Governors. Only those, Madam Speaker. The rest are all heavy national government decision makers. And Madam Speaker, this is about the equalization fund. This is about bringing the marginalized areas up. If you are bringing the same person with the same attitudes from Treasury, from Controller of Budget, from CRA to come and dominate this board, Madam Speaker, we are not going to have good results. And I wanted to ask, Madam Speaker, why is the Senate being given one position alone? And Madam Speaker, we are the defenders of these counties in this, according to the Constitution. That's our prime job. I am proposing, Madam Speaker, that we must have at least 3 nominees who are coming from the Senate. We cannot be the same equal with the other bodies that have been represented in this bill. Madam Speaker, they have said the people that are going, the persons that are going to be appointed by the Council of Governors, the Senate, and the pastoralists by the National Assembly, they are to serve a period of 6 years. These others, they have not clearly set up their term limit. What I want to ask myself is, what was the reason to segregate? First of all, the national office holders are more than those who are from the counties. And then they have given only a specific timeline for these ones. And what was the reason? Why are they creating unequal people within the same board? Madam Speaker, if this board is going to serve for 6 years uninterrupted, let it be 6 years for every person. If it is 3 years, it should be 3 years. So we need to look at this law again. Madam Speaker, these technical aspects have not been looked at properly, and we might pass a bill here. We are thinking we are giving money to the counties, but this money is going to be controlled by people who have no feeling about what we will be saying here, no feeling about the appetite that has been happening in this county for those years. Madam Speaker, look at the powers of the advisory board. They have given the advisory board under the proposed article, section 10 of the bid. The advisory board is supposed to make recommendations to the cabinet secretary, you know, on the distribution of resources that have been provided under 204 for the water, for the roads, and so on. Now, we have already attached a schedule. And like one of my colleagues here has said, the schedule has gone down all the way to not only constituencies, it has captured even wards. So, Madam Speaker, I'm looking at the schedule, for example, from Tana River. And I know that this ward has this number of millions that they should expect. This ward, this number of millions. This ward, this number of millions. Then, Madam Speaker, we have voted. I have gone to my county and I've told them, we have given you this amount of money and it is coming to you when the allocations, when Exchequer releases become reality. Then there is another group that sits to advise the cabinet secretary how to distribute. Why are they taking the power from this Senate, Madam Speaker? This Senate has already passed a bill, and in that bill there is a schedule. Madam Speaker, let us be careful. These people are going to take away the very power that we have allocated ourselves. We have already said how much money they are going to the wards. They are coming to say they are going to make recommendations on distributions. Why? These people want to frustrate what the Senate is doing today, and we must reject these powers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they also say they want to oversee, in consultation with the county governments, the implementation of the projects to ensure compliance with the Constitution. Madam Speaker, senators or the office of the senator is not mentioned here. Why? Why, Madam Speaker, do we want to legislate ourselves out of looking at monies that are going? We are not, what are they called? We are not flower girls, Madam Speaker. We want to be participants. The office of the senator should be part and parcel of these consultations, should be part and parcel. When the advisory body is looking for information, the offices of senators must be part and parcel of this consultation. They also say they want to put in place measures for transparency and accountability in the implementation of projects by county government. The office of senator must also be deliberately included. How can you talk of transparency when you are talking only about the county government? How can the policeman look after the policeman? How can the police, police the policeman? Madam Speaker, it's only the office of the senator within the structure of the counties that can be honest enough to point out what the problems are. So, Madam Speaker, we have to look again at these technical aspects of this board. If you look at the proposed Article 12 of the Section 12 of the advisory board of this bill, Equalization Fund Bill, Madam Speaker, again, they say what the board may do. They even say that the board can invite persons who are knowledgeable. In proposed Article Section 12B, invite persons who have knowledge and skills for the effective performance of the board. Madam Speaker, they have not provided for senators to come before them when we need, or if we want to address the board in writing. We are not allowed to go to that, but they are allowed to bring other people who are outsiders to come and talk to them. Madam Speaker, why should we not be given opportunities as senators to talk to this board? This board, Madam Speaker, is a way of us passing the money, giving to people, and then these people shut us out. Madam Speaker, we will be left as people who are just looking at the show as it's going on, and yet we are the people who gave birth to this Equalization Fund Administration Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, the proposed Article 13, Section 13 of this bill, they are talking of the board to incur expenses. These expenses, Madam Speaker, are supposed to be funded by the Equalization Fund. And I have a problem with this. This schedule has not provided for any monies for these people, which means the Equalization Fund is supposed to go direct to what we have agreed. If it is 20 million for Ward X, it should go 20 million Ward X. When we make provisions like this, that are saying that the people who are administering this board can incur expenses, Madam Speaker, out of this 10 billion, you'll be told 2 billion, 3 billion, 5 billion went into these expenses. They will correct trips, they will create trips to go to Dubai to study how administration is done. They will move from there, they will go to London, Madam Speaker, to study how equalization is done in Britain. Then they will move from there, Madam Speaker, they will go to China and they will look at how all those parts, the administrative sections of China are working. Madam Speaker, before you know, 5 5 billion out of the 10 billion will be spent on these people. We will not allow these sections to go like this. And I'm urging fellow senators to please look at the provisions, the technical provisions of this bill. Let's not just support it. Let us move amendments to this bill. Madam Speaker, I want to bring to your attention the CEO, the qualifications they have put here. They need to mention that it must be a person from a marginalized area. They can't just leave it open like this, and he's the secretary of the board to this advisory board. Madam Speaker, this must change. We must have a CEO who comes from a marginalized area, apart from all those other things. Madam Speaker, I also want to talk about the county technical committees. You will see they have established, put it under the county commissioners. Why, Madam Speaker? County commissioners, why? This means this bill has planned from the top to be dominated by the national government, then they come down to the county governments, they avoid the county governments, they want the county commissioners who will be taking instructions from the national government to control the project, to control the technical aspects of this project. Madam Speaker, the Senator's office is not represented. They've even brought the constituency development fund managers. The Senator's office is not represented in any of these county commissioner, sub-counties and the committees that are supposed to come out with development project. Madam Speaker, we must not legislate ourselves into irrelevance. Let us not spend our time here creating jobs for other people and leaving ourselves out. We are not going to accept this kind of law, Madam Speaker. The principles behind this are good, but the people who, and I want to advise the committee that please, when you are doing these laws, don't come here and tell us county commissioners to stand for us. Why county commissioners? This is a devolved fund. It is being based on counties. Why are we giving county commissioners these jobs again? Madam Speaker, you can imagine in practical situation that committees, the technical committees are being chaired by a person of the national government who doesn't even come from that area, Madam Speaker. He comes from a different area. Maybe his area is not even marginalized. He doesn't care what you people are going through. And then he's the one who is supposed to chair a committee that is meant to give advice and propose the technical aspects of the development projects in this area. So, Madam Speaker, I want to ask our colleagues in this House, please let us read this bill. Let us read it carefully. Let us bring amendments at the committee of the whole. Let us look at it again. Let us support each other because we want to pass this bill, but let us not pass this bill that will create a problem for ourselves. Because our people are listening. They are listening and they are hearing that Tana River County, the 4 constituencies got this amount of money, this amount of money. The wards got this amount of money, and then there is no money they are seeing. Then there is no reason why we should pass these laws. Madam Speaker, I support with amendments. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mungatana. Now, Senator Okech Eddie Isheru. Kind, you will donate your minutes to your colleagues.
Madam Speaker, I've been very kind in the course of this session, but thank you for giving me a chance to contribute on this motion. I will try my best to see what I can do with somebody like my chairperson in CPIC, Senator Osotsi, with regards to time. Madam Speaker, when we are talking about equalization today and the bill that is in the floor of the House, I wanted to start today by quoting one of my favorite philosophers called Frantz Fanon Omar. Frantz Fanon Omar was one of the best Francophone psychiatrists and, Afro-optimist, who was also a Marxist in his philosophies. And he said that each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, and thereafter choose whether they are going to fulfill it or betray it. Today, Madam Speaker, as a Senate, we are confronted by asking ourselves, what is it that is our mission that we must either betray or fulfill. And Madam Speaker, this bill gives us that opportunity to do that internal assessment of what we stand for as a Senate, because in my view, this bill gives us an opportunity to actually examine to what level do we allow what I will call executive overreach in terms of empowering counties that we do have. And the reason why I bring executive overreach as the issue that we as senators of Kenya must today keenly look at and choose whether we want to betray this mission or to fulfill it is because fellow senators have quoted time without number the issue of section paper number 10 of 1965 that brought about marginalization of, to be specific, 14 counties in this country, Madam Speaker. At that time, there were regions that were seen as regions that cannot be able to contribute to any economic development of this country, to the extent that today, as my brother Senator Mungatana has just indicated, that today a kid in Tana River consumes 50 times less of electricity than a kid in Kiambu. Today, a kid born in Mandera County is likely 10 times to die out of diseases that are related to waterborne diseases than a kid that is born in Nyeri. Today, Madam Speaker, a woman who is struggling to give birth in the land of Samburu is likely 17 times to be able to die before giving birth, trying to figure out a road to get to the hospital, than a woman in Nyeri County. Why is this so? This is so because, Madam Speaker, of an executive decision that was made within that paper number 10, or paper section number 10 of 1965. And today we have an opportunity as a Senate. We are the fourth Senate of Kenya. We are existing under Article 96 of the Constitution, fundamentally to protect these regions against executive overreach. This protection is presented to us in two ways, Madam Speaker. Number one, if you read Article 96 of the Constitution, subsection, Sub-Article 2, it indicates that our role as senators, first of all, is to be able to fight for vertical resources, meaning resources that come from national government that then we divide with the county government, so that the county government, first of all, secure their resources. And thereafter, we can talk about what we have had in the pot. That is why, under Article 96, subsection 2 of the Constitution, it tells us that we are mandated to actually protect counties through ensuring that everything that is under Schedule 4 of the Constitution, right from Article 110 to 113, is something that we must fight for. Now, Madam Speaker, after we have been able to secure resources from the national level, the Constitution, under Article 96, Sub-Article 2, then gives us the power for what I will call horizontal share of resources, which is the Senate should now be the primary function of this country that then helps all our counties be able to get the resources that we have secured from the national government equitably and equally. Now, Madam Speaker, why is it that as a Senator of Kenya today, I am concerned about executive overreach? People have quoted here, time without number, that equalization fund is something that they're willing to fight for and die for. But, Madam Speaker, we know that under Article 204 of the Constitution, this particular provision of the Constitution was brought to respond to the idea that the executive can make autonomous decisions on what regions get. To the extent that we wanted as a country, and we purposed as a people, that if a county like where Senator Mungatana comes from, or if a county like where Senator Rewa comes from, or if a county like where Senator Lelewe comes from, Samburu, that has been denied resources over time, has not been able to develop because they lack resources, then as a people, we are going to make sure that within the shortest time possible, 20 years to be specific under the Constitution of Kenya. We are going to make sure that they catch up so that we can develop as a people in an equal measure. So that today, everybody has equal opportunity as a people to move to the next levels. Then what happens, Madam Speaker? 2 years to 3 years after this constitution was adopted, there was no any focus on the 14 counties that, Madam Speaker, was supposed to get these monies. And then later on, 5 years later, without money going to these counties, the CRA, of course, mandated under Article 216 of the Constitution, decided to look at other marginalizations that came into place with this kind of executive overreach that denied some places resources. That is why we had about 34 counties that were then included with some small pocket of marginalization. Now, Madam Speaker, that doesn't mean that those small pockets of marginalization have the same suffering as the other 14 counties that were originally affected by section paper number 10. Now, why must Senate come out strongly against executive overreach? The Senate has come against executive overreach because if you have got a provision of the Constitution that gives you 20 years to be able to solve and correct a problem that was caused by the executive, the provision of the Constitution then gives these counties an average up to date of 54 billion. And today, the counties that are affected with within this provision have only received 12 billion. And out of this 12 billion, it did not even go to them, Madam Speaker. It was implemented by the national government to the extent that there are projects even that are affecting hospitals that are still stalled. These counties are not getting these monies, and we as a Senate, our first priority should be able to make sure that that allocation of 54 billion is given to the counties without any excuse. Before we even talk about what is the horizontal share among counties that we're going to get. And what is this bill before us today? Madam Speaker, this is the first bill, over 10 years now, this is the first bill that attempts to give these counties money out of the 54 billion that the national government owes us. Therefore, it is upon us as senators to make sure that before we even look at the horizontal share, Madam Speaker, this 10 billion, we must make sure it goes to counties. And then even as we fight among those counties getting it, they have to get it. Because as I speak right now, Madam Speaker, I come from the Committee on Finance and Budget, and I do know that already in our committee, we have fought and we already have a bill to ensure that the next financial year, we can be able to unlock out of the 54 billion that the national government hasn't given county on this particular schedule, we can be able to unlock another 8 billion to 10 billion. So that at least these counties, Madam Speaker, we can't finish 2 decades of devolution when a kid in Turkana is still struggling with the idea of what entails clean water. That a kid in Turkana will drink the same kind of water that the animals that is looking at or she's looking at or she's looking after is drinking. This can only stop if, as a Senate, we are deliberate about stopping executive overreach on the issues of resources. And I want to urge senators from the other side of the aisle that when it comes to matters of devolution, we must remain senators. When it comes to matters of devolution, we must remain people who know that we only exist because those provisions of the Constitution makes it possible for us to exist to protect devolution. That's why I was very sad when we had DORA being passed in this House and senators did not engage with the magnitude of the issue that we are addressing. We are talking about a country where if you go to a place like Tana River and you go to other border counties like Migori County where I come from, Madam Speaker, and you go to a place like Bungoma and Malava, we know that the health function is a devolved function under Schedule 4. The national government sends its own officers to go and inspect healthcare there. Even in Mombasa today, Madam Speaker, think about the national government employees that are in Mombasa, that are working in Mombasa and are putting stress in the medical facilities in Mombasa, and then the people of Mombasa don't have money to be able to deal with these issues. When you talk about equalization, Madam Speaker, we know very well that there was an attempt to use things like even opening up casinos and gambling infrastructure in some of these counties so that at least some of the counties can be able to catch up. Today, if you look at Mombasa, Madam Speaker, we have 6 casinos. Out of these casinos, Madam Speaker, we have got 25 employees. The casinos end up making about 100 million, which is taken by the national government entirely. When this was an effort to make sure that some pockets of that region are able to make some money to regulate the kind of inequality in that area. And then the casinos end up only earning 8 million out of the 100 million. These are the things that we should be able to fight for, Madam Speaker. And I do want to urge my fellow senators as I finish, because I want to be kind to my colleagues to be able to get some time to also discuss this matter. Madam Speaker, the reason why it is important to have a process that is verifiable, that is scientific when you're dealing with issues of equality, is exactly for the purpose that I've said, that marginalization manifests in different places differently. In other places, it can manifest as an issue of education. In some places, it can manifest as an issue of lack of basic needs like food, water. In other places, like in Miurube, where I come from, it can in Migori, where I come from, the people of Nyatike who are going to get about a bigger chunk of the money that's going to Migori. Migori is going to get about 269 million, which I'm very grateful for. The manifestation there is the denied opportunity to be able to go to school, and the denied opportunity that for the first time in a sub-county like Nyatike, we are seeing us surpassing about 11 kilometers of tarmac road. It manifests differently. Therefore, the framers of the Constitution saw it best to put up a body that, one, can ensure that there is no executive overreach in dealing with these issues. That is why when you look at the way CRA is formed, the Commission on Revenue Allocation is formed under Article 215. Madam Chair, you find that among the people who are in that commission as members is the principal secretary in the Ministry of Finance. Why was that important? So that after the ministry has pronounced itself in the commission, they can't go again to gag politicians from the other side of the aisle to be able to do something contrary to what the CRA thinks. And if you look under Article 216 of the Constitution, we have CRA to help guide us where the provision has failed to give us an absolute direction. Then we can be able to deal with the matters of performance. And that is why when we were looking at DORA, the commission did help us to look at how are we performing to the extent that we are not only using the previous last audited finances as a base for giving counties money, but also looking at what is the revenue growth potential of this country such that we can be able to look at that growth with regards to what national government gets and what the counties get. Then we as senators, Madam Speaker, choose to give the national government benefits of any excess of what has come beyond the last audited finances and choose to deny counties that. At what point, with which legal framework does the executive have to benefit from any excess of the last audited finances that counties are not allowed to get without fundamentally violating Article 2 or 3 of the Constitution? So, Madam Speaker, as I finish, I want to plead with fellow senators. Our functions are two in this house. Fundamentally, to ensure that we get vertical resources to our counties, and then to ensure that we make those horizontal resources equitably and fairly shared among our counties. This is something that if we don't do, I am telling you, we will kill the Senate by having executive overreach that will never allow our counties to grow. With that, Madam Speaker, I support this bill, and I urge you to support it, because it is going to make sure that the vertical trickling of resources to the counties begins with this. It is 10 years past the time that equation was put in place. We need not to wait anymore. We make sure this goes, we fight for another chunk, and then once we have fought for all the money, 54 billion that is owed to counties under this provision of the Constitution, then we can be able to fight for other issues among counties and make our counties grow together. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I support and I hope that we will pass this bill and make sure that subsequent bills that are coming to do with the equalization funds are supported by either house without a bipartisan mindset. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Omar Sheikh Mariam. Is she there?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Madam Speaker, in Kenya, we have two citizens. That's upper citizen and lower citizens. Madam Speaker, the bill, the name bill, equalization bill, means they have to equalize the two citizens from where we are in Mandera to be the same level in Kiambu County, in any other counties. Madam Speaker, in Article 43, said citizens must have a basic right services, that is health, water, road, electricity, and others. Madam Speaker, the bill provides service to marginalized people, marginalized area, so as to have water. In Mandera, last month, we have drought. We are complaining of shortage of water, animal dying, people dying because of water, kids not going to school because of water. But now, currently, there is rain, flood everywhere. If we use this fund properly, and if we make our target to have water the next 1 year, we have to now budget for major dams so that we can harvest the rainwater. Madam Speaker, water is essential, so the priority to harvest water must be the first priority. Madam Speaker, the flood infrastructure in Mandera is pathetic when it comes to road. It rains and it goes away with the road, and last month there is no electricity because the fuel is supposed to be transported from Nairobi to Mandera for the generator. But Madam Speaker, Northeastern, do you think we need a generator for electricity? No. Because sunlight, that place hot, we need solar system so that electricity will not be a problem to us. If we use this money properly, we don't need generator We don't need, when it is raining and the infrastructure to Mandera is, the road is washed away by water, by flood, does it mean that Mandera is in blackout? So if we engage ourselves, transform ourselves where we are now, to utilize our natural light, sun, will be somewhere with other counties. Madam Speaker, on the side of health, our people are coming all the way. Distance from Nairobi, from Mandera to Nairobi is some 2,000, almost 3,000 kilometers. We travel from Mandera to here by road 3 days. Madam Speaker, if we transform our health service, health sector, so that we can get all services, which were now, all our services there's no need of ferrying our people, sick people from Mandera to here. Madam Speaker, equalization, if we get this money in a refenced way, that because if we get this money, and because our governors might divert the money to other usage. So if we reinvest for water sector, for health, for road, we will transform our Mandera town. Madam Speaker, as our Senator Mungatana raised on Board of Directors, technical services, I agree with him. Marginalized people must be represented in the Board of Directors and technical teams, so that because they know what are the challenges in marginalized area. Madam Speaker, for those few remarks, I support the bill with changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Miriam. Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to go on record as having opposed this bill. And the reasons, I am going to state them as I debate this bill. Madam Speaker, I want to concur with Senator Manzo and Senator Boni Khalwale that this bill is discriminatory. And I think Senate, in our own wisdom, we should not support this bill. I'm saying that, Madam Speaker, because my own county, Vihiga County, is among the counties which are not listed to benefit from this bill, Madam Speaker. And I know for sure that there are some places in my county which ideally should benefit from this fund, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have raised concerns with the CRA before on this, when they initially brought here a bill through the National Assembly, the Equalization Fund Bill, and they listed about 36 counties, with the exclusion of my county. And I said there are a number of sublocations in my county which qualify to be marginalized area. In my county, there are people who stay on top of the stones. They can barely cultivate anything. There is no water. There is no roads. There is no health centers, and it's worrying that a commission that is funded by the taxpayers did not do a good job to identify some of those areas. There are places like South Maragoli there, places like Tambua, places like Jebkoyai, places like Emavungo. This weekend, past weekend, Madam Speaker, I visited a village called Emazi, which is in a Mavungo ward. And I could not access the place. I had to walk on foot, climb the hill, climb the stones to get to a school in that village which had been closed by the Ministry of Education because of lack of facilities. Madam Speaker, I will oppose this bill because I think the CRA, they need to review their policy. And that policy review process must be consultative. It must involve the leadership of various counties so that they can explain to them which areas require to benefit from this fund or not. Madam Speaker, I've looked at the policy that the CRA is relying on. And if you look at the criteria of identifying marginalized areas, they are looking at things like legislated discrimination, things like geographical location, culture and lifestyle, external domination, land legislation and administration, minority recognition groups, ineffective political participation, inequitable government policy. Madam Speaker, these are abstract things. Very abstract. And then they go ahead and say the determination of all that will be done by expert analysis. Which expert analysis? We don't want a situation where a few professors or experts will sit somewhere and in a very subjective manner decide that based on all these, certain areas are marginalized and others are not marginalized. Madam Speaker, we are leaders who represent our regions, and we know which areas have problems. Vihiga County is a small county, densely populated, but I want to tell this House that there are some areas where people live in abject poverty. Serious poverty that you can never see even in Mandera. Even in Wajir, you can never see that kind of poverty. And Cheregei knows there is a place called Jebkoyai, which you cannot grow anything. And the people who stay there are a Nandi community. Very poor place. And when I was looking at the list that was presented here, none of those particular wards are listed here, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, for that reason, I will oppose this bill. The second reason, Madam Speaker, is that we are passing this bill in the month of April. This bill will be processed, will go for presidential assent. This money will go to the counties. We are simply appropriating corruption in this House, Madam Speaker, because it's too late in the day to appropriate money. We will send this money and it will be eaten. And the counties will say that they have done work there using county money and they will eat this money. So, Madam Speaker, for that reason, I am not willing to join those who are going to appropriate money for corruption. I will oppose this bill. Madam Speaker, I want also to indicate that Article 43 provides for economic and social rights. And I want to congratulate senior senator here, Senator Mungatana, for coming up with a bill on the preservation of human dignity and enforcement of economic and social rights. Madam Speaker, that is the most progressive piece of legislation that I've ever encountered in my parliamentary work. I want to urge the senators to pass that bill into law. But as we do that, we will be contradicting the provision of that bill if we pass this piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. So whereas I support the efforts to try and implement Article 43 of this Constitution, Madam Speaker, I am opposed to this bill because it is not aligned to the provisions of Article 43. Madam Speaker, I said that this bill is discriminatory because all the surrounding counties to my county, except Kakamega County, have all benefited in this list. If you talk about Kisumu, talk about Nandi, talk about Siaya, talk about Busia, they have all benefited. Vihiga is not there. So, Madam Speaker, for that reason, I'll oppose this bill. The other reason, Madam Speaker, as explained by the senior Oburu, that this bill, this equalization fund was meant for ASAL areas. But what has been done in this bill is political. Because if you analyze the figures, Madam Speaker, you realize that they have added other counties and given them very little money. Counties like Bomet, 25 million, Bungoma, 79 million, Busia, 16 million, Kericho, 81 million, Kisumu, 32 million, Lamu, 77 million, Machakos, 17 million, Meru, 40 million, Muranga, 7 million, Nakuru, 8 million, Siaya, 48 million, Taita Taveta, 17 million, Tarakanisi, 59, Trans Nzoia, 10 million. That comes to about 512, 13 million there. And this amount is not even half of what Narok is getting. So why didn't you just allocate this money to ASAL areas? And you forget about this. Instead of sending small pieces of money to counties which are outside ASAL areas. It is political. In fact, I know there is a conversation within CRA that this equalization fund, we should have a percentage that is shared in all the 47 counties. Maybe they should have done that instead of pretending that they have sent some money to some counties and they have sent them peanuts. We would rather give this 500 million to those ASAL counties like Tana River, Wajir, Garissa, Mandera and the others, Narok and the others. So, Madam Speaker, for that reason, I think this bill is political. This bill does not align to the framers of the Constitution who thought about the equalization fund, and therefore, Madam Speaker, I will oppose it. Madam Speaker, there is also a requirement under Article 204(6) that says, gives a sunset clause of 20 years. Madam Speaker, this 20 years is going to end in the next 7 years. I think it will be a good thing for Senate to introduce a bill that will increase the period for maybe another 20 years. And we only need half of the members of the delegation to pass that bill. And the National Assembly equally needs half of the members. So this is something that we can achieve in this parliament. Madam Speaker, this bill also talks about PFM regulations. Madam Speaker, if you look at this regulation, sometimes you wonder whether this House passed these regulations. Because these regulations are talking of an advisory board where Senate is underrepresented. One representative from the Senate. If you go at the county level, there is something called the County Technical Committee. We are not represented. The members of parliament are represented by, I think, 2 members. the chairperson of the CDF, and a member of the CDF. The Senate office is not represented. How did we pass this regulation? Surely, Madam Speaker. How did we pass this regulation in this House? Why are we legislating ourselves out of work, Madam Speaker? So, Madam Speaker, I think even as we process this bill, I would request that the relevant committee must look at these regulations and make sure that these regulations are also factoring in the Senate. Because, Madam Speaker, at this rate, I am worried that very soon, based on what happened last week, where we even decided to go for a lower figure of the shareable revenue, that will be the trend, and we are slowly by slowly weakening this House and making ourselves irrelevant. So, Madam Speaker, for those few remarks, because I want to give others a chance to say something, I will join Senator of Makueni, and I can see Senator of Embu is signaling me. We are going to oppose this bill. 100% opposition to this bill. I think it should go back, and this is not the right time to introduce appropriations bill because we will be appropriating corruption. There are processes that needs to be done even after this money has been passed in terms of planning, project planning and all that, even counties to reorganize themselves, and even those committees. This bill will only help them to travel to Dubai, travel to the US for benchmarking. For that remarks, I oppose the bill.
He's already finished. What's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order. 104. No senator shall impute improper motive to any other senator or to a member of National Assembly except upon specific substantive motion. Madam Speaker, is the senator of Vihiga in order to impugn that senators who are involved in committees that are respectively engaged in any way with this bill are going to start using this money to be in a corrupt way and doing, a number of things that are not that she has said in this House, Madam Speaker. Is that even in order? I know that he is aggrieved that maybe his county is not put, but Madam Speaker, you can't run and scratch your anus at the same time, Madam Speaker. If the Vihiga county is not in this bill, that's not an excuse to deny another child in Turkana food just because your child has got the same food. Can he clarify what he means by that corruption on members of parliament?
Senator Osotsi, that's a valid concern. Maybe it's important you address it. What you meant by the statement you have issued, is it based on fact, statement of fact, or
Madam
it's based
Speaker,
on...
Madam Speaker, I am so happy with the kind of energy that Senator of Migori is displaying, being a first-time member of parliament. I think that's commendable. But if the good senator listened to me, I did not refer to the parliamentary committee. I referred to the county technical committees, the ones that are in the regulations. That the county technical committee has membership, which includes members of CDF, and it includes the county commissioner. That is the committee I was referring to, not the committee of parliament.
Senator Eddy, are you satisfied with that explanation by...
Madam Speaker, I wish he could substantiate how he had deterred the corruption of those officers.
Senator Otsotsi, take it up again.
Madam Speaker, you know, Eddie is my good friend. But I said that that money is likely to be misused through corruption. Likely. I did not say that those committees are corrupt, Madam Speaker.
I believe Senator Eddie is now satisfied. Honorable Senators, we still have 7 more requests that are pending to finalize on this debate. And I believe those 7 requests should come. What is your Senator Mudigi? Is it a point of order or what is it? Eh? Is it a point of order?
Yes.
What's your point of order? And there is no senator on the floor.
Naunga mkono Senator Osoti kwa yale ameongea kwa sababu ni usungu.
Senator Mudigi, I have not even granted you.
Pia naunga mkono Senator Osoti ni usungu yako naye kwa sababu tuko majimbo 47 na jimbo zingine asina pesa. Ukiangalia kama upande wa Embu County.
Senator Mudigi,
wacha nimalize.
Are you now debating the bill or what are you doing? I had not Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 27th April 2023 at 2:30. Thank you.